A giant bear barges into the party like it owns the place, convinced it's about to score an easy snack. But our hero is just posted up by the fire, totally vibing and grilling that lollicat girl like, so, is monster meat actually gonna taste good? That buff uncle snaps into action, tweaking out on the spot, screaming at Hiro to finally step in and help, not just gorge himself like a professional glutton. The hero finally exhales, snaps out some word magic, and bam, one spark launches the bear straight into the shadow realm. Hiro's uncle rants about his trashy attitude, but Hiro's like, forget the speech, I just want my steak cooked ASAP. Little Muir tries to keep the peace, and even when her temper flares, her uncle just can't help it. He thinks she's way too adorable for her own good. The hero rips into the guy, calling him a straight-up lollican, then turns right back to his meal like nothing happened. He sits there like, wait, how am I getting this good at fighting monsters, even though it feels like he was dragged into this world yesterday? He starts rewinding his memories, all the way back to the moment his life got glitched. One minute he was just a normal loner student, and the next, someone grabbed him and yanked him into a whole other world. He jolts awake to a roar of cheers from a whole pack of knights because their summoning ritual finally worked. And there she is, a princess standing before them, breathless with relief because she finally pulled them to this place. She locks eyes on the hero and his 4 classmates, then flashes a bright smile as she welcomes them, like legends returned. Teishi, Chika, Shuri, and Shinobu are all in total shock, staring around like, where are we even? The princess blurts out a heartfelt apology for the sudden snatch and grab, then grabs their hands and hustles them straight to the throne room. The hero finally snaps to it. This isn't some dream anymore, it's a straight-up isekai nightmare come true. They step out and bam, a giant fantasy city explodes into view, and yeah, it's got definitely not Japan written all over it. They run into King Rudolph, the ruler of the human kingdom of Victoria. He tells them, I'm the one who ruled this place, and right now, I'm begging for real heroes. Turns out, their kingdom can't stay safe unless they wipe out the evil Demonkin themselves. The king lays it out. Idea's world is carved up between humans, beastkin, ghosts, and demons, and right now, the tension is at an all-time high. Turns out the Demon King is totally down bad, and he's plotting to wipe out every last human. With humans stuck at mid-magic power, they had no choice but to unleash the ancient hero summoning. The king reveals his other 2 daughters didn't make it. Either they died in the ritual, or they slipped into a coma trying, so now this gamble isn't just risky, it's do or die. Teishi, the ultimate shounen hero type, snaps up the quest on the spot, vowing to protect everyone right away. The king spots 5 people in front of him, when those documents only said 4. He tells them, just look at the status screen inside your head, your powers will show up there. The 4 classmates are buzzing with excitement because every single one of their titles screams, hero. But the hero glances at his screen and freezes. He's only level 1, crowned with the title innocent bystander. Hiro decides he's done playing nice, detonates the bomb, and then just throws out, I'm not a hero. The king's losing his grip. This twist isn't anywhere in the script. Hiro leans in and tells everyone, my title is literally innocent bystander asterisk, so why am I even here? I don't belong in this mess. He admits that he didn't choose the portal at all. He only got pulled in because he was standing right next to the real heroes in that classroom. He tells them straight up, I've got zero bond with you guys, and admits he doesn't care a bit about their war. So Tashi blows up because Hiro's acting cold, but Hiro shuts him down fast. We've never even talked in class. He storms up to the king and demands, is there a way back home? But the king just coldly tells him that the only person with return magic is the Demon King. Then the princess hits them with even worse news. Every trace they had on Earth is gone, wiped clean, so they've got nowhere left to return to. You hero, this is total cap, and you know they're just trying to play you, twist you, and keep you from walking away. He looks back at his life from home and shrugs. Yeah, it was lonely there too, so he honestly doesn't mind. While the other 4 jump at the chance to be heroes, the hero snaps and declares he's moving on solo. He tells the king he owes this country nothing, then storms out like the decision's already final. Tashi lunged for him, shouting that he wasn't a man, while calling out the way he'd been helping, right in front of everyone bowing to them. Hiro whips his hand through the air, shuts him down, and orders him to get lost, leave him alone. Chika snaps at Teishi to let that loser slide, swearing Hiro's nothing but a regular scrub who'll be wiped out anyway. The princess breaks down and apologizes as Hiro steps out of the castle for the very last time. He steps onto the streets and cracks out trusty RPG, know how to pull together hard intel. He fires up his word magic, and boom, he clocks that it's an attributed type, the kind so rare it practically doesn't exist. He figures he needs cash, but robbing random houses feels way too risky, so he hunts down a guild instead. He barrels into a creepy fortune teller, and before he can even blink, she asks if he wants his fortune read. The hero grumbles that he's flat broke, and the teller can't stop staring, because this hero isn't even from their world. The elder leans in and tells Hiro, "You've got a dark blue star buried in your heart, one that crushes everything around it." But he swears Hiro already snagged a fresh pair of wings, and that crowds will come flocking to his light sooner or later. Hiro hears that and immediately groans inside, because the idea sounds like a colossal headache, and he'd rather be alone. The elder drops a bombshell. He knows Hiro came from a world with zero magic, and it instantly leaves Hiro reeling. Before the hero steps out, the elder leans in and tells him about a traveler from another world he met long ago, someone with a star just like his. He tells Hiro to come back again, but makes it crystal clear, next time Hiro's paying. The hero marches straight to the guild, totally convinced this whole world is basically one big video game. He snatches his guild card and immediately reads the fine print, then learns exactly what it costs to cancel a quest. Because the price lines up with Japanese yen, he's freaking out that he'll get hit with a fine while he's dead broke. He digs through a massive encyclopedia, hunting for the perfect quest tied to lottery herbs. And he bolts straight for the Sabbat Plateau. Once the herbs were gathered, he grinned and immediately put his word magic to the test. He taps open the help menu and realizes he can't just gather mana, he has to control his blood flow first. He carves the word split into a giant boulder with a sharp, blazing strike. He slams it shut, and the moment it clicks, the whole thing bursts apart in half. And just like that, he realizes this is a full-on cheat code. Alright, the elder's warning about the rebound slams the brakes on him before he goes totally out of control. Using that magic twice already sucked away half his MP, and his body started feeling like it was made of pure lead. A wild slime bursts into existence, and Hiro decides to push his limits, straight up testing how much damage he can survive. The slime ricochets straight into him, and he only drops 3 HP, but the pain hits like a truck. He finally snaps out of it, stops messing around, and yells Blaze to torch the slime. After that, he gets 2 XP and snaps to the truth. Grinding slimes is a total waste of time. Back in town, the hero slides into a bustling restaurant and orders seafood noodles like it's mission food. That food is so wild it straight up yeets him into a whole new dimension of flavor. Then it hits him, the broth is pure perfection, and the noodles are smashed fish perfection, just like they're meant to be. He checks his balance and sees 7,700 Raijin sitting there, then decides, alright, I'm finding a way in tonight, because tomorrow I'm leveling up. The very next day, he storms straight into the courier forest. He's already roared into level 3, and slaying slimes is starting to feel unbearable. A goblin rockets out of the bushes, and Hiro braces himself for his very first true anthropomorphic brawl. He clashes with the goblin, and right in the middle of the fight, he realizes he's finally starting to get the hang of it. He lands a crisp slash and drops him clean, but right after, a whole pack of goblins storms in to avenge their fallen boy. The hero locks in and thinks, this is it, the perfect moment to blow past every limit he has. He snaps on word magic, then drives a needle straight through the pack. He keeps the pressure cranked up, stretching with every move, and turning his blade into a terrifying reach weapon. He wipes out the entire squad, and the forest is left looking like a full-on massacre. It's soul-crushing, but the hero grits his teeth, because if he wants to stay alive, he's got to toughen up to the gore. He charges back to the guild and slams 22 goblin fangs onto the counter. The receptionist is absolutely stunned. This new recruit just went on a full hunting spree. He pockets the reward, and just like that, his total rockets to 45,000. He wipes away the dirt with a snap of magic, cleansing his clothes and even himself, and then it hits him. If he plays it smart, his power isn't just big, it's basically limitless. He knows if he hangs around Victoria for too long, the king's gonna clock that he's way too op, and then try to shove him straight into the army. After a brutal week of grinding, he finally hits level 10 and slams into rank E. The guild girls are huddled around him, chanting that he's a rising star, and they're all dead serious. He's ridiculously cool. Hiro straight up ignores the fans, grabs brand new defensive gear, and then decides, alright, it's time to leave the country. Next morning, fully geared up and radiating pure Chad energy, our lone adventurer storms out and kicks off his journey. Our boy rolls up to Amy's village, and he looks like pure trouble wrapped in a damn snack. He checks his stats and bam, he's already level 18, flexing fresh titles like Wordmaster, because he's basically a walking cheat code. The locals are giving him major sus vibes, eyes locked on him, side-eye blazing, and doors slamming shut like he's collecting taxes. Suddenly, a wild twin-tail brat pops up out of nowhere and starts grilling him, asking if he really is an adventurer. She refuses to let him ignore her. When he calls her a brat, rage sparks, and the tantrum hits full force. She declares that every adventurer is a miney and a total loser. The hero hits her with that icy, I am who I am attitude, telling her not to toss him in the same pile as the trash or her scrubs. Turns out the village is getting squeezed by a gang of cheap thugs who are raiding everyone's food and calling it protection. Coco drops to her knees and pleads with Hiro, but our totally neutral MC shuts her down and refuses to let Hiro do it for free. Her dad limps in with a shattered leg, admits fairytale heroes are real, and then boom, reveals these thugs even ripped the village's title deed away. The hero basically roasts them with a skill issue, then bluntly tells them they should have been way more careful. Coco snaps and goes for the ultimate main character moment. She charges straight at the thugs all on her own. That lead thug, looking like a rejected Joe extra, yanks out a knife and braces to erase her from existence. Right when it looks like the kid's finished, Hiro bursts in and parries the strike like it's nothing. He barks at the brat to get up, admits he's only stepping in because the old man promised he'd pay. That skinny thug scrambles to move, but the hero snaps out extend magic and keeps him locked at arm's length. He smashes the first guy in seconds, and the guy immediately looks like a total beginner. Then the fat one, bald, chubby, and loud, steps out of the house, ready to scrap. Hiro roasts his look and the guy snaps. He rips his shirt off on the spot and there it is, full-body chainmail underneath. That huge brute swears his armor makes him untouchable, but Hiro just smirks and crushes him with word magic. He blinks out, snaps back behind the guy, and slams a brutal combo, hardened followed by heat, right onto his armor. Then bam, he basically turns into a human panini, shrieking as the metal roasts him alive. The hero ends the guy's entire career with one brutal final strike. And the guy crumples hard, face first into the dirt. The villagers erupt into cheers like they just hit the lottery and won their wildest dreams. Hiro screens his stats and goes, whoa, even these low-tier villains still handed him a solid chunk of XP. Coco swings in to punch him for dragging his feet, but Hiro snaps up the block and reminds her, cold and clear, that he's only here for the bag. Hiro's dad pulls him back to the shop and demands they settle the tab once and for all. Inside the armory, the dad yanks out a legendary-looking blade called the Piercer. He breaks it down for everyone. Katanas aren't just swords, they're high-level Beastkin tech, built to slash with ruthless speed and punch straight through, not rely on brute strength. Dad guarded it like a sacred family heirloom, then decides Hiro finally earned it by saving their lives. Coco shows up later and hands Hiro a bag of homemade cookies, basically sealing the deal with a sweet little bribe. Maybe the hero actually likes them, then just shrugs and calls it a fair price for that brat. She finally blurts out that her name is Coco, and he shoots back his own name, then disappears into the night like he never existed. He crashes at an inn for the night, powers through to level 20, and snags the awakened one title like it was fate. It locks in a permanent stat boost and hands him a brand new cracked skill, air riding. He proves it works by hopping on a floating ride in midair and blasting it forward like a full-on projectile. It's working flawlessly, and Hiro suddenly realizes his cheat powers just leveled up again. The very next morning, Coco is crushed. Hiro has already checked out, and he's vanished without a single goodbye. And her dad just grins, like he's already clocked it, because they're about to lay eyes on that absolute unit again. Back at the victorious castle, 4 real heroes are going full training mode, knowing exactly they've got a knight named Vale watching their every move. Taishi's already starting to feel the heat, even though they're getting stronger. While the girls are straight up vibing in the bath, Princess Lilith slips in and drops some tea. She heard whispers of a mysterious hero in a red robe, sweeping in and saving an entire village. The girls instantly think of Hiro, but Chica's a straight-up hater. She snarls that there's no way the rotten glasses guy would ever lift a finger to save anyone. 1 mile out, Hiro sneezes hard, shakes it off, and pushes on toward the border. The hero's stomach growls on the road, and then boom, he spots a strawberry that looks so delicious it practically dares him to take it. He yanks it out, and the thing is a total torture disaster, bursting loose a demonic screech that tears through the air. Which he only realizes too late. The guild had warned him these things draw every monster for miles around. Suddenly it's chaos. He's getting hunted by a whole menagerie of bears, wolves, and goblins. He throws down a cloud of smoke, then bolts, using pure speed to slip past the mob and vanish. Right there, he follows his nose and stumbles on a person grilling fish by the river. Right when he's about to dive in, this massive brute bursts out with a sword, bellowing that the hero is nothing but a food thief. Meet Arnold, an absolutely jacked adventurer, raring to throw hands over a single fish. The hero's stomach is growling so loud he doesn't even care. He snaps at the old man to just hand it over. A little cat girl named Mirror bursts out of the bushes, trembling with fear that her uncle is about to kill the kid. Arnold swings at Hiro to knock some manners into him, but Hiro's lightning fast and slips out of every single punch. Their duel gets smashed to pieces when a hulking, barbaric bear barrels in, roars at the crowd, and locks onto Muir as its next target. Later, Arnold snaps into full protective dad mode and storms in to rescue her. But somehow he keeps that bear at bay until three more crash in and pile on him. Hiro just sprawls on a rock, relaxed as can be, and asks if there's anything to eat besides fish. Arnold is unraveling, begging Hiro for help because he can't protect Mir, and he's stuck fighting four bears all at once. The hero refuses to lift a finger for free until Arnold drops a promise of aqua hound meat, the A5 Wagyu of this wild world. The moment that rare meat lands on the table, the hero finally goes all in. He snaps in behind the bear, blasts it with paralyzed magic, and snatches Mirror to safety right as it was about to chomp her. He shoves the girl into Arnold's arms and barks at the old man to get out of the way. Arnold unleashes his insane wind claw trick art, no magic at all, just raw, mind-blowing physical skill. Hiro isn't impressed at all. He flicks his katana and skewers the last bears in one clean strike, like they're nothing but tofu. He wipes his blade clean, then snaps at Arnold to quit stressing about his safety and get cooking. Mirror is totally safe, and Hiro is gearing up. He's ready to go hunt that legendary steak. Arnold tries to play dumb about the meat promise, but the hero's aura turns terrifying, so fast that Arnold backs down instantly. Moore swoops in and saves Arnold from getting clapped, then she's all sweetheart energy, and that's when they finally kick off the barbecue. That meat hits so hard, Hiro straight up sees visions of angels. He admits it's good enough to die for or kill for. She reveals she whipped that special sauce herself, and Hiro hypes her up, then calls Arnold a servant for only doing the help. Help after everything, they finally swap names, and Arnold grins as he reveals he's an adventurer and a cook. He insists Mirror is his daughter, but Hiro's gut tells him something's seriously off. The hero tears into Arnold for being a lolicon, and the old man's rage erupts like a wildfire. Arnold gets so desperate to win this argument that he jokingly claims he'd even eat poop just to protect Mir. Honestly, that's more than anyone needed to know. The hero spots Mir's tail, snaps his eyes to her ears, and then boom, realizes they're not ears at all, they're Beastkin. Arnold pleads with him not to spill a word, because humans and Beastkin are crawling around on site right now. The hero shrugs it off and dives right back into his book, straight up saying that the stories matter more than any race war. Arnold's jaw drops when he finds a real human who's not busy hating everything in sight. He tells them straight up they're trying to slip back to the Beastkin continent, quiet as shadows. Arnold finally spills his brutal past, how the human slavery system crushed Beastkin children, branding them with torturous magical crests. He even had his ears torn clean off before they dragged him into the sale. Now he slips on a prosthetic ear, and suddenly he blends in like he's always belonged. Again, he insists a sympathetic human eventually saved them, but Hiro just can't let it go. He thinks they should have kicked straight into a revenge arc instead. Moore finally drops his guard, flashes his hero ears, and is like, wait, these are actually pretty awesome. Arnold decides if we're headed the same way, then we're teaming up and throwing a party. Hiro nods along, but he makes it crystal clear he's calling the shots. As they stomp through, Arnold checks hero level. One shuck-at-a-human kid is already level 23, sitting on mid-tier stats. Everything feels perfect, right up until they finally hit Wando Village and realize it looks like a full-on war zone. The village lies in ruins, and the locals swear the Beastkin went absolutely berserk, tearing through everything and leaving nothing standing. The villagers nearby are shaking in fear. They swear a pack of weirdos wrecked the whole town, and it all started when the Beastkin wouldn't fall in line and obey. Right, Arnold is boiling with rage as he finally connects the dots. These guys are Beastkin's cage, a radical crew that exists just to crush his people. The trio rushes to an inn to lay low, but Arnold snaps. He erupts into a full-blown breakdown, screaming his lungs out in pure breaking frustration. Hiro's just trying to get through his book in peace when he snaps at the old man to stop tweaking, because if he doesn't, Hiro's gonna have to call a doctor for this literal insane person. The whole vibe reeks, and the hero lays down some brutal tough love, firing off, so you're a masochist, huh? You actually enjoy these insults. They set their sights on the border, but Arnold insists they take it slow. So Hiro tears into him for showing off that lolicone label, because the whole time he's obsessed with protecting Muir. Next morning, they stumble on a general store run by a bald guy. Bro looks absolutely wrecked, because his daughter got bitten by a venomous bug. Frog Hero finally steps up. He hands the guy frog bee needles for free, just to save the kid, even though those needles are worth a fortune. They finally roll into Pelado's city, and the plaza's buzzing with pure, dangerous bad energy. The Beastkin's cage rolled in on a whole fleet of wagons, and they started grabbing every person, hunting for any hidden animal features. The hero catches sight of a rare book perched on the wagon, and his inner nerd flips the switch. Now he's dead set on grabbing it no matter the risk. Things turn deadly serious the moment the thugs spot a Beastkin mother and her daughter cowering in the crowd and grab them. Then Fours Wagner, some big shot boss, shows up wearing a slick top knot and an eye patch like he owns the whole place. Listen, he's yapping again, spitting hate about Beastskins like they're the nastiest, most disgusting creatures alive. Arnold snaps and lands a huge hit, but Wagner stomps him anyway, while Muir gets yanked and thrown into a cage. Hiro's just standing there on the sidelines, staring at these guys like, "Are you serious? What an absolutely trash attitude." Arnold jolts awake, and just like that, 2 hours later he's charging back in, all fired up like some classic shonen hero. Hiro jumps in, snaps that his plan is a joke, and then bam, he downs the old man with one strike, making it crystal clear. He's not playing around. The hero finally cracks, saying the group's real mission is to rip Beastkin off the entire continent, every last piece. He tells Arnold they're going to rip Muir back out of their hands, then drops the real bombshell. He's finally getting that book. Locked inside those cages, Muir sobs, convinced she's nothing but a burden. Then she leans toward the other little Beastkin girls and demands they believe in the hero who's coming to rescue them. Back at the plaza, Wagner is hawking his merch, and this fat, creepy noble named Fools keeps eyeing everything like he's up to no good. Right as Fools is seconds from sealing the deal, Arnold bursts in out of nowhere to snatch Muir back. He snaps his tail into view to steal the guards' attention, then lets it run interference like the ultimate decoy. The hero unleashes his hide magic, vanishes from sight, and slips onto the wagon like a ghost. He finally tracks down the book he wanted, but when he flips it open, it's a gourmet travelogue, and somehow also a book all about big boobs. He fires off send magic, and snatches the Beastskin right out of the cage before anyone even clocks what's going on. Arnold and Wagner hit each other in the worst way, and Wagner starts roasting him for being a Beastkin who can't even cast a single spell. In the Arctic, Arnold yanks out his explosive wind claw, and a savage tornado slams into the plaza, shredding everything in its path. Arnold lunges to shield the escapees, but the noble Foals gets trapped right in the middle of the chaos. Wagner somehow lived through the blast, and when his senses snap back, he realizes Hiro is the one who stole the carriage keys. Hiro yanked up Wagner's status and just stared, because he was a 58 fire mage, and that meant a brutal 27 level gap over our boy. Wagner hurls a blazing fire bullet straight at the book's hero right after they swipe the loot, and just like that, they crumble into a pile of ash. The hero's snapped, he's done caring about the war, and instead he sets his gourmet books on fire. That move is basically a death sentence. He kicks on his speed and starts blitzing Wagner so hard the boss can barely follow. Wagner is absolutely rattled. How on earth can a normal human be this messed up? He rips off his eye patch to unleash a snake-like eye, one that lets him see every move before it happens. But then he starts raining punches on the hero, convinced the gap in level is too brutal to ever beat. Hiro is hacking up blood and getting shredded, HP dropping at an insane rate. Then Wagner lunges for the kill, but the hero unleashes a burst of light that flashbangs the whole area. He catches Wagner by surprise and starts smashing him with heavy blows, making it crystal clear that common sense doesn't work on him. Little Yuru lunges to help, but a colossal fireball rockets straight toward her and Muir. Arnold's cracking under pressure because a giant fireball is barreling straight toward the kids, and he's convinced they're about to get turned into KFC. But our boy hero has zero chill. He lunges straight into the blast, takes the hit head-on, and shields Mirani Ruru like a straight-up legend. He's trying to look all edgy, snapping that they're in his way, and telling them to get lost while he takes care of business. Yuru's totally catching feelings. She's blushing nonstop after that antisocial Chad saves her. The hero swears he's only a bodyguard because they're his clients, but the truth is, he's basically hauling the entire team on his back. Wagner thinks he's got the upper hand because Hiro's arm is scorched, but Hiro casually throws out a heal spell, and repairs himself like it's nothing at all. The boss leans back, staring like, how does a human even pull off light magic? But Hiro cuts him off. He's got no time for questions. Wagner snaps out of it, stops his play, and hurls his scorched strike, then unleashes a storm of fireballs that could melt any normal party in seconds. Arnold is yelling the hero's name at the top of his lungs, convinced the kid is finally done for. But Hiro just slips out of the chaos like he's dodging bullets in a full-on bullet hell game. The hero times his cooldown perfectly and wipes Wagner's scorching fire spells off the server. Then he slams Clay onto the dirt like a snare, trapping the boss's feet. With Wagner trapped, Hiro snaps and starts throwing the most personal punches in history. He charges in and starts smashing the guy over and over, screaming threats as each punch lands to avenge his burnt gourmet books. Which Arnold actually panics, because he finally realizes the hero's grudge is over 9,000. He lands the combo and then torches the fire user for real, straight up actual flames, because that ultimate flex is ruthless. Yeah, Wagner ends up face first in the dirt, utterly crushed, and somehow he's completely naked too. The moment he's down, the hero declares, "You're a top-notch pervert." And Arnold can only pray Hiro doesn't snap at him. Juru, the Beastkin woman, is overflowing with gratitude, yet the hero is locked in on only one thing, that rare meat Arnold promised to cook. Right as they're closing in, the fat noble, those stolen instincts of his, starts wheezing and scrambling for a way to escape. He won't shut up about how he wants to pull creepy stuff on the Beastkin women. A massive ball of a guy named Rav shows up out of nowhere. Rav doesn't need magic, he just winds up a punch and blasts the fools so hard they fly straight into the next time zone for daring to mess with his family. Turns out Rav isn't just around, he's Juru's husband, and he's also her dad. Then we slam into a quick flashback. Rav wasn't born into the family at all. He was a human soldier, patched up by these Beastkin, and later chose to marry into them. Yuru's sweetly shouting, "Hiro Hiro" to Hiro on Ikken, and it's so adorable you can't even handle it. But Muir jumps in to set her straight, because this hero's attitude is still total trash. Arnold introduces our MC like a hardcore antisocial with zero shame, and Hiro doesn't even try to deny it. While the squad's getting warmed up, we snap back to the real heroes in Victorious. The girls are splashing in the bath, swapping rumors about the red robe, giggling nonstop, and totally teasing Chica for how obvious it is that she's got a crush on Hiro. Back with the real main crew, Juru's whipping up a huge feast, cloverat meat piled high and toga rice steaming hot. The hero's in absolute heaven. He straight up declares that nothing gives justice like delicious food. Yuru can't hide her excitement and casually blurts out to Hiro, "Promise me, you'll marry me when we grow up." And Arnold's running on pure bitterness, stuck dragging himself along with this glasses-wearing little brat. As they charge toward the border, Hiro straightens Muir's hat, then tells her, if she's scared she'll be too weak, she needs to hit the gym. They finally hit the Rogi Mountains, then waste no time, jumping straight into a steamy hot spring to recharge. But just as they're finally relaxing, a girl crashes out of the sky and splashes into the water, cutting the calm in an instant. This new mysterious girl comes in like trouble, and Myra's instantly pissed, because her design is straight up rocking a curvy, "how dare you" vibe. Arnold starts poking the girl to wake her up, and he comes off as a straight up total creep. Until the hero finally unleashes wake magic. Right away, the girl bites down on his finger, and then finally, she reveals who she is, Winka. She's a half-breed, which makes her straight up forbidden, someone who can't touch magic or any special arts. She's charging with a hulking spear named *** Bone Maiden of Victory ***, hunting down the one person who matters most, her dad. Arnold and Moore take her in right away, and Hiro couldn't care less about the whole race drama, as long as he's got his books. They stumble onto a cow crab right at the spring. Hiro grins and slams Arnold into the water as bait, pure menace mode. The crabs forge into a towering assembly boss, then unleash a non-stop barrage of water cutters. The hero slaps on a protective bubble to keep himself perfectly dry. As Wei goes full Valkyrie, she slices into the boss with her spear. Hiro steamrolls the crab with a slick combo, oil first, then fire, until that spring erupts into a massive seafood boil. As Arnold realizes we've got a legendary nose, he can't help but wonder if she's tied to those mythical golden foxes. During the crab feast, we all admit it, she's only 14, and she's been fighting this whole world completely alone since she was 7. Then Arnold leans in and showers her with sweet, wholesome head pats. And why he's convinced she wants Hiro to do it too. Hiro's a total ice king, and he won't even entertain it, only if she proves herself, especially by going above and beyond during their journey. He taps his status screen and boom, he's officially level 30, and it proves going solo with a cheat code is the ultimate power move. That squad's deep in the woods, hiking hard, and Arnold's out here dominating the convo, talking about food like he owns the place. But we suddenly slam to a stop. Her sus meter is off the charts. Arnold's thinking she's falling behind, but she's locked in. She can feel something lurking in the brush. They stumble on a sky wolf, and it's been absolutely wrecked, like fully folded, while this dude's covered in bruises, bleeding, and looking completely destroyed. We've got to save the doggo, and Hiro spots the monster, rank B, which basically means it's a mid-boss. The hero snaps at the antenna girl to step aside. He's about to lift and carry it any second now. Arnold's sitting there like, nah, Hiro's about to come for a huge payday for that heel, and he's not getting away with peanuts. But Hiro just taps the wolf, boom. Every status bar gets wiped clean, and Doggo springs back to 108p instantly. Finally, Arnold snaps, convinced the hero is an imposter since the MC never hands out a damn thing for free. Then Hiro just laughs, calls him a noisy lollican, and bolts ahead like none of it matters. Hiro blurts out that he did it for cool-looking wolves or justice, but let's be real, he's just dying to see the doggo's animations. We tried to say thanks, but the hero cut us off with that old line, I only did it for myself, like Sunday or Move. The hero dares the wolf to show its moves, and the next second it starts zooming around like a blur. Seeing the hero smile for real makes Muir's heart slam like crazy, and Arnold can't help but wonder if she's running a fever. But then she proves she can actually understand the wolf's words. Like Arnold's totally freaked out because they're basically a walking cheat code, and then the wolf hits them with a horror story, how its friends got captured and rebuilt at this place called Buscador. Absolute villain behavior. We're betting everything on her to storm the enemy base alone and save the wolf's family. Arnold tries to preach logic, but he's too hungry for justice, so he basically yells at them not to follow. She flashes them that it's been real smile, then she's gone like she just vanished into thin air. The rest of the party just freezes there, standing like total NPCs while everything keeps moving. Moore starts crying, feeling utterly powerless, but she refuses to just watch her friend march off on a suicide mission. Arnold clocks her iron will and chooses to back her, right there, no hesitation. Arnold leans in and tells Muir, whatever you pick, no matter what, you've got my word, we're in. Hiro slaps Arnold with the truth. He still owes him a debt from their last brawl, so Arnold smirks and decides to ride along, promising he'll pay up, and yeah, we all know you're really just hungry for more Dogo content. Hiro quickly fires off a Google Translate in his head and suddenly realizes Buscador means seeker, so yeah, it's probably a monster testing ground stuffed with high-tier loot waiting to be grabbed. Now cut to the reason, and watch the wolf close in on the facility. We called him Wolfwing, and now the squad's gearing up to smash through. Inside, we run straight into the director, looks like a walking pig in a lab coat, along with his assistant, Pevin. Those creeps kept bragging about their specimens, and how one of them slipped out just recently. Suddenly, every alarm in the building blares, because a trespasser is in the lobby. The director finally gives that thing the spotlight to thrill the guests. We and Winger finally reach the dungeon, and it's a full-on graveyard of failed experiments. We're absolutely furious, and we're vowing to wipe this place off the map. The pig director pops onto the monitor and starts mouthing off like he owns the place. We sprint at him, but an electric barrier snaps out and zaps her instantly. He steps forward and introduces himself as Nagnala, the boss of this trash-tier lab. He tosses Winger into a pit and tells we, don't move, if you so much as twitch, the dog gets deleted. He offers her a deal, win the fight, and he'll let them walk free. No, he yanks open this massive black box, and right there, you already know it, it's boss fight time. Out bursts the Black Chimera, an S-rank nightmare of a monster, like some cursed RNG roll came to life. The moment the brawl ignites, the Chimera unleashes earth-shaking AoE blasts everywhere. She's dodging like she's trapped in Dark Souls. She drives in with solid hits, then braces herself and unleashes her ultimate, the 5th stage, Gathering of Flames. She brings down the beast, but the researchers are just relaxed, because this thing's regeneration is maxed out. The director snaps, cheats the system, and whips out a remote like he's about to steal the whole scene. He flips the switch, and a needle shoots out to stab the Winger in the pit. She wavers for a second, and the Chimera slams her straight into the wall. She pushes to her feet, then her body betrays her, paralyzed by a poison needle that's just struck her. The director's gloating like a low-rent villain, and we're down there, struggling to breathe on the ground. He orders the Chimera to finish her off. Blood splatters everywhere, and it looks like the world just hit game over. We're sprawled in the dirt, begging for mercy, but she suddenly unleashes one last hit of main character energy. She lunges in with a desperate slash, but it still doesn't land hard enough. Then we crash down, groaning, and apologize to Winger for being straight-up trash. The director can't stop laughing until the chimera loses its mind, charges straight at its own cage, and starts tearing into it. It's lining up for Y, then Winger explodes out of the pit and eats the hit head-on. And then boom, the doggo gets straight up, impaled to save his girl. The attack's impact shatters the electric barrier to pieces. We snatch his Winger as he lurches toward her. He tells her he's glad she showed up to save them, and then bam, his soul leaves the chat. We're sobbing over Winger's body as the director fumbles around, nose-picking like nothing's wrong, trying to shrug it off. That was a bad move. When we stepped forward, glowing light erupted around us with a terrifying aura. Her eyes burn like she's one tap away from unleashing a world-ending update. Meanwhile, Arnold and Hiro finally stumble up to the hole we carved. Arnold pushes Mir to stay put since the mission's too dangerous, but Hiro cuts in, insisting Mir needs the XP. The hero snaps at Arnold for trying to pamper her, yelling that life's about racking up experiences, even the ugly ones. He basically tells her to carve her own path before regret comes knocking. The squad slips inside and bam, they spot that same cell block from Wee's flashback. The hero blasts his word magic to peer through the barrier, then carves a silent hole just to slip past undetected. They crash into a researcher, and the hero instantly slams a blade to his throat, no mercy at all. He demands to know where the library is, like books are the only thing in him that even counts as a personality. Arnold catches a bone-chilling howl in the night, and his gut tells him the full moon has arrived. They sprint to the testing ground and spot the director wedged in the wall like he's been turned to stone. Then Arnold plants a brutal kick and drives him even deeper into the bricks. Then they finally clock what happened. She's gone full beastification. 3 tails, white hair, and eyes that scream, "I'll delete your save file." They sprint to the testing ground and spot the director jammed into the wall like some twisted sculpture. Then Arnold storms in and kicks him even deeper into the bricks. Everything's completely out of control, and Arnold has to step up and take the hit to stop her. Girl, we're moving so fast she's basically teleporting. Hiro finally gets it. He can't land a single hit with his characters because she's absolutely cracked. Still trapped in that wall, the director finally snaps out a memory, who We is, a ledger, the absolute glutton queen, who once soloed 2 rank A elephant Kongs and then ate both in one insane sitting. She whips up her stats, and they're so busted they don't even look real. Arnold and Hiro team up and launch a combo move to pin her down. Hiro slaps stop magic onto Arnold's sword and freezes a point we can't move, then she sidesteps it at arm's reach like it's nothing. She's got a plan to reset her. Now he just needs her to hold perfectly still for 1 single second. Climbing higher, she smirks and says she'll be the one to pull it off. Arnold insists she's crazy, but Mir can hear Wee's heart. This isn't just rage, it's grief, and it's guilt eating her alive. Arnold suddenly realizes his little girl isn't little anymore, and he's brave enough to let her go. We lunch at Mir, but Mir never dodges. She tanks the blow, barrels in and hugs Wea tight, whispering that it's okay to fall apart, and reminding her that everyone's right there, waiting for her to come back. And just like that, the power of friendship hits, boom, his beast mode fades and we start crying. Back to normal, we're blushing hard, scrambling to apologize, because we almost wiped the whole party. Arnold couldn't help grinning, his armor was still perfectly intact. We tell them Mir's hug hit like a cozy heater, and Hiro immediately spots strange little light particles drifting from Mir's ears, something seriously suspicious. They lay the Winger to rest, and the other wolves honor him the right way. Hiro and Arnold lock in their plan, then they're ready to torch this whole facility and send it straight to the Shadow Realm. Suddenly, Winger's body gets yanked by something moving beneath him. It's a tiny baby puppy, because Winger was pregnant all along, and she fought to protect her little one right up until the very end. And we swore right then to protect this kid no matter what. The director smirks, then slams the self-destruct button, trying to steal the final laugh right out from under everyone. Right when the whole place starts blasting apart, Hiro snaps his word magic into protect, throwing up a shield that keeps the squad safe from the collapsing ceiling. The director and his assistant duck for cover as the whole place starts to collapse. Arnold's freaking out, but Hiro slams the plan into place, escape through Building B, while he charges off to handle things in Building A. Today, he stumbles into the research room and realizes it's packed with loot. He snatches up everything he can, while Arnold and the girls race to discover the baby wolf is poisoned, too. They've got to get the antidote from building bees right now. More and we start raiding the cabinets like we're on a shopping spree. The hero burst in and unleashed Clint's magic, purging the poison from that scared little puppy. The poor doggo's sickness vanishes on the spot, and then it's up, healed, and hopping around like it's on pure sunshine. The puppy dashes ahead and drags them into a hidden residential room, straight to an escape hatch. They burst out through a hidden underground waterway the second the entire facility gets wiped off the map. The hero yanks out his loot, then freezes when he realizes every last book he grabbed got soaked through, and man, the physical pain hits like a punch. Back at camp, they whip up some top-tier pork and salmon like it's a feast straight out of a legend. We officially named the puppy Winger, or Wingy if you're the hero. The little puppy instantly falls into Hiro's good graces, and we can't stand it. Pure jealousy hits as she tries to steal her spot for head pets. The hero finally breaks and pats her head, and boom, she's the happiest beast girl alive. Moore's stuck on the sidelines, straight up down bad and seething with jealousy watching the head pat game. Across the way, the hero's old classmates trade rumors about a black-haired guy in a red robe wiping out a research facility, and it finally hits them. Heroes out here grinding side quests while they're stuck forcing the main story. The hero's party slams the last supplies into their bags and rockets off toward their next stop, Surge. In the icy frozen north, the demon lords huddle up for an emergency meeting, desperately plotting their next move. Their waifu queen Avim is waving the peace flag, but these generals are built different, no diplomacy, just pure smoke. They just heard the leak. Humans actually nailed a successful hero summoning, and it's a total faceplant for the demon squad. While the generals are gearing up to strike before the moment slips away, Evium refuses to march down in her psycho brother's footsteps and slams the order, stand down. It's basically a toxic workplace where the boss is the only one who isn't trying to spark a full-on riot. Even the higher-ups can't ignore it anymore. She's way too idealistic for this trash-tier reality. Cut to our hero and his busted-butt brilliant party, grinding for XP on some mid-tier cactus mobs right now. The hero rips his word magic into the air and stretches his sword for real, like he's a living cheat code. Little do they know this mysterious painter, Tenny, is slinking in the bushes like a total creep, quietly sketching their gameplay as it happens. We can feel him before he even speaks. But Hiro's stuck in full edgelord mode, and he doesn't even see it coming. They roll into the border town of Surge and bam, their eyes lock onto a summer festival already raging in full swing. The hero can't stand the heat or the crush of crowds, but the second he hears there's top-tier loot, Eco food included, he's all in. They stumble on this stall flipping happiness shark sandwiches, and the line is so long it could outlast the hype of a brand new iPhone release. Arnold absolutely nerds out, raving that this meat is a straight-up upgrade over that crappy Aqua Hound stuff they had before. With only 4 sandwiches left on the table, Hiro decides to cheat the RNG. He channels magic and boosts his luck stats through the roof, and snatches the winning ball like a straight-up literal god. After he crashed into a full-blown food coma, Hiro leans in and tells everyone his word magic is the ultimate write-your-own-reality cheat code. They finally crash into a guild's nap room and shut their eyes. And Arnold just drops a mind-blowing lore bomb, revealing a legendary SSS rank adventurer is secretly running the show in the capital. Turns out the guild master is Judam, an absolute monster who's been lurking since the beta. He's sprinting to catch up with his old buddy, Vile, and he definitely isn't thrilled when they show up asking him to train the brand new human heroes. Judam is a total Chad. He's furious about the king's sacrifice and what it means for my daughter's strategy. And then they realize the top brass straight-up buried a peace treaty the new demon queen sent, like it never even mattered. He's sick of all the political chaos and wants a wildcard hero, someone who refuses to take orders, steps up, and shatters the system to fix this broken world. Back at the inn, the whole party huddles together, trying to figure out how to slip across the border without getting caught. Tenny just saunters into their room like he owns the place and pays the bills. He finally admits he's got Beastkin too, and he swears he's a die-hard, all-in fan of Y, the S-rank legend. Hiro clocks him and suddenly swears that he's Susu, right as hell. And he decides he better check this painter's status right now, before someone drives a blade in his back. The crew finally slams into the Doha's bridge and guards it like it's a high-security prison with the keys locked away. The Beast's cage goons crash in, ready to erase Hiro and the Beast's skin before they even have a chance to breathe. Their leader, Munis, is seething over the brutal burns the hero left on him in their last clash. Tenny's crew is jammed hiding in the bushes, but he yanks out his magic paintbrush and starts conjuring 3D models right off his drawings. Tenny's plan, it's the ultimate distraction. No one stands a chance of seeing what's really coming. Munisplat's Hiro stands out in the open and tries to skewer him into a shish kebab with a crimson spear. He traps Hiro, then blasts out a huge explosion, convinced he finally nailed the W. But psych, turns out it was all just painted-on decoys. An entire army of doodle monsters erupts onto the scene, leaping straight at the bad guys, while the real Hiro soars overhead on a literal winged pig. He flashes Munus that peace out look, and then boom, he's gone into the distance. Once they're safe, Tenny's disguise melts away. Bam, he turns back into his real long-eared elf form, and yeah, he's been that guy the whole time. Now the clock's flipped, our crew has crossed the border, and they're charging straight into the beast's heartland. While the squad slides safely across the bridge, Arnold stays locked on his mission, being a full-on simp, fretting over Tenny like he can't breathe. Me and our boy Hiro are just standing there like a statue, telling everyone to shut it because they're way too loud. Myra can't shake the guilt either. She's using her new painter friend as a decoy, and it's eating her alive. Right then, Tenny's bird swoops in out of nowhere, drops a message, and steals the whole moment. The bird straight up turns to ink, melting right into the ground. He spins the whole thing out, reassuring them he's doing great, and even throws in that he's planning to meet up later. Moore is buzzing with hype, but the hero squints like crazy. He knows this guy's magic is way too powerful to be some simple painter. He makes a mental promise. The next time he runs into Tenny, he'll check her stats the right way. Back at the border, the beast's cage goons are getting wrecked left and right as Tenny's doodle monsters absolutely clap them. Right when Munus thinks nothing else can go wrong, a crew of thundershocking sketches traps him from all sides. But hold up, right on cue, the real human heroes storm in to snatch the spotlight. They start unleashing area of effect spells nonstop, like they're farming a raid boss. He fires light arrows and snaps vine binds shut, erasing every leftover. They wrap the job up, then strut around like they're untouchable. Getting cheered by the guards, honestly, they're probably just relieved they didn't have to lift a finger. The heroes try a real power move on Munus, leaning in like, "The king is furious about that border circus, you'd better watch your step." Munus tries to argue, saying he was just doing his job, but right then, boom, a super pimped-out carriage rolls up in full style. Judim, the SSS-rank guildmaster, strides out like a walking final boss. Moon starts sweating right away, dropping into a bow. He knows he's totally done for. Judim shuts down every excuse, because he already knows Munus didn't come here to talk. He came to settle an old personal grudge. He grabs the guy by the head and shoves the truth in. This is what they're really here for. And rips the command back instantly. Munus gets thrown into the dungeon, forced to sit in the dark and really face the mess of his life choices. The heroes decide to turn around and rush back to the king, ready to tell him about their hard-fought mid-tier victory. Arnold's back with the real protagonists, and he's back at it, roasting Hiro for being a lolicon like it's his full-time job. Then it hits them, oh no, they're deep in Beastkin territory now, and the hero looks like some bland NPC you'd forget in 2 seconds. Since humans aren't exactly welcome here, Moore scrambles to mask his human side by squeezing on her tiny cap, like trying to hide a whole car under a napkin. The hero finally snaps out of it, rejects being useless, and uses word magic to grow a pair of literal ears and a tail. He even dyes his hair silver to match Muir, and that's when Arnold completely loses it. We stared at it, thought it looked insanely dope, and then pushed her to get her own set of ears too. So Hiro buffs her, and the whole cast levels up too. Arnold's losing his mind, because Hiro's magic is just so unfair it makes his blood boil. But they finally kick off their journey into the Beastkin continent. The whole world feels like pure mood, and for once, Hiro's actually vibing and loving it. They're charging west toward Doggam, a sweet village where the gentle Birkin call home. Arnold brags that they've got the best honey candy in the world, and it turns out that's the only thing Hiro truly cares about. Moore suddenly dives into her past, like it's the most dangerous secret she's ever kept. But Hiro cuts it off fast, saying he doesn't care about her baggage, as long as nobody tries to shove her into talking. It's his own weird flex, total Chad energy, and it somehow still hits Myra right in the heart, Loki touched. Right then, bam, book monsters ambush them, straight out of some runaway library nightmare. Sorry, Arnold tries to flex his legendary swordsmanship with that big Arnold blade. As we step into the chaos, ready to strike back, the hero spots an Earth-type book, cracks a grin, and wipes it clean with origin magic. They wipe out the mobs in seconds, and Arnold immediately starts striking poses like he just saved the entire world. Hiro just stands there, staring him down like he's completely clueless. They finally come rolling into Doggam village, and you can practically feel the tension hit the air. And Arnold storms back into Max's life, reuniting with his old drinking buddy for round 2. Max is a towering Birkin. Ever since we last met, he's been grinding as a full-on family man. And then bam, we meet his 7-year-old daughter, Susu. You head to Russo's place and realize his wife is struggling hard right now because she's got their 3rd kid on the way. Max and the village bros are rushing to Honey's Pass to snag that stamina-boosting honey for the missus. While the guys are out, the girls hang back to vibe with the pregnant Russo. But the hero feels the vibe is way too sweet, so he slips out for some fresh air to dodge the family drama. He sits there watching a local mom cradle her kid, and then bam, his mind rips into a heartbreaking flashback of his own mom's car accident. 1 second later, the truck gun is everywhere, haunting even his memories. The very next day, Hiro locked himself in and devoured one of those painfully cliché hero stories. There's this guy named Tinkle Wilkle. He decides the only way to save the world is to destroy it first. He's convinced it's trash tier until Susu bursts in, sobbing so hard her eyes are pouring out tears. But out of nowhere, a monstrous red spider, somehow even worse than the rest, leapt onto Max and the other men at the pass. These S-rank nightmares are so brutal, they usually need an entire army just to bring them down. Arnold is visibly trembling. He barely lived through one of these before, and he watched his entire squad get wiped out. And Russo steps out, then the pressure hits, she lurches and loses her balance. And the whole village is in full-blown panic because every last fighter is gone. The hero grabs Arnold and snaps, "You're really just gonna sit there and watch Max die." Arnold's terrified out of his mind, but he steels himself, grips his courage tight, and swears he'll never let another father fall. "We're ready to pay her debt back," right to the group. He grabs the rope, and the hero acts like he's only tagging along, even though he's really there for one thing, that honey candy. They reach the pass, and right there, a massive spider web looms, trapping the villagers like helpless flies. That red spider is absolutely colossal, and it's dripping with bloodlust. Next, the hero slips in using conceal magic, trying to stay off the radar. But this boss has built-in cheat detection, and the moment he tries anything shady, the boss clocks him instantly. It kicks off by spamming webs that knock you out cold. And the hero is left no choice but to sprint for his life. Arnold and I rush in to rip aggro off him, while Arnold scrambles to break the captives free. And just like that, our girl starts popping off, spear in hand, hitting hard and proving to everyone she's truly high tier. Fire erupts, but Arnold gets trapped in a sleep web and drops off mid-fight right there, like he's knocked out cold. With their heavyweights snoring on the job, Hiro and we team up. The hero tosses out the bait while we slam forward, charging in as she gathers her flame's ultimate. Back at the village, Russo is literally going into labor, while the whole place spirals into panic. Then Mir starts glowing and unleashes her secret support aura, calming the whole room in an instant. She finally realizes her buffs are the real deal, then sprints straight to the pass to jump in and help. In the boss arena, the hero is getting absolutely smashed, one brutal hit after another. She finally unleashed her fire nuke, and the hero hammers it with adhesive magic, locking the spider right inside the blast zone. They think they finally got the W, like it's already theirs. But here's the twist, the spider's a genius, and it uses sleeping Arnold like a meat shield to scrape through and survive. Then it traps everyone in a web, and suddenly our hero is left totally alone. As the spider looms over him, Hiro gets slammed into a near-death experience, and right in the chaos, he sees a vision of his mom. She tells him to live with honesty, and this time, our boy finally taps into the power he's been hiding. He bursts into a legendary golden glow, and the next second, he's about to turn that spider into charcoal. As Hiro starts glowing like he just unlocked some premium battle pass skin, the side characters completely lose it. Even the local wafers are getting hit with this weird energy from him, like for once, he's actually stopped being a total jerk for 5 whole seconds. But our boy isn't here to make pals. He's on a mission to blast a body at point-blank range, launching a fire spell straight into the giant spider like a dragon, going to take notes. He fires off a simple burn command, and the spider snaps to attention like, "Oh no, I'm the main course at this barbecue." That gigantic bug struts like it's tough, but the hero's on a whole other level, dodging hits like his agility's unreal. With one last burst of word magic, he blows the S-rank monster apart, turning it into a giant firework that lights up the sky. As the smoke finally fades, the golden aura disappears, and the hero's right back to his usual self. Yeah, I'm way too cool to even show emotions. He's frozen on the spot, staring at his hands like, how the hell did I just rip out of those webs? Because they felt about as strong as cheap toilet paper. The spider's officially done for, and the hero jolts with a massive wave of power. Congrats, kid, you just leveled up into a straight-up certified beast. First, he fires up his brand new finger gun magic, popping off shots like a total pro gamer in a lobby packed with clueless noobs. He's tearing through the panels so fast the frames can barely keep up, blasting the monster into the dust behind him. Everyone's reeling because common sense just declared that some low-level nobody has no business soloing an S-rank nightmare. But Hiro basically tells common sense to take a hike and decides to rip up the rules of this world and rewrite them from scratch. He rips out a thunderous war cry at last, finally cracking that usual blank stare and showing real emotion. He blasts his word magic and screams, "Burn." Explode. A gigantic mushroom cloud suddenly blasts upward, wiping out everything in the area in an instant. After the chaos settles, our MC stands tall, looking like an absolute Chad, while everyone else is still trying to process what just happened. That explosion was so massive, it could have been spotted clear into the next anime season. The crew can't believe it, but against every twisted expectation, they actually pulled off the dub. They finally burst into a victory shout that ricochets through the entire forest. Right then, back in the village, fresh as a new spark, we hear a player pop into the server, baby cries cutting through the air. Everyone's cheering Max and Russo like crazy, because the Barakin family just got bigger overnight. They just welcomed a healthy baby boy, and the daughter is totally buzzing, ready to become a big sister at last. The guys start bantering about having kids someday, and honestly, that sounds like the stuff that turns every would-be waifu's life into a total nightmare. The girls have to step in and shut them down, because they're way too loud for a recovery room. Inside the room, the new parents are in tears, clutching the party's hands as they thank them for saving their village and giving them this moment at last. Max admits he was basically useless, and the second things got real, he got captured on the spot, though at least he's painfully self-aware that he's getting wrecked here. Here he tries to brush it off and blame their win on pure luck, but Hiro shoots back, "Are you serious? Look." They make sure to thank the silver-haired battle maiden for jumping in and helping them win the raid. But Wei stays real, admitting to everyone that she truly messed up, and that Hiro had to haul the whole team on his back. When the village chief demands what kind of monster hero could pack that kind of power, the hero just shuts him down with the classic cold shoulder. "I have no obligation to tell you." He swears he only risked his life for one thing, top-tier honey candy, and honestly, it's the most ridiculously heroic excuse ever. His mom tells him to get ready, because the whole village is gearing up for a massive feast, and that honey candy is going to be legendary. Merchant hovers right over the baby, staring like it's the cutest thing she's ever laid eyes on. The mom grabs her hand and thanks her face-to-face, insisting the baby only arrived safely because of her. Next night rolls around, and the village is roaring with energy. Brace yourself, sparkling traditional dancers are putting on a performance, so jaw-dropping it's basically made for your tired eyes. The table's stacked so hard with food it could feed an entire guild. Man, we're talking honey tarts, honey stew, and even that fried syrup hero. Dude, it's basically heaven on a plate right now. Now he's scarfing food so fast he can barely even catch what the adults are saying about how they gathered all the ingredients. For him, risking his life felt like a tiny price to pay for this kind of flavor. He's all curiosity, hunting down every honey type they're using, and then bam, he clocked that super familiar smell hiding in the mix. Turns out that honey is brewed from the Doggam garden's flowers, so yeah, that's exactly why it's insanely op. Then it hits him this isn't just something, it's a high-grade MP recovery item, and suddenly it's way more valuable than he ever imagined. Suddenly, Susu-chan bursts onto the stage and tears up the dance floor with moves so sharp you can practically see the family genes screaming, "Yep, we're born for this." Her dad's up bragging to everyone, claiming her moves came straight from her mom, the best dancer the whole village ever saw. Yeah, that mom is absolutely stunning, straight-up proof this village's genetics are on another level. Max just won't stop staring, and the girls have to hit him with the full-on creep stare until he finally snaps out of it. It drags the hero aside, and you can tell by her face, she's got a burning question clawing at her brain. She leans in and asks, "Can you really pull off golden fire now?" Like she's stunned by the fact that he might have fully evolved into some brand new form. She spots it instantly. His magic light isn't blue like it's supposed to be, and that tiny detail screams a huge plot hint. Suzu-chan cuts in, grabs Hiro's attention, and asks if he liked her dancing, fishing hard for a compliment. He drops a good-for-your-age compliment for her, and trust me, coming from this guy, that's basically the highest praise there is. Susu bolts away grinning, and Myra's left standing there like, oh no, I just gained myself a scary new rival for Hiro's attention. When he asks what's wrong, she pouts, goes silent, and pulls the classic anime heroine move. Next morning, the squad snaps into gear, fully loaded and ready to tear down the road once more. Max turns to them and says thanks for the ride. Those massive, chocobo-looking birds are about to make travel so much easier. The villagers tell them to hurry back, and even those giant birds look like they're having the time of their lives at the party. Right before they leave, Suzu-chan grabs Hiro's attention and makes him lean down so she can whisper her secret. She smacks him with a totally unexpected cheek kiss, and the whole group freezes in shock. When the shock hits, everyone's face goes totally blank, like their eyes are about to pop out from pure, unbelievable surprise. Susu gives him a wink and declares that this is his reward for being her golden shining hero-kun. As they ride off, Max is in the back, screaming his head off like a protective dad, demanding that Hiro isn't getting his daughter. The crew bursts out into the endless mountains, leaving that cozy village cradling their backs for the last time. The older guys are egging Hiro on, calling him some kind of lady killer, but he just sits there like none of it even lands, unbothered as always. That warrior girl, she's staring off like she's wrestling with something deadly important. She blurts out, "Can I kiss you too?" And it launches Mir into a full-blown tornado of confusion. Hiro just shrugs and tells her she can kiss the old man instead, straight up savage. Max is still rambling about those curvy dancers from last night, and it's painfully clear he's down bad. Mir is getting fed up with all the thirsty chatter, while Hiro is stuck in his own head, replaying that warm feeling he got during the fight. He can't recall the details, but something in his gut has been jolted awake like a buried power finally coming to life. So he tries casting that two-character spell again, only to watch it collapse instantly, and it hits him. His super mode was probably a one-time fluke. Then it hits him, only Moore and Susu are awake enough to stare at his golden form. He can't stop wondering what they really saw, and whether he's actually been picked out as some kind of chosen one. He calls Moore to the back of the ride peak and demands a private chat. He tells her, describe every single thing that happened while that spider had me trapped. Later, she finally admits it. Golden flames swallowed him whole, and that confirms every fear he had. She tells him he looks insanely cool, and her cheeks go completely red as a blush hits her hard. Hiro snatches the info, then slips right back into that brooding protagonist mode. He lines in and delivers a cheeky poke to her forehead just to mess with her. So we grab the moment right away, and she immediately wants a poke too, because she refuses to be left out of the fan service. The hero stares at his magic menu, and right there, corrupted text flashes across it, unreadable for now. And he realizes his word magic isn't just powerful, it's hiding way more mystery than he ever imagined. He swears he'll crack these mysteries someday, no matter how massive the world is or how many dangerous people are waiting in it. We keep glaring at him, feeling it. He's got some seriously dangerous power he's trying to hide. But Hiro refuses to go down. He's going to survive in this world with no regrets. He snaps at the guys to back off because he needs his space, hands off and don't crowd him. Moore follows him from behind, and the thought hits hard. She can't ignore how weak she feels next to him. She realizes the hero fought with everything he had, even while pain and fear crushed him, so that's why he screamed like that. And with a quiet promise in her chest, she vows that one day she'll grow strong enough to stand beside him and fight shoulder to shoulder. Now the entire party looks like a legit RPG squad, ready to smash whatever the main quest throws at them next. Mirror is clutching his cloak like it's the last thing he'll ever hold, refusing to let go. She knows she has to level up her body and mind, because if she wants any shot at more than being just a sidekick, she can't stay stuck. She grabs the uncle and demands to know where they're headed next. He drops the bombshell. They're charging straight for the Beast Kingdom, Patient. The hero's been itching to check out that place for ages, and you know it's gotta be the exotic food pulling him in. And we're right there with them, nodding hard as they crank up for that brutal long journey. They floor it on their ride peaks, screaming toward the horizon like there's no stopping them. With a storm of emotions swirling inside them, the party finally steps into the Beast Kingdom arc officially, this time. Meanwhile, in the Demon Country Oz, the Demon Lord leans over her balcony, staring out like she's hunting for the next move. She's losing her mind, because the human kingdom keeps brushing off her letters, and the Beast Kingdom won't even so much as talk back. Her maid, Kyria, rushes in with a cup of herb tea, trying to help her finally cool down. Kira reads her mistress like a damn open book, clocking exactly how much pressure is crushing her. Suddenly, a messenger bird bursts in and drops a secret letter that changes everything. It's shielded by some wild slime magic. Only a select few have the power to pull it off. It's from Tekel, one of those rare magic users, where every single report comes in absolutely unhinged. World Tekel spills details of his wild travels, and right now he's telling you about the most interesting party he stumbled into recently. He clocks them right away, part humankind, 2 with Beastkin and 1 half-breed, and that's basically our whole main squad. And the demon lord lets out a bitter sigh, convinced humans are still those same pesky bystanders who never change. Tekel's already slipped deep into beast territory, hunting for intel like his life depends on it. He senses the Beastkin are seconds away from launching a huge play, one that's gonna rattle the entire world. Cut to the human territory at the Buckstorm mine, where a colossal dragon is getting absolutely obliterated. A massive claw crashes down out of nowhere, and in that single hit, you finally see just how monstrous and gigantic this beast really is. A bunch of heroes are throwing a victory celebration, yelling that they crushed the Buckstorm dragon for good. Chica's totally wiped out. She just wants to grab the dragon's scales and sprint straight back home. Then boom, an enormous shadow crashes over them as a colossal birdman drops onto the scene. He stares at the dead dragon, dead serious, and says, "All right, I'm taking this." The heroes are furious, demanding they finally learn who this thief is, because they did all the work. The birdman doesn't even blink. He snatches the whole dragon carcass like it's nothing more than a bag of groceries. He hauls the entire thing away by himself, flexing some straight-up unreal strength like it's nothing. He rockets into the sky, and the heroes are left choking on his dust. Then Tasha-sama, their leader, snaps, "Stand down, let it go." The girls can't stop wondering, was that birdman really such a big deal, or were they getting way too excited for nothing? Taishi lanes in and tells them he was buried, one of the 3 warriors sworn to serve the king of. He's an SS-rank monster, and the heroes get absolutely crushed, outmatched before the fight even starts. Tashi has a gut feeling the Beastkin are hoarding monster corpses, because they're clearly gearing up for a brutal, massive war against the Demonkin. Turns out the Beastkin crew can seize dead monsters' bodies and puppeteer them into a full-on zombie army. The heroes finally clock it. No matter how brave they are, they're just outsiders getting yanked into a conflict way bigger than they ever imagined. If they make one wrong move, both sides will snap on them instantly. Taishi yells at them to sharpen their own skills, fast, because the chaos coming is going to wipe anyone who can't keep up. They swear they'll chase unmatched power, anything to survive. The world is crumbling into chaos, and not a single soul is safe. Deep inside Pasian, the Beast Kingdom, we spot the royal tree, a colossal giant plant towering over a city built around it. A young girl sprints down the hallway, shrieking "Papa" at the top of her lungs. We finally meet the Beast Kingdom's king, Leowold King, built like a full-on titan. That girl, Princess Cucklear, storms in demanding answers. "Why won't you let me fight beside you?" The king leans in and tells her she's still way too green. She hasn't even nailed the basic binding techniques yet. Yet he leans in and tells her this war won't just hurt, it'll be a bloodbath, with dolls scattered everywhere. He's got to save the royal bloodline, so he's cutting out the rest and taking only her brothers. Cucklear insists they're still holding Mimir, another royal kid, just 9 years old. The king clocks how sharp Mimir is, but then admits she's slammed with her own brutal problems right now. He declares he'll wipe out every Demonkin and every humankin, so every old debt gets settled for good. His goal is to seize control of the entire country. No limits, no mercy, just total takeover. He tells Cucklear, "Even if you're brand new, I swear you'll grow into the strongest Beastkin ever." Cucklear storms off, wishing she had more power to fight for her family. Finally, the king drags all his generals around a colossal round table and declares that the moment they've waited for is here at last. He rants, screaming that the demon is going to tear through their lands while the humans keep them caged, like slaves. But now they've got the binding technique, turning it into their deadliest weapon that tears their enemies apart. The first prince, King Leglos, slams his confirmation down. The war declaration has officially been sent. Right then, the king snaps at them to stay sharp as they start gathering troops to smash through and clear the border. The second prince, Lillian King, smug as ever, vowed to hunt down every last enemy without mercy. Every single corner of the room explodes into cheers, buzzing with anticipation to reveal the real, unstoppable power of the Beastkin to the whole world. They're officially going out to purge the grief that's been haunting their people. The demon lord is already plotting her next move, sensing a storm is about to crash down. The Beast Kingdom's top warriors are lined up and ready, radiating pure menace as they brace to kick off a world-scale war. As the squad pushes east, they slam down a tent to catch their breath, because even overleveled MCs still need to sleep. Our boy Hiro decides to show off his Clint's magic on the Fox Girl's mirror, and we both know we're absolutely down bad for that top-tier spa treatment. Arnold, the resident boomer, is completely rattled by the magic. Logic talks back, but Hiro shuts him down on the spot, saying that old man's so packed with impurities that there's no way he's getting clean. When Arnold starts rattling on, Hiro snaps out the word magic spoon and shuts him up for good, and just knocks the old man out cold, so the rest finally catch a real break and get some sleep, while everyone is snagging a few Z's by the fire. Right there, Hiro decides this is the perfect moment to hit the streets alone at midnight and grind his word magic, testing what he can really do. He slips off into the woods and finds a quiet little hiding place. He fires them off, but instead of locking onto targets, he stumbles on a whole swarm of glowing lights that reveal themselves as real fairies. These spirikins are usually invisible to humans, so it's driving them insane that Hiro can actually spot them. The fairies swarm him the second they spot the trick. He's wearing fake magic ears just to sneak in. They start chirping, going on about how he's a human, but not like the rest, and before long they're inviting him to meet their mother. Just when another hero tries to tag along with the plot, Mir's caught eavesdropping, and the moment she hears what's going on, she's like, "No way, I'm joining this adventure too." The fairies stay totally cool about it and march them right into a blazing, glowing portal. They burst into the fairies' garden like it's a luxury 5-star resort, only instead of humans, the spirits are the guests. And meet Queen Ninyaho, and the second she lays eyes on Hiro, she clocks him as another worlder instantly. No hesitation, no guesswork, and that's a crazy flex because everyone else is totally clueless. Hiro stays true to himself with his usual antisocial attitude, and the queen somehow just rolls with it. Then it's time for the formal intros to wrap up, right before the real story kicks in. She scoops them onto giant bubbles and has them dig into fairy treats, Vanya and Murnam juice. The hero's spiraling with paranoia over poison, but the queen steps in, downs it herself to prove it's safe, and even calls out his word magic before he's got a chance to use it. She tears into the human king as a trash-tier dad, raging that he threw his own daughters away just to feed the hero's summon. And he finally snaps and tells her straight up that he ditched the party because he just can't stand people he doesn't respect. As they walk, the queen slips straight into Mir's mind and starts telepathic girl talk. Mir frets that Hiro only treats her like a tool until the queen drops the real secret, and boom, Hiro's a total loner, but he's slowly catching feelings for his comrades. He's just too painfully tsundere to say it out loud. Yeah, Mir finally feels herself again after all that. Then she finally cracks and admits she feels like dead weight dragging down the whole party. The queen leans in and tells her she's sitting on hidden potential, then slaps her with a magic impetus buff, like a full-on starter kit to kick her power-up into overdrive. As they part ways, the queen slips Hiro a fairy ring, her way of proving she trusts him. And she forces a soul link on him because she's locked in on his journey. They jolt awake at camp as the sun climbs over the horizon. They look like they barely slept, and Arnold's just standing there, totally baffled at why everyone's in such a foul mood. They finally crash into the town of Rittenbu. And the vibes are rotten to the core, because war rumors between humans and Demonkin are blasting through every corner. Arnold doesn't care at all. He's locked in on snagging some high-tier honey because he's got a mystery person to deliver it to, and time's ticking. Right before they ride out, they rush to the local guild and register as an official party. The hero flashes his card and reveals he's already ranked B, so Arnold's job basically drops to the floor. Turns out his hero magic is basically a cheat code, and he wastes zero time. He immediately roasts Arnold for being some pathetic C-rank nobody, Mr. Old Man. The very next day, the squad barrels into Green Cave, only to find this narrow shortcut is so tight it won't even fit their ride peak mounts. The hero has to say goodbye to his bird, and somehow it's convinced he smells like the sun, somehow. Inside the cave, they burst into a sketchy wooden bridge stretching over a pitch-black abyss. The hero thinks about using flight magic, then instantly shuts that idea down, one stumble in midair and it's over. So he fires off word magic instead, and the bridge holds steady for exactly 60 seconds. He rockets across first, and the rest of the team has to sprint like their lives depend on it before the timer finally hits 0. They push through the chaos and make it across. After they blast through a bunch of pesky mobs, they finally spot the exit. But sure, there's always some boss gatekeeping the doorway, flexing a rank like it's Clay Viper's own throne. Arnold steps up to play the hero and swings Windfang like it's his last chance. But that snake's got instant regeneration, so it just eats the impact and keeps coming. That Viper's not just strong, it's clever, and it hooks Muir clean in its tail. Muir burst into tears, stunned by the fact that she's always stuck playing the helpless damsel. But then it hits her, the queen's advice kicks in, and the hero's tough love snaps everything into place. She finally snaps awake and unleashes her hidden trick art. She blasts the Viper with a storm of lightning, sizzling it from the inside out. Arnold snaps forward and catches her as she collapses into a faint, and tells the baffled hero that trick art is how Beastkins dodge the lack of magic. It's a soul link power their bracelets unlock. While Hiro rips apart the crispy snake carcass, scavenging every last material he can get his hands on. A mysterious feline bee hybrid named Kurachi slinks up on him, creeping closer like it's hunting him. This dude's a total weirdo. Every sentence ends with Mio, but trust me, he's got a screw loose in the best way. He challenges Hiro to a no-holds-barred showdown just to see how fast he really is. And the hero has to fire off a paralyzing word spell just to stay on their heels. Kurachi is blown away that some level 38 kid can keep up with him and actually hold his own. Hiro slips him the fake name, Tadatanaka, just to shut down any more drama before it blows up again. Kurachi makes it official. Hiro is now his trusted confidant, and then pulls off a shadow trick to vanish straight into the floor, leaving Hiro staring like, wait, did I just make friends with the final boss by accident? Our squad finally shoves itself out of the cave, and the vibe is straight up dead. Hiro's out here wondering if anyone else survived that snake encounter, but yeah, it looks like they're the only ones who didn't get completely crushed. And Arnold's thrown into confusion, demanding to know who stole the materials, while Hiro just smiles, relieved that the coast is finally clear. Meanwhile, the rest of the gang, including us and the dog, are prowling around, noses to the ground, hunting for water like a pack of bloodhounds. Finally, Moore bursts awake from her power nap. And she looks a little groggy, but don't worry, she's still totally fine. Arnold throws the bombshell that she's the real one who clapped that snake, leaving the poor girl rattled out of her mind because she remembers literally 0% of the fight. The hero taps her glowing bracelet marks and proves she's not just a mascot anymore. Turns out, while she was out cold, she pulled off some elite, world-bending trick and erased that monster from reality like it never existed. Muir officially awakened her spirit soul and locked in a contract with a lightning spirit, so now she's not just surviving, she's actually fight-ready. Now she's getting absolutely swamped by that sudden power surge, and it drags him straight into a full-on waterworks meltdown. Arnold scoops her up in a proud dad hug, telling her to go one step at a time, because even if she's built different now, she still has to move forward. Yeah, the emotional damage hits hard, but the growth hits even harder. Then she checks her stats, and her eyes go wide, because she didn't just level up, she went on a full-on rampage of power. Arnold tells you that the level up jingle fires just once, no matter if you jump up 10 levels, meaning the RNG gods just gave him the most insane luck. Mir is totally baffled, she didn't even land a single punch. Crunch, yep, that's the whole deal with how party XP sharing works in this video world. She's got full-blown imposter syndrome, like the truth is waiting to expose her any second. Arnold tells her, just grind now, then you'll actually be able to pull your weight later. We finally see them show up again, and the whole crew instantly agrees, okay, it's time for a massive stat reveal. Our hero is chilling at level 40, rocking some straight-up insane word magic titles like they're nothing. Arnold's 41, yet his titles read like pure sus, lolican, pervert, and a doting father. Bro is absolutely down bad. More blasted straight up to level 28. And yeah, we're the absolute raid boss in the group, level 79, no contest. He finally clicks, his double character release is busted, but it comes with a brutal mana cost. So yeah, he better watch it, because one wrong move and he'll be out of gas in seconds. He instantly roasts Arnold to pieces for those trash tier titles, while the girls are practically glowing with excitement over their Blade of the Wild upgrades. Once the grind session finally ends, they rush toward the Beast Kingdom patient. It's basically one giant forest city, like trees and streets merged into a living maze. It all revolves around the Tree of Origin, Aragorn. This massive, sacred thing belongs to the Beastkin, and it's nothing short of legendary. It's basically their version of a holy shrine, something sacred people would have died to protect. He touches it, and you'd better believe it's supposed to dump a health buff right into your veins. And people swear it can cure even the most deadly terminal illnesses. But Arnold yells at Hiro, if any human tries to climb that thing, it triggers an automatic execution. The hero, full-on edgy MC mode, shrugged off their tree-hugging like it was nothing at all. He's just trying to find out where the next objective is. Arnold drops the bomb. He hauled that same honey from earlier, ready to use it as a bribe. Two crucial souls, the kind that matter in people's lives. One of them is a researcher who somehow dodges all the war drama like a total pro. They track her down to a place that's basically a hole in a tree with a tiny door made for ants. Yeah, Arnold snaps at Hiro to shut his mouth. But the second they swing the door open, that place hits them like a frat house after a weekend bender, pure chaos in the air. The poor dog starts gagging right away, choking on the booze fumes. Inside, it's complete chaos. Everything's wrecked and out of control. And they start rummaging through the trash, hunting for the owner. It screams mad scientist's lab, not a normal house. They stumble on some horrifying anatomy models that feel straight out of a nightmare, sending Hiro reeling, wondering if he and his crew just walked straight into a horror movie. Then boom, they finally spot a pair of legs jutting out from under a pile of bottles. It's this girl passed out cold in her underwear, clutching a bottle of booze. Hiro snaps his eyes to Arnold instantly, like he's clocking a level 1 crook. And Arnold starts freaking out, yelling that he's got everything wrong. The girls are staring at him like he's the creepiest dude alive. But Arnold insists that trashed Lolly isn't drunk at all, she's his teacher. Arnold finally breaks the silence and right there in the middle of everything, points to this random girl on the bed and declares her as his master, Rala Siktfener. Hiro instantly narrows his eyes, convinced Arnold's just cracking up some trash deer excuse to rubber stamp his totally questionable life choices. Relastic won't tolerate it. Arnold was talking back like she's just a little girl, and that kind of disrespect toward her age and rank, no way. She snaps a reminder at little Arnold. Since he stormed off and vanished without a word, he's grown way too bold for his own good. Our boy Hiro sits there, locked in, and starts reading the whole situation. Then it clicks. That rabbit kin is just anyone. She's the old man's master, and she's probably been around longer than the dirt outside. Rolisic catches him locked on her and snaps, "Are you down bad for my underdeveloped body?" Hiro slams her with the ultimate, "I don't care," roast, sneering that she's just a kid, and dragging Arnold through the mud for being a total lollican. That was a mistake. Rolisic snaps into full demon mode and hammers him with the truth. He hasn't even lived a tenth of her lifespan. Before Hiro can even blink, she's already got a scalpel pressed to his throat, so fast it feels like she teleported. The hero clocks how close he was to getting kicked to the respawn screen, so he shuts up fast and stays out of trouble. Arnold tries to pivot mid-conversation, and he presses her hard, asking why she's not out there on the front lines fighting in the war. Ralazic drops a bombshell. She's the literal godmother of trick arts, and she built the whole system with her researcher brother. The hero realizes magic was the original refined power all along, and trick arts is just the new, immature DLC slapped on later. Right after those travel flashbacks, Arnold was on his knees begging her to train Muir. Relastic shuts down the request flat out because helping feels like an absolute nightmare. Arnold knows exactly where she's weak, so he whips out a jar of top-tier honey syrup. Relastic goes from SS-rank warrior to a full-on sugar addict in the blink of an eye, clinging to that jar like it's her firstborn. She agrees to help on one brutal condition. Mirror has to win the PvP hunt test in the royal tree, the Beast King's own home. They charge up to the massive tree castle, then the guards slam them with a brutal no-entry energy field. Arnold tries to charm his way in, but his own sister, Reibu, blasts him in the face with a flying knee. She runs the maids like a general, and she's got zero patience for her brother's nonsense. Inside, Reibu gets the whole squad hooked up with a bunch of ice-cold drinks. Hiro takes one reckless sip of the carbonated Fisher, and boom, he gets yanked into another dimension, where our boy is just straight-up vibing, like he's fully high. Reibu instantly gets obsessed with Mir, and he's hounding Arnold, demanding to know where he kidnapped such a total cutie. As they banter about Mirror's test to uncover the crop of the great tree, the mystery starts to feel real. Princess Cucklear bursts into the room. Arnold snaps straight into full panic, begging for forgiveness like he just committed the biggest faux pas of his life. The princess stays totally calm and pushes the crew to go meet this guy named Mimir. Antisocial king that he is, Hiro slips on transparent word magic, turns invisible, and sneaks through the castle like a phantom. He stumbles on a hidden garden, and there, sitting all alone, is a mysterious girl staring back like she's waiting for him. Even though he's invisible, she locks eyes with him the second he's there, and that should be impossible with his op stealth. Still, Hiro's rattled. This kid can read his hacks like they're written on glass. She says nothing, just lifts a sign that asks the terrifying question, "Are you a ghost?" Next, Hiro snaps at her, telling her she's wasting his time because she's writing instead of talking. But with one more secret sign, she drops the truth, she's mute. He tries to slip away, but the girl crumples in the heat, collapsing from heatstroke. He tries to brush it off, but his MC instincts suddenly take the wheel. He decides to cure her throat with his busted word magic, despite the fact she insists her disease is hopeless, and even common sense says it's a lost cause. The hero snaps that her common sense is trash, then surges with power and charges straight at her. He writes it to recuperate with such laser focus that it's basically a nuke of healing energy. Back with the crew, Myra finally gets the green light. She's allowed to kick off her test inside the castle. She strides out, and meanwhile Hiro is still stuck in the garden, busy playing doctor. He's done with the heal, then he prods her cheeks and forces a little sound out of her, testing that voice for real. He tells her to keep his healing abilities and his whereabouts locked down tight, or the moment word gets out, fans will swarm him. He learns she's Mimir King, real, literal royalty, and his stomach drops because he just committed unauthorized surgery on a princess. Mirror eventually tracks down Mimir in the garden. Mimir's still buzzing after being healed, and she tells Muir that a ghost-wielding god-tier magic showed up and saved her. Moore snaps the puzzle into place and is sure the ghost was a hero all along. The red robe and those glasses give it away. Mimir is buzzing with excitement, desperate to find someone who knows her savior. But the second Muir starts bragging about how cool Hiro is, Mimir instantly catches major rival vibes. Sometimes she storms out that she'll never lose to Muir, and our girl is left blinking in total confusion as they head out together to track down the great trees crop. Mirror and her brand new buddy Mimir finally kick off their huge mission. They're on the hunt for the great trees crop, because if they can land it, they'll finally prove Muir is built different. They finally hit the spot, and the place screams Boss Arena, like it's daring them to fight. Moore snatches the prize, then freezes, because it's not gold or jewels, it's a massive bird egg. But this isn't some ordinary bird, this is a soul bird, a living guardian deity that watches over the entire region. These aren't just birds, they're the living power source, feeding the royal tree's life energy every single day. Moore just wants to borrow the egg for her test, but Mimir drops the bombshell that these birds come with brutal fertility RNG. If that egg slips out of the nest for even a couple minutes, the baby inside gets deleted. Said Muir is barely holding it together. She's panicking hard because she refuses to become the villain. Meanwhile, Uncle Arnold is back at the hub, absolutely wrecked with worry for his kid. The local girls are trying to warn him he's doing way too much, but he won't hear a word. Arnold is spiraling into a full-on midlife crisis, terrified for her safety. Back at the pit, she stares into the mirror, sees that egg, and realizes she can't take it. She wants to level up, sure, but not at the cost of wrecking someone else's whole life. They turn back toward the castle with nothing to show for it. Then bam, Mimi pulls the biggest plot twist of all, because she's got main character energy, and she's ready to steal the spotlight. She blurts out words for the very first time in her entire life. The palace guards are completely rattled to the core. Mimir bursts into a straight sprint, racing toward an emotional reunion with her sister. She tells him the legendary hero already healed her throat earlier, like it was fate. Moore finally catches up with her master, Rulla sick, right here, with the relief hitting like a punch. She drops to her knees, head bowed, begging forgiveness for botching the quest. Then it hits her, Arnold's words echo in her mind. Real strength isn't about taking power, it's about guarding what matters. She snaps to her master that she doesn't need some stolen egg to grow strong. Realistic catches her vision and snaps, you actually passed the test. But the vibe flips instantly, because the war against the Demonkin is about to explode. And Hiro's back there just chilling like he already knows every beat of the story. Now we rocket straight to the Demon Kingdom, where Queen Avim is getting crushed by the weight of it all. You can literally hear the armies pounding their way into the server. She leaned into her advisor and demanded to know why, in this world, strength is the only thing anybody cares about. She gets hit with her advisor's brutal lesson. Words mean nothing unless you've got the power to back them up. Avim feels utterly crushed by the weight of the previous king's legacy. She even thinks about giving up, anything to stop everyone from getting fried. She takes off on a solo flight straight for the mountains, determined to crack her next move before anything else can happen. Suddenly, she spots wild fairies clustered by the rocks, like they own the place. These tiny NPCs almost never step into the spotlight for anybody. They start whispering rumors about this human rocking red, like he's the absolute top tier, no debate. Turns out this guy spilled a secret method that could shut the entire war down. If Ian realizes it, he sees a light blazing at the end of the tunnel. She strides back to the castle like she owns the place, pure confidence blasting out of her. She slams a high-stakes request into her general, Akina. Next, she's done stressing over how she looks. She's rolling up her sleeves and getting ready to make a mess. Akina is honestly blown away by the queen's brand new meta. He drops to one knee and swears he'll follow her straight into the fire. Now cut to the rattling jetty bridge. Beastkin's army is loading in, ready to unleash the swarm. Then the Lion King steps up and tells everyone, stay calm, as they secretly set the stage for their real play. That wild mad scientist, Yohit, is about to blow everyone away with his newest research. He unleashes a goddamn immortal army of reanimated monsters, and they won't ever stop. The Damankin generals are staring across the battlefield as the horde crashes toward them from the far side. They think these beast-skinned creeps are only using those monsters as disposable sacrificial pawns. Chugai braces himself, ready to spearhead the countercharge, but the guards suddenly spot something massive blasting through the clouds above them. Demon Lord Aviam herself rips onto the battlefield, crashing through the chaos just to shut down this madness. Evian rolls up to the front lines like a total boss, ready to flip the whole game on its head. At that moment, she snaps, orders her squad to retreat, because the Demon Lord is tearing through everything. The Beaskin are absolutely rattled, like the top-tier ruler herself just stepped onto the field. She draws her blade with a sharp snap, because it's official. This is where the real fight begins. She grabs Akina and demands, are you ready to push this play all the way to the final curtain? And they team up, pouring in massive amounts of magic until the power spikes sky-high. A full-on spirit bomb is hanging over the battlefield, right above everyone's heads. Yeah, and trust me, this thing is massive, and it looks absolutely lethal to anyone who crosses its path. The power they're showing right now is straight up off the charts. Everyone swears she's one trigger away from wiping their entire army in a single shot. But the Beast King clocks her main character energy and then realizes she's not coming for them. He finally clocks it, her ultra-high IQ plan in full, laid bare right in front of him. She's set on tearing down the one bridge linking their lands, just to shove everyone into a ceasefire. Ending the war with 0 soldiers ever hitting the lobby is a straight-up power move. Evim and Akina totally let the energy rip. She hurls her defiance at the darkness, then the spell crashes down right on top of it. The Cosmos End's skill, man, it's built different on a whole other level. The bridge infrastructure just gets completely wiped out. That explosion was so huge, people on the next continent could spot it with their own eyes. When the smoke finally fades, everything gleams like it never happened, and the tension just vanishes. But Eviam burned through way too much mana, and now he looks completely cooked. Akina tumbles, but a flash of hands catches her mid-fall, right before she hits the ground, like the ultimate loyal support. The Beast King finally admits her peace offer was the real deal, and respects the hustle. He realizes she's the real deal. She ended the war with her own hands. He tells his team they're hauling ass back to base, time to face the mess and rethink every life choice. Meanwhile, the evil scientist couldn't wait. His next move was already brewing, because everything he planned just got smashed. Back at the castle, the advisors are fuming, saying Eviam's move was pure recklessness. They're convinced those Beaskins are just gonna crawl right back, only this time, even saltier than before. Marion S. out here screaming at the top of his lungs, absolutely down bad for war. He's convinced brute force is all that truly matters in this world. Akina snaps at him to watch his mouth, or else HR is going to throw him straight in for defamation. Eviam keeps her cool, then boldly announces she's teaming up with the humans next. But with Hiro back in the picture, Snow drops the bombshell. The war is officially over. They can barely believe it. Somehow the fallout hits them this fast. Arnold leans in and asks Hiro, so you're staying training with us to jack up those stats. But our boy Hiro, he's got 0 patience for some boring, cookie-cutter training arc. He drops the truth. This is it. The moment has finally come to split off for good. Mirror is crushed. Her favorite carrier is about to leave, and she's devastated. The hero just wants to chase the world, staying stuck in one place for months. Nope, he's not built for that. The night before he leaves, he's just kicking back in total peace, flipping through his books like the world can wait. The very next morning, the entire squad finally gathers, packed clothes, hearts heavy for the last goodbye. More begs for another head pat to keep her fired up as she grinds for levels. The hero actually caves and tells her he can't wait to see her legendary glow-up. And just like that, the MC strides into the forest and disappears on his own. The hero tests out a fresh batch of word magic, trying to ditch the grind of walking and teleport himself with fast travel. He slams the transfer button, and with a single blip, he vanishes instantly. Meanwhile, the hero party is grinding through training, only to realize the demon lord isn't just strong, he's on a whole different level. Master, they realize Akina's a straight-up beast. He nearly wipes out a level 90 guild master just like that. Avim is back on the lookout, staring at the view like it's calling her name, and she waits, hungry for a reply from the human kingdom. 1 month later, Hiro storms through demon territory, craving the next hit of action. He's out here solo leveling, turning high-rank monsters into straight-up meals. He smashes into level 69, and you can practically see the confidence flooding his veins. He taps into his magic, hunts down the closest town, and finally sets off on the path to rest. Then, right in the middle of the grasslands, he spots some random guy sprawled on the ground like he's given up on life. It turns out the old butler isn't just old, he's burning through a full-on midlife crisis. Old Silva jolts awake and starts clawing at you with desperate begging for food. The hero tosses him some snacks, and Silva, eager to repay him, tries to hand over a spicy book instead. Hulk the hero isn't buying it, none of that total garbage impresses him. So Silva hands him a rare adventure book, not to pay him back, but to make sure he gets a real shot at an unforgettable journey. Like Silva's a total weirdo, he's hooked on one sick obsession, just how brutally cruel his mistress is. He actually thinks her unreasonable tasks are straight-up charming. Late on the clock, they march straight toward Venom Mountain, a death trap that chews through NPCs for breakfast. Silva starts hurling knives with straight-up aimbot precision. Turns out the bugs aren't just crawling around, they're copying leaves, and their poison is deadly. Hiro just wipes out the entire area with a nuke, blasting a path straight through because he has zero time to waste. And finally, Silva spots the golden rose he's been hunting right in front of him. Then boom, this massive parasitic cactus boss erupts from the ground and absolutely wrecks the vibe. Silva steps in like a human shield, taking the hit so the hero finally gets an opening. He gets shredded into a living pin cushion as a furious storm of needles slams into him. The hero never misses. He swings once and carves the boss into 1,000 tiny pieces. Silva ends up totally fine afterward because turns out he's a top-tier tank. They finally smash through the road and lay eyes on the colossal estate, stranded out in the middle of nowhere. There, Silva drags him inside and lines him up with the mansion's final boss. And there she is, Mistress Lillian, standing there like she's about to turn Hiro's life into an absolute nightmare. And right there, our boy Hiro finally locks eyes with the lady of the estate, and let me tell you, she's serving straight-up high-tier main character energy. Hiro can't stop asking why this kid would ever dare an old man to cross Venom Mountain, because that sounds like a straight-up ride to the lobby. Before they can even sit down, Butler Silva lunges into Silva's personal space, only to get shut down hard on the spot. Lillian refuses his creepy vibes and drives him straight into the dirt with a brutal kick. The hero just sits there, clocking everything, and then it hits him. This giant demon estate only has 2 servants, and that screams something is terribly wrong. Then boom, we run into Shimo, the cutest maid ever, and you can practically see her sweating through basic NPC chores like it's the hardest quest in the world. She's stuck looping the same lines and glitching in and out like she's getting cooked at 999 ping. That poor girl starts bawling on the spot, convinced she's too dumb to even deserve the job. She starts whipping out of control, like a busted Beyblade that won't stop spinning. This dining room is pure, unfiltered chaos. Hiro's just standing there like, did I seriously join a cursed server by mistake? The food finally slams onto the table, and it looks like a 5-star feast fit for royalty. Next, Lillian dives in with full force, digging like she's the final boss of the dining hall. Silva wastes no time and officially crowns our boy Hiro as the legend who saved him at Venom Mountain. Lillian flashes a quick thank you, but deep down she's still acting like everyone around her is something she owns. Hiro stays locked on the grind, chewing his meal like it's mission time, while the butler hovers nearby, ready for whatever comes next. He leans in and demands, "Why aren't we eating?" And then it clicks, turns out the servants have to sit around until the leftovers are finished. Lillian shoots him a look and reminds him this is *her *mansion, then makes it crystal clear. She calls the shots. She finally waves the two servants down to sit, but you can tell they're shaking in their boots from her mood. Silva and Shimo are trembling like crazy because this lady is on a whole different level. The hero points out that the fish is really at W, and that earns huge praise from a guy who swears he hates everything. It's this weird lake with its own unique fish, and then boom, a slime spring roll that needs serious cooking skills to pull off. Hiro remembers wiping these slimes out earlier. They were nothing but worthless trash mobs. Silva tells you straight up, only the red core is edible, and one wrong move in the prep turns it into instant disaster. Getting the core ready for the plate is an insane, non-stop grind that'll test you to your limits. They can handle a brutal 80 degrees C for hours straight, so yeah, these things are ridiculously tanky. The hero finally admits the food is straight-up fire, and he's genuinely blown away by that perverted butler's insane skills. Umami's hitting him like a freight train in the mouth, so good it's basically writing the top-tier food review by itself. Lillian's eyes are locked on him like a hawk, watching his every move. Like she says he looks like an imp, and honestly, that's a ridiculous understatement. Right then Hiro snaps to it, she's trying to read his stats. Turns out the food he just devoured was deadly poison. Anything from the imp race is doomed the moment they touch it. Silva just confirmed it, both the fish and the core are poisonous to imps. Lillian shrugs and says she doesn't care if he's an imp or not, she's just vibing. But once her real identity hits him, she's totally maxed out, no more hiding. The moment it all began, the hero clocked that she doubted him from the very first second. Silva throws out an apology, then admits the real truth. He also wanted to witness his savior's true form. The hero finally clicks. This old man hasn't just been playing chess, he's been running 4D moves the whole time. Silva cooked it just right, enough to burn him with savage pain, not enough to erase him. And just like that, the hero sizing up the madness, staring down the insanity. He finally blurts it out. There's no doubt, he's not an imposter. The hero starts toying with word magic, like teleporting out the second things turn south. But Silva's senses were razor sharp. He clocked the magic the instant it hit. Hiro digs in and refuses to budge, shouting that he's none other than himself. Lillian slams him with that terrifying, "Do you really think that'll work?" face, like, who even has the nerve to do that? Shamo is totally lost in the sauce right now, and it's getting wild. Silva just bursts into laughter because he lives for the drama. Lillian is totally thrown off when her butler suddenly explodes with an outburst. Silva flashes a grin, says very well, and gets ready to unveil something truly special to them. He yanks out a picture of a curvy beauty and flashes it like a badge, proving he's the CEO of perverts. He's standing there staring at the hips, while Hiro's completely done with all of this. Lillian storms out in a furious huff as jets, completely stuck in the wall, can't even move. He snaps at Shamo to watch the guest, then turns back to fight through his injuries. After that brutal beating, Silva ends up swaddled in bandages like a full-on mummy. The hero blurts out, "So, you're really fine letting a sketchy guy like me stay in your mansion." Silva swears his sharp, discerning eye is his greatest weapon. He never would have dragged Hiro to this place if he thought Hiro was a threat. Silva, listen, your heart matters more than your race ever will. Hiro straight up calls Lillian a red lowly, and that boldness hits like a punch. Silva shoots her a look, and in his head he's like, yeah, I'm fearless, because he just called her that name. The old man hammers it home. His mistress doesn't just chase love, she prizes the heart above everything. Hiro clocks that even with the truth of his lie in his own mind, they still haven't laid a hand on him. He's done with his meal, and now he's ready to dive right in for the next dip. But Silva cuts in and warns him, S-rank monsters start crawling out the moment night falls. That estate stays safe only because Lillian slammed up a powerful, top-tier barrier around it. She's so unstoppable she can make a dragon beg for mercy, so yeah, there's no doubt she's the server admin. Then Silva leans in and tells Hiro to watch out, her mood swings can hit like a storm. Finally, our boy S made it into bed. He's shutting his eyes and trying to catch some rest. Suddenly a sound rips through the air, and his eyes snap wide open. In the pitch-black dark, Lillian looms over him with a wicked smirk. She crowds in so close, it sends chills down your spine. He doesn't see it coming at all. Total shock hits him instantly. All night long, he can't stop his mind from racing. What's she doing in his room, right in the middle of the night? And then boom, Hiro snaps awake and finds Lillian sprawled right on top of him, like she's claiming the whole moment. He's trying to read her like a mystery, because the second she makes her move, he'll have to know exactly what she's after. He scrambles to defend himself, as she slams into him with ruthless attacks. They slam into each other right in the center of the room, and she's already lightning fast. Next, the hero snaps out his word magic and slams up a shield. Right now, Lillian demands he tell her exactly how his powers work. Now the hero goes stone cold silent, and his secrets stay sealed tight. Out of nowhere, vines explode from the ground and slam into him, wrapping him up tight. He's stunned. Her magic is actually locking him down like a prisoner. Lillian nods, swearing she caught his word magic in action, and admits it absolutely fascinates her. She fires back that Silva's totally wrong. He's not using fire magic. She realizes his spells are ticking down with a strict time limit. Yeah, she presses for answers. She demands to know everything about this insane, one-of-a-kind power. The hero just slumps on the bed, staring with pure meh on his face. Then he straight up asks, "So you treat every guest like this?" Silva bursts in, throws out a rushed apology, and admits he couldn't stop her from going. Odal's Silva steps in to put this brat in his place. Lillian snaps when someone calls her a brat, firing back that she's lived way longer than him. Hiro whispers a spell under his breath, just in case she swings back at him again. But Silva actually admits it. This time, Lillian messed up. She can't believe it. Her own butler is flipping sides and turning on her. Silva leans in and tells her, "Respect people always." Next, Lillian's eyes start watering, and she's breaking down like a kid who just lost their favorite toy. So yeah, Hiro just stands there, stunned like, what the hell is happening? She explodes into a full-blown tantrum. Then she racks up a score of 180 and throws herself at his feet, begging him to forgive her. Silva laughs at how childish he thinks she is, then she drives a punch straight into his gut. But then she turns to Silva and demands, "So what in the world is a lowly even?" Silva bares his teeth and lies through them, saying it's a word meant for the most beautiful women. Then Lillian totally buys into it, and without hesitation, hands him the green light to call her that. The hero fires a sharp question. Does she judge people by their species or by their race? She bursts into laughter and shoots back, "That's got nothing to do with me." The hero finally clicks. He's met another total absolute weirdo. He says he'll talk only if she swears to protect his secret. He sank down ready to spill the secrets behind his one-of-a-kind magic. Lillian steps right back up in his face again. She kept staring like she was convinced you were mine. Hiro slams her with a brutal "no way," and it lands instantly. He's set on tearing across the world, and nothing is going to chain him down. Suddenly, the whole mansion starts to violently shake like it's getting hit by an earthquake. They lean to the window and stare out, hunting for what's going down. It's the forbidden Emperor Cloud. Then bam, red rain pours down and wipes out every last trace of magic. This rain is blasting right through Lillian's barrier, and it's instantly becoming totally useless. The hero finally exhales. His transformation magic didn't get ripped away after all. Silver thrusts out the golden rose just in time to turn the whole day around. Swallowing it gives you real, total normalcy for a while, like the world finally stops fighting back. That rain hits you with a brutal status effect, magic sealing. The hero realizes he has to snag one of those roses for himself, no excuses. Because the rain won't quit for a full day, he's trapped there with nowhere to go. Later, Lillian leans in and tells him she's got something amazing lined up for tomorrow. The very next day, she hands him a book packed with Japanese writing. Because Hiro is completely rattled. He can't believe his eyes. He's seeing his own home language on screen right in front of him. Lillian snaps to it. He's definitely not from this world. He tries to dodge the blame by calling it bad handwriting, but she's not falling for it. But then she drops the bombshell. She's got a voice flower that captured his reaction word for word. She tells him she's only curious about him, like some otherworldly mystery that landed in her world. She tells him, "I'm only into you because you're an otherworlder." Nobody in this whole world could crack the secrets inside that book. She shoots him a question, "So you're one of the summoned heroes?" The hero leans in and fires off, "Why should I tell you anything?" He demands access to the Fortuna Grand Library, right there, as his reward. And right now, he's pushing for level 5 access to the Forbidden Tomes, like he's one step away from unlocking the deadly secrets. He just wants to devour every page the world has to offer. Lillian bursts into laughter and shoves an access card into his hands. The hero can't stop staring. She's stuck wondering if the sweet-talking lolly act is real, or if she's just some hardcore lolly hog. He tells her, "If this card takes me to level 5, you can grill me for anything you want." Life hangs in the air as she fires a sharp question. Does he really doubt her authority? He brings up how she played him again and even tricked him about the golden rose. She can't stop laughing at how wildly amusing he is. She leans in, drops the truth in his lap, and promises him, right there, that one day he'll be hers. She's getting ready to watch him fall apart. So Hiro leans in and basically tells her, yeah, your personality is pretty damn awful. He storms back to his room, swearing he'll never be hers. Lillian smirks like she knows exactly what's coming, and trust me, her plans are already in motion. Lillian blasts off the day with a sudden, jaw-dropping declaration. Right now they're heading out on a trip, and the house is in full chaos mode. She finally decided she was jumping in with Hiro and hitting the road with him. Silva is crushed, his loyal service gets brushed off like it never mattered. Lillian slams into him again, calling out his over-the-top drama like it's the whole problem. She leans in and spills the exact bargain she struck with Hiro. They're charging straight for the demon nation of Zaus. Silva starts cooking up a whole storm of horrible things that could happen to her in the city. He's got brutes in dark alleys on his mind. Lillian rips into him with another kick, furious at how far his imagination is running. The red rain finally dies down. Now grab your stuff, because it's time to pack and move. Hiro stares at his brand new squad and instantly knows he's about to get wrecked by a full-on headache. So Silva steps in and apologizes for her while they get ready to leave. He swears she never backs down. Once her mind is made up, nothing can stop her. He tells Hiro, if you think we'll be a hassle, then you better get out of here, right now. Hiro finally admits she never forced him into a thing. Silva swears he trusts her, but the truth is, she can be wildly inconsiderate sometimes. He finally spills the truth. The estate was built to shelter society's misfits. Silva drops the truth. He's not human at all. He's a spirit of darkness. Shimo struggled to survive on the demon continent too, because her race made the whole place feel impossible to breathe in. That mansion was their lifeline, a safe haven for people just like them. Hiro fires off, so why didn't you know I wasn't an imp, when I'm literally a spirit? Silva grins and says, yeah, that's a wild tale, save it for another time. Hiro just rips him another round of pervert, like it's the punchline to his worst day. Silva thinks they're soulmates in the art of perversion. The hero's dead set on ditching them and walking away for good. And Lillian is all set to blast out the gates the moment she's ready to leave. Silva whips out his shadow magic and sinks the entire mansion straight into the ground. The hero is blown away. He just figured out he can stash a whole entire building inside his shadow. He unleashes his peak magic and scans their levels in one brutal pulse. Silver's level 80, and that's straight-up solid power. Then he looks at Lillian, and his jaw drops to the floor. She's level 152, are you kidding me? That's absolutely unreal. He clocks it instantly. She's toying with one-of-a-kind illusion magic, and it hits him hard because it matches the word magic he wields. Shimo snatches Hiro's bird and drags it along for the wild ride. And they shove off in a boat from the island, racing toward whatever comes next. The hero's got his sights set on one insane mission. He wants to tear through the entire demon continent and see every last corner of it. They map out their route through the nearby towns, plotting every turn like it could decide everything. And just like that, the journey kicks off for real. Lillian's buzzing with energy, ready to stir up serious chaos. Man, Silva is still acting like he's got a front row seat as the biggest mistress's #1 fan alive. Get ready, this is about to be one wild, bumpy, laugh-out-loud ride. Hiro, and his squad are officially rolling up to the Rorb Desert. They're hunting the Ashura tribe, but this spot is a straight-up, don't even think about it, danger zone. Shadows already lurk in the dunes, setting the perfect, pulse-pounding stage for a fight. The butler is low-key, trembling in fear, but Hiro's got main character energy. He doesn't even flinch. Next thing you hear is this: anyone who steps in here gets ripped straight to the lobby before they even have time to blink. Hiro's basically saying, if there's smoke, there's fire, and he's already itching to jump straight into the heat. Lillian flashes her charm to cut the tension, but Hiro's all business, no distractions, just that grind. And just like that, they're tossed into the middle of a giant sea of sand, with nowhere to go. A feral-horned kid bursts onto the scene, eyes blazing like he's moments from wrecking the whole party. He tells them to get out, like, right now, because if they don't, they're literally getting cooked. And the hero snaps, telling him to get out of the way. The kid darts in for a surprise strike, hoping to catch them completely unguarded. He's locking onto the bird mount, going for the strike that'll cripple their ride, like he's done it 1,000 times. So the hero launches off like a living legend, flexing those absolutely wild reflexes for everyone to see. Because they're slamming into each other in the sand, and you can tell right away this kid is absolutely unhinged. The hero finally clocks it. He's not just sparring with an average enemy, he's going toe-to-toe with a high-tier monster. Then the kid yanks out these colossal twin blades, ready to end it for good. He's convinced he'll wipe Hiro out on the spot, right then, right there. But Hiro just laughs it off, because this guy is built different. He slips out of the strike and in the next instant is suddenly right behind the kid. Hold up this kid too, there's no way. He's slashing with these massive swords, yet he moves like a full-on ninja. He insists they're slaughtering outsiders because a monster is terrorizing the whole region. The hero fires back, asking if they're really just stopping people from annoying that beast. Next, the kid finally cracks and admits it. He refuses to let anyone else die on his watch. Such that hero shoots back, calls himself selfish, and declares he's charging ahead no matter what. Kid Kamu finally cracks and blurts out, "Come on, follow me." Turns out this guy isn't just some random, he's the real chief of the entire tribe. He's standing there, totally locked in, wondering just how brutal this S-rank monster really is. They stumble into a secret oasis village, where strange tents sprawl everywhere like they're hiding a bigger mystery. Hero S never laid eyes on oasis or yurts, so he's honestly reeling, totally low-key impressed. Every local kid's swarming around Camus nonstop, because around here, he's the popular MC everyone wants to hang with. A grizzled old man with a giant scar and only one leg steps in to greet them, like he's been waiting for this moment for years. This is Steven, and he's about to risk everything just to stop anyone from getting through. Then Lillian suddenly bursts in and calls him out in the most disrespectful way imaginable. Turns out these two go way back, old pals from back when it all started. Shivan is blind now, but the second she speaks, he knows it's her instantly. He finally admits age humbled him hard, and a brutal, powerful monster proved it. Kamu's feeling wrecked because Siobhan got brutally hurt, fighting to protect him. Lillian cuts through the mystery and demands the real scoop on this desert demon. She knows they're just making up some story about the ancestors' grave, trying to cover the real reason. The two of them start roasting each other like they've been old best friends for years. Hiro just stands there, seething, thinking Lillian's behavior is utterly disgraceful. Shivan drags them into a massive tent and spills the truth right in front of them. It reeks like a full-blown hospital in here. The whole battlefield is packed with warriors who look completely finished. This desert demon is herding the entire tribe into a single pack, like a hunt about to explode. Those wounds won't listen. Nothing they call the best medicine can even touch them. Lillian realizes Shivan is sitting on a massive, game-changing secret. He finally drops the lore bomb. Turns out the monster is actually Camus' father. Years ago, Camus and his dad were living like kings, soaking up the sun and loving every second. Then a rogue rank S desert tortoise snapped, and its shell turned a terrifying dark red. It started chewing through other monsters and snatching their abilities like trophies. The ex-chief rallied a squad and promised they'd crush it for good. But this wasn't some wild, natural monster. Someone out there was puppeteering it. Then the monster burst onto the scene, and it instantly turned into a full-on nightmare. Camus tried to step up as a hero and got wiped out almost immediately. Just when it looked like he was finished, his grandpa launched himself in and took the killing blow instead. In that single moment, Siobhan lost his leg and his sight. But Camus' dad shoved the swords into his hands and screamed for him to run, full speed, no questions asked. A shadowy hooded stranger stepped out of nowhere and demanded, "So, would you trade your dad?" Dad stayed behind so you could shove them a chance to escape. They held their breath for him to show up, but the man never once returned. Then they discovered the tortoise had taken over his body, and with a wicked twist, it turned him into a full-blown demon. Rigundo burned his final sliver of mana and sealed himself inside a barrier. But the barrier's cracking apart, and the monster starts squirming in its cage again. They just can't bring themselves to finish him. He's family. The hero doesn't even flinch at anyone's feelings. He shrugs and says they're just there to make the kids suffer. He snaps at the entire tribe, calling them a bunch of idiots for clinging to wishful thinking. He leans in and tells Camus he's dishonoring the people who actually died for them. Camus snaps, then it lunges to attack Hiro, like it's about to tear him apart. Steven steps in and throws out a duel to settle it once and for all. The hero's ready to throw down and find out what's really going on. The desert showdown is here. Hiro, lock in your stance, because Camille is about to clash with you. The hero kicks things off by grinding his fingers in careful motion, like he's warming up his magic before it explodes. He blasts his magic to scan the Camus stat, level 85, and this kid is straight up cracked. The match is seconds from starting, and the tension is so thick it could slice through the air. The rules are dead simple. Either you swing and knock them out, or you push them until they slam the surrender. Shivan can't stop thinking it. Camus got the home field advantage, and that thought won't let him breathe. But the hero's got full-on menace vibes right now. Now Camus on a mission to prove his tribe isn't just a bunch of punchlines. The hero just wants to see what this kid can really do when the fight starts. He tells White Scarf, "Show me what you're truly made of." Once the ref flashes the signal, it's game on, everything goes. The moment they meet, they slam together instantly, moving with pure, insane speed. And Camus is blazing through the desert sand like a straight-up blur. Hiro finally realizes the shifting sand isn't helping him at all, it's fighting him. With a terrifying leap, Camus fires off a massive overhead strike, trying to end the whole thing right now. Hiro snaps up a defense spell at the last second and blocks it cold. He jabs his finger into the air and begins to sketch a word there, letter by letter. Camus isn't letting him wrap up the cast that easily. He hurls a monstrous sand wave at Hiro, aiming to bury him alive. He just smirks because he's got the perfect counterplay lined up. He's straight up just chilling inside a protective bubble like he owns the place. Camus is absolutely stunned. His best move hit, and it did 0 damage. The hero barrels in with a furious rush, so he can land one massive counter-attack. But Camus yanks a quick trick and rockets into the sky, right above him. But he slams in a brutal strike, and dust erupts everywhere. He can't believe it. Why is Hiro suddenly sprinting like that? The hero finally admits the kid pulled off a downright clever move. But now it's time to tie this whole wild story up in a neat little bow. They collide again, and boom, sand and mana erupt like a violent storm. Camus launches sand needles, trying to pin him down and freeze him in place. But the hero slips out of the spikes like they're nothing more than a bad joke. Camus rips open his arm and turns it into a gigantic sand gauntlet. But Lillian can feel it. Hiro's got something up his sleeve, and she knows it. 5 heroes just biding his time, waiting for the perfect moment to unleash the strike. He takes the blow, then smirks and declares that he's the one holding the advantage now. Now Camus unleashes his finishing move with every ounce of strength he's got. But Hiro is flying even faster than he ever was before. Or he blinks, teleporting right behind the kid like a shadowy ghost that just appeared out of nowhere. Camus takes way too long to snap to the shift. But then Hiro shows up everywhere, like he's teleporting, messing with his head nonstop. Camus lunges to block it, but the trap snaps shut before he can get free. He's trapped by his own sand needles, the very ones meant to strike him, closing in like a deadly cage. Hiro snaps a blade to his neck, and just like that, the game is over, kid. Lillian tells them how the hero slipped in word magic traps during the chaos. The hero snaps at Camus that he lost, because his resolve was half-baked, plain and simple. If he wants to shield his people, he has to smash the threats head-on. He brags that he's greedy to the bone, and vows he'll defend every last thing that's his. And just like that, Camus finally drops his judgment and demands his name, because now he truly respects him. It's Hiro Okamura, remember that name, because it's going to matter later. But this won't last, because the desert demon is about to snap and go feral. The ground starts trembling so hard it feels like an actual earthquake is ripping through everything. The monster lurks right by the ancestors' graves, salivating, ready to tear into its feast. Next, Sivan pressed Camus, so what's your final call going to be? You lock your eyes on it and vow that you're finally going to crush that monster for good. The entire tribe is locked in, ready to ride or die right behind their chief, no matter how far it takes them. And Camus leans in and begs Hiro to share his out-of-this-world, insane power. The hero S down for the count, but he jolts everyone awake with the promise they made back then. Camus swears he'll do anything at all to save his people. The hero lines in and demands, do you realize this means you could end up as a slave? Camus gone greedy now, he'll swallow any cost just to keep his family safe. Finally, the hero soaks up that energy. Sure, the kid's a little clueless, but the vibe's still electric. He lines in and tells Camus the truth, he never wanted a slave at all. Once the work's finished, he's craving some absolutely top-tier food, like finally he can eat in peace. Camus completely stunned, because after everything that's happened, that reaction is all he can manage. They storm straight for the battlefield, ready to smash into that nightmare head-on. The hero has to grab the scouting report on this beast, like, right now. It's gorged on multiple monsters, so every move it throws out is pure RNG luck. It can tap into Earth magic, just like the tribe members do. Hiro tells everyone to scrap the massive army and build a tight little elite squad instead. Who cares about the numbers when the boss is swinging around these giant AoE attacks? If they want to survive, it's not about doing more, it's about doing it right. Camus orders the rest of the tribe to stay put and keep their eyes glued on what's coming. Jinnu, the big guy, stands ready to snap his lord's endless suffering in half. Hiro snatched an assist from the old man, Butler, and dragged him into the fight. But Lillian refuses to leave. She stays behind, standing guard over the village, ready to stop any surprise that tries to creep in. She knows the desert demon isn't the only dangerous thread tying this place together. Shimo's the maid, and she's just trying to catch a breath while everything around her goes up in flames. They rush into the grave boulder area and spot the boss waiting for them. For a so-called rampage, the silence is screaming, and it feels downright suspicious. Suddenly, a giant thing comes crashing down from the sky. That scorpion is pure chaos. Now it's been torn to shreds, completely destroyed. Something devoured it whole and left nothing but scraps, then did it again. Something ate it alive and left the scraps. He looks like a living demon, until that horrifying scorpion tail snaps into view. The hero feels a pulsing core throbbing in his chest, the dead giveaway, his obvious weak point. Yeah, and that sand armor plates his whole body like a living shield. The hero snaps at the butler. You're just backup, our tribe has to finish this. Yep, this monster lunges straight at them, without a single second of doubt. Lillian's back in the village, and he can't stop replaying the hero's brand new skills in his head. He mastered the triple word chain, and let's just say it's hilariously overpowered in combat. He finally mastered the triple word chain, and it basically wrecks the rules in a straight-up fight. And to make it even crazier, he's branded with this twisted title, Little Girl Killer. He's straight up ignoring that one, all because he's desperate to protect his reputation. Right back in the chaos of the fight, Hiro leans in and tells Camus, I'm about to rip open a massive opening for us. The butler kicks things off by hurling razor-fast throwing knives like a storm. The demon snaps up a massive wall of sand and blocks them like it's nothing. The hero kicks up a cloud of dust and uses a search to pin down every move he makes. He yells at Camus to jump out of the way, right now. Now the hero smashes the demon's brutal sand armor with Soften. Then he snaps through space and teleports straight in front of the beast's face. He hammers down a brutal punch with Hercules-level strength. The demon gets launched like a cannonball straight through solid rock and slams into the wall. The hero slams on Harden, locking himself deep underground like a living tomb. He orders Camus to finish the job right now while he still can. Then Camus locks eyes with his father, and terror rips through him as he starts trembling uncontrollably. He can't stop thinking about the good times, and every time he tries to swing the sword, he just freezes. The demon storms loose because the kid hesitates, just one beat, and that's all it takes. Camus is breaking down, tears pouring as he finally admits he just can't pull it off. Hiro snaps at him, calling him an idiot for tossing away that chance. The demon yanks Camus by the throat, snarling as it tries to crush the life out of him. Jinyu launches forward and slams into the strike himself, taking the hit to save his chief. He gets slammed with that scorpion tail, and the damage looks brutal. The hero snaps at the butler to buy him some time, because he's got to think through his next move. He strides up to Camus and slams him with a brutal wake-up slap. He lays it into him straight up, right now, telling him exactly how ugly he looks. So if he actually cares about his dad, he'd better smash the misery before it crushes him. Camus is the only one who can pull his father back from the brink. Suddenly, the demon unleashes a thunderous roar that rattles the whole desert. He snapped his fingers, and a golem and a whole swarm of minions surged into battle. The hero finally realizes the demon didn't come alone, it called in backup. He slaps the question into the air and asks Camus straight up if he should just handle the boss himself. Camus shakes his head, now he's locked in, and the kill is finally within reach. Back in the village, a sharp, high-pitched scream cuts through the air like a blade. A brutal horde of monsters is barreling straight for the oasis gates. The villagers are in full panic, scrambling for any cover they can find. Lillian finishes her tea, then calmly decides, I'll deal with them myself. She rockets into the sky like an absolute goddess of destruction. These monsters are basically background props, next to her true power level. Back at the grave boulder, Camus barks at the butler to step back. He's set on wiping out every last one of them. He fires off his ultimate red idol skill, then boom, victory is locked in. He slams his ultimate red idol skill, boom, the win is sealed. Then he barrels straight into his father, throwing every last ounce of strength he has left. So our boy Hiro and the squad are back at it, marching across the desert, until they spot some absolute monsters blocking their way. Camus is stepping up to the plate, looking like he's about to hard carry the whole team with blood magic. He spawns these red orbs, floating grenades, basically, and you can tell right away he's not messing around. And trust me, this isn't some run-of-the-mill NPC trick. This is the high-tier ability Red Idol, where he controls the sand like a real god. Camus scraps the rain model, and just like that, game over for the monsters. Everywhere you look, attacks are raining down like pepper, and then boom, the explosion hits like a giant wall of fire. Hiro's posted on the sidelines, eyes wide, half dreaming about what he'll eat next, while the world crashes and burns around him. But hold up, this big boss isn't gone yet. He's right there, soaking every attack like a full-on raid boss. Camus shuts off his emotions and rips a literal tornado through the battlefield to end it for good. He looks the monster dead in the eyes and declares, "I'm not your father anymore," tearing into him emotionally on top of the physical beatdown. The monster scrambles to steal the momentum back, but Camus already locked inside his bag. He slams power into the massive hammer and surges forward to put an end to this clown, once and for all. He hammers the monster with one last strike, blasting it straight into the lobby. It's finally over, then the enemy starts falling apart, crumbling into dust like someone just snapped him away like Thanos. Camus getting hit with heavy vibes, but he steels himself, because he's got to do this for the tribe. Hiro tries to play it cool, but his word magic hits him with a wild, brutal tax. He overdid it with the juice to heal Camus, and now the rebound effect is slamming him right back. He jolts awake later, and his body feels like it got smashed in a blender, barely hanging on with just 1 HP. He realizes he can't just spam his cheat codes, because every button press comes with a brutal price. The squad pushes on until an oasis pops up, and right there, it's finally time for the true star of the show, the food. They're cooking up an Usura hot pot, and the smell hits like a knockout punch. And the hero, he's basically a food critic, and he slaps that meal with a straight-up 5-star review. Even old butler Silva is breaking loose and soaking up the vibe. Lillian's back to her usual bratty chaos, and Hiro can't stop himself. He's dying to find out how she got so op. She breaks down her dream illusion magic, basically a mental flashbang that cooks your brain the second it hits. Then Hiro goes full pro gamer and straight up drinks from Lillian's cup without even asking. Lillian is completely flustered. Her brain short-circuits when she realizes she just shared an indirect kiss with the main guy. Camus wants in on the party, but Hiro slams the brakes and tells him he has to stay put and become the chief his people are counting on. The hero tosses him a maybe later and storms out into the rain-soaked forest. Meanwhile, we jump to the human kingdom, where King Rudolph is acting like a total NPC, wringing his hands as the imagined threat looms. But he has zero clue. Hiro's out here carrying the whole damn weight. Hiro's party gets slammed with a brutal ambush in the woods, elf archers raining arrows out of nowhere with absolutely no chill. Still, they think the squad are invaders, and suddenly they're drawing their bows, lining up shots like it's a full-on Call of Duty lobby. Thank goodness Patriarch Edsel rolls in and barks at his goons to stop acting like absolute weirdos. He tells them to come back to his village for a proper meal, but Hiro's on full alert because elves usually pull shady tricks. While they're relaxing, Shamo slips off to find a bathroom, then suddenly rogue elves trap him in a corner. These guys are going full hater mode, sneering at her like she's a demon beast and calling her a freak just because of her ears. They start throwing punches, and man, it's getting ugly fast for Shimo. Then our boy Hiro rolls in with that main character aura and turns their whole world into pure fear. The elves think they can take him down, but Lillian steps in right then and proves she's a top-tier mage. Age drops her illusions on them, and they snap out of reality instantly, losing their minds on the spot. Then she forces them to relive their own deaths in their minds while they just stand there, frozen like NPCs. Once the trash situation's handled, Shamo finally cracks and spills her gut-wrenching backstory. Her own parents ditched her the moment she was born, no magic in her veins, so they left her to rot in the rain, as if she didn't even matter. Lillian rolled up with an umbrella in hand, and in that moment, she gave her a reason to live. No wonder Shimo would die for her mistress. She's that loyal for a reason. The hero jumps in to help the village hunt down the insane beastman they can't stop talking about, using his search magic to track it down. But instead of a monster, he stumbles on a farm and a mysterious field thief who won't stay quiet. Man, this kid in a panda suit is out here speedrunning a harvest of the legendary golden anchor fruit like it's a mission from destiny. Hiro refuses to let anyone swipe his dessert, and he bolts into a chase without even blinking. So our boy Hiro is sprinting through the woods, hot on the trail of a bearsuit thief. The kid's zooming like crazy, then the hero snaps his word magic into action and slams a speed buff on him. He finally traps them, then bam, he clocks the thief and realizes something is seriously off. Back at the campsite, Silva and Lillian kick back and chill, while Hiro comes sprinting in, clutching the L like it's the final piece of the puzzle. Meanwhile, Shimo's basically keeled over, and he's acting like a total NPC right now. Right as everything hits a new note, this absolute unit of an insane beastman stomps up to the party. This guy got a glowing red gem jammed into his chest, because in this world, that's never a good sign. Lillian realizes the moment's about to explode into a legendary battle, and pure hype lights her up. The beastman moves way quicker than you'd ever guess, and Hiro's stuck on his toes nonstop. He swings for a crushing heavy kick, but the guy's skin feels like he just got armor made of literal tire. Thunk. Our MC rips out thunderward magic and blasts that clown with a spicy, crackling shock. Then boom, monsters keep erupting from the ground like the game just glitched out. Lillian decides it's her moment to take over, and she slams her Dream Eater skill into action to carry the whole squad. She dives in and starts devouring their life force, like she's going to stuff herself at an all-you-can-eat buffet. Today, Hiro's still hunting that boss beastman, but the guy is an absolute tank. Nothing he does can bring him down. Lillian lunges in at the last second, because Hiro is one step away from getting absolutely cooked. But then she starts trash-talking him, because he almost got sent to the lobby. Then she snaps out her demon wings, and puts everyone to shame with pure main character energy. Dude, she's moving so fast the beastman's brain can't even catch up before she clocks him with a clean smack. She handles that high-level monster like it's nothing more than a tiny, harmless fry. The monster lunges at the nearby innocent elves, but Silva the butler steps in fast and shuts it down. He rips out forbidden shadow magic and launches it at the threat, all to shield the village. Silva rips fear out of the air, then unleashes cremation that swallows everything, forging a colossal black hole of raw destruction. The hero's completely thrown off. This old man is hiding an insane amount of magic power. The beastman sees it, he's utterly outmatched, so he snaps into action and orders a tactical retreat. Hiro's heart is shattering, because the reward he was begging for from his book collection was inside the house that just got vaporized. Next, Silva tries to play it cute to dodge Hiro's rage and avoid getting cancelled. Later, the whole squad huddles up and trades theories about how those red gems are fueling some truly wild experiments. They slam the brakes on their doubts and race for Bamboo Hill, hunting the mastermind and sealing the fate of this quest for good. Before he even leaves, Hiro fires off a stern lecture to the elves, blasting them for why they should stop being toxic to other races. Meanwhile, Scarface, the mastermind, tracks down his failed experiment hidden deep in the mountains. Once he sneers at the beastman like it's nothing but a pathetic puppet, and then he kicks off his next phase. Then we're hit with Nikki, an untamed feral kid, living her best life and basically buddying up with giant bears like it's nothing. The squad rolls up to Bamboo Hill in their carriage, like they mean to crush whatever comes next. They spot the monster tearing people up, then Nikki jumps in, battling it all by herself like a total boss. The hero's totally baffled. Why is some human kid chilling with wild bears in the middle of a demon territory? He taps into his translation magic, and suddenly, he and the animals can talk back and forth like they understand each other. Nikki is fiercely protective of her bear family, and these weird humans give her zero trust. The hero finally spells it out. Turns out the real mastermind in black is the one stirring every single bit of chaos. A bear breaks it down, how a condor monster got twisted by a red gem just recently. They finally clock it. These monsters are siphoning power straight from the earth to breed more of themselves. Suddenly, that insane beastman crashes in for a rematch, and the moment he shows up, he looks even more fiendish than before. He's fully evolved now, and he's charging into the party with even more savage aggression. The monster snaps into berserk mode and starts chowing down on the other condors just to level up. He rips them apart, fuses their bodies into himself, and transforms into a nightmare-fuel boss. Nikki's mama bear gets absolutely mauled trying to shield her from the boss. Nikki is forced to watch her family get marched to the lobby, right in front of her eyes, with no chance to stop it. Hiro snaps at her to wipe away those tears and pick the road straight to vengeance. The mother bear drains her last ounce of life to unleash a brutal self-destruct blast. This explosion is enormous, ripping through the forest and blasting everything away until all that's left is a giant crater. Next, Hiro unleashes word magic and jacks Nikki's stats up so hard they shoot all the way to the literal moon. Nikki's gone completely unhinged now. She's cracked, dialed in, and ready to throw hands with this demon. She bolts forward so fast the monster can't even keep up with her moves. She drops a non-stop barrage of punches that would make even Saitama's eyebrows go, whoa. She pours every last drop of rage into one final strike for her mother and for Aki. The boss's head takes the hit, and it shatters into pieces like glass. Nikki towers over the wreckage of her enemy, and at last, the mission is finally over. Lillian can't believe it. Hiro finally showed up with a real shred of heart. She pulls Nikki in and tells her, "Come join our squad," because they're all basically misfits together. Hiro takes Nikki on as his very first disciple, determined to forge her into someone even stronger so she can get her revenge. Then Hiro grins and blasts magic straight onto their mount, the droll bird. He flips the bird into an adorable little human kid, because honestly, why not? Nikki and that bird kid are already going at it, battling over who's going to steal Hiro's praise first. The hero snaps pipe down, then orders them to go hunt bamboo shoots for dinner. Lillian spills her dream. She wants to build a home where every race can live together in peace. The squad finally lets out a breath and devours a peaceful meal, then they hit the road for their next destination. 6 months later, the story rips to the demon country, straight into their house. The top demon lords are huddled together for a brutal, high-stakes conference. The demon queen is finally ready to strike her first blow toward world peace. Princess Evim is out here hustling for world peace, but trust me, the demon country's vibes are straight up wrong. She's staring at the meeting spot like she can feel something huge about to explode. Akina's and Mariani's elite escorts are basically her personal him squad, so she fully believes she's safe. But even the squad starts freaking out because Tekel, one of their scouts, just reported the humans are acting way too suspicious. Turns out the human king is cooking up some super sketchy NPC moves because he doesn't trust demons one bit. Grey Old's over here radiating main character energy, barking that not a single human can lay a hand on him as he stands guard. Meanwhile, the humans are huddled in a secret meeting, and King Rudolph is staring down like the final boss of snakes. He's got the heroes on standby, and he's holding the line tight, waiting for the perfect moment to smash right into the party. And wait, back there lurks a mysterious hooded figure, the kind of secret weapon they didn't want anyone to see. Tekel the scout is trying to sneak peeks at the human bridge, but let's be real, he's already done for. He clocks it too late. The hooded figure is right behind him, closing in fast. The figure lays out his place in this story, then boots him out, straight into the lobby. Tekel finally sees the demon country teetering on the edge of total doom, but by the time he acts, it's already too late to save the day. Switching up the perspective, our hero finally charges into the demon capital of Zeus. He's just hunting for an inn and something to eat, but his disciple, Mimir, keeps getting derailed by absolutely everything in sight. The hero's locked in on the grind, then he strides straight into a restaurant like it's time to earn his next win, one meal at a time. Right as he's trying to eat, a trio of trashy thugs barges in and starts harassing a girl at the counter. They swagger like they're tough, but really they're just harassing the princess, right there in disguise. The hero finally snaps, no more low-level mobs crashing his lunch break. He dares the trio to step outside, then plans to erase them fast. He flexes his word magic, blasts literal finger guns into existence, and makes it crystal clear he's the real MC. With one brutal blast, he launches those thugs into the air, falling straight down with nothing to catch them. But the girl is totally blown away by his power level. Evil twists the knife, then she drops the truth. She isn't just a villain, she's the demon lord, Evium. Then they finally sit down for a meal, and Hiro just shrugs off her fancy title like it's meaningless. He's begging for permission to slip into Forbidden Basement 5 of the library and get his hands on rare books. Evium clocks that this dude is a straight-up god-tier carry, and she jumps in with a deal on the spot. She'll hand him the library pass on one condition. He helps defend the country while her main forces are stuck at the peace conference. They lock in a soul-binding contract, so if anyone backs out, poof, they get erased for good. That towering demon wife shambles in, snatches them up with no warning, and drags Evium straight back to the castle. So we jump straight to the day of the conference, and the demon squad barrels up to the border. Evium finally comes face to face with King Rudolph, and the tension hits the sky like a lightning bolt. They step into a holy room where the magic is sealed up tight, locking them into a space all its own. Rudolph starts acting totally off, grilling Avim like, "Have you ever lost someone who mattered to you?" Then boom, the trap snaps shut. Rudolph fires the signal, and his guards lunge into action like they've been waiting for this moment. They slam the hero's relic down to seal the room shut, trapping everyone inside for a full 24 hours. Rudolph finally confesses the truth. He never craved peace at all, he came for war. Out on the bridge, the betrayal goes from bad to absolutely unhinged. Irawara, one of the demon guards, finally drops the truth. He was the traitor all along. He barrels in and starts beating down shovelers, flexing a power boost that makes him wildly stronger than his old rank. Grail bursts in to save his sis, but a brutal blow crashes into him, hurling him right to the edge of disaster. Even as his body starts to break apart, Grailda refuses to drop. He keeps standing because protecting others is just who he is. He chooses a final, blazing stand, then detonates himself to rip through the enemies. But the nightmare is just kicking off for the demons. Beastman forces have stormed the demon capital and are unleashing chaos, rampaging through the streets like wildfire. Turns out humans and beastmen teamed up to launch an attack on the demons, while their leaders are still stuck, trapped and helpless. Even so, he's pushing himself to protect the civilians, but the monsters keep crashing in, and there's way too many for them to handle. And just to make it worse, the human heroes burst onto the battlefield to finish the job for good. Our boy Teishi is charging ahead like a spark, and it looks like the demon country is officially done for. The king's out here screaming about a demon betrayal, but the wild part, he's the one plotting the ultimate world-class backstab. Rudolph has finally snapped. He's making a dramatic play, insisting he's going to teach the demons a lesson they'll never shake off. He's secretly teaming up with the Beastmen to erase the demons from the map once and for all. He's firing off his hero squad on a secret raid into demon territory, using them like disposable NPCs with no regard for whether they come back. Meanwhile, Hiro and his crew get ambushed by a bunch of random street thugs, and it turns into a full-on beatdown the second they step out. One day, the hero's disciple got way too loud, and then he kicked a soldier straight up into the stratosphere. She's fighting to keep the peace, because the second master wakes up, it's over for everyone. Take a look at the back of her outfit. Turns out Hiro really did toy with her, using some wild kanji magic. Then bam, this huge wolf unit called Ornoth steps up like he's the final boss of the whole area. He's on a mission with the heroes, but the disciple won't let a single person through. The heroes are reeling, because this isn't some regular mob anymore. This guy's playing on a whole different tier. The disciple snaps into a full-blown rant, screaming at them to shut up, before Hiro completely loses his mind. But it's already over. Our MC is wide awake, and he's the exact opposite of a morning person. The hero strolls in like he's one tap away from wiping the entire server. The disciple blurts out his name by accident, and the heroes snap to attention, because their old classmate has turned into a real, literal demon. Hiro barely cared about their reunion. He just wanted to track down the demon lord. He calls the demon lord a timid blonde, pure, unfiltered savage energy. Those fodder soldiers swarm him, but the disciple blasts them back with that explosive fist tech. She's landing one-hit knockouts across the board. Yeah, she's straight up carrying the whole mid-game. Hiro hears the noise piling up and snaps. He decides enough is enough and sets out to clear all the trash in one sweep. Our boy starts unlocking that word magic, and you can feel the massacre creeping in. He tosses the gravitation kanji out, and boom, the whole atmosphere flips in an instant. The moment the soldiers see it, they're doomed, because a real black hole starts yanking them in like it's hungry for their souls. It's a total wipeout. Every single squad member crumples to the floor. The heroes huddle on the sidelines, shaking with fear at the brutal power gap staring them in the face. He whips his blade forward like it's nothing, like he didn't just wipe out an entire army and toss them straight to the lobby. He grabs the wolf guy and shakes him for intel on where the demon lord is, while the guy keeps yapping. Then boom, he vanishes in a blink right in the middle of the convo, because apparently he's got somewhere urgent to be. Back at the conference at last, King Rudolph rips off the mask, then the truth hits like a bomb. He's the ultimate hater. He starts bawling about his daughters, then flips the script and screams that every demon must be wiped out. Said Judam snaps. He's done watching the king play villain, and he rushes in to stop it. He calls the king a fool right to his face, and the whole room turns feral in an instant. The elite guards swarm in to jump him, but Judam just stands there, built different. He He starts clearing the room, smashing through armored guards and hurling them aside like they're made of paper. Back in the city, Hirotashi charges at Ornoth and gets completely demolished. Taishi thinks he's the real deal, but a rank 4 demon is toying with him, line by line. Ornoth smashes him with a brutal hit, knocking the breath clean out of him as he gasps. There, the heroes finally understood the brutal truth. They weren't heroes at all, just sacrificial pawns dumped here to be killed. Suddenly, a monstrous tornado tears through the streets like it's hunting for something. Prince Lillian just stepped into the chat, and the only thing he wants is a fight. He blasts a huge area of effect attack boom, and sends the heroes crashing through the air like they weigh nothing. The heroes look totally wiped out as the Beastman King's son storms the field and takes full control. First at the sanctuary, Demon Lord Aviam is sealed inside a brutal high-tier magic barrier. She's ramming her fists into the bars, but the cage is soaked in hero life force, and it just won't budge. Her top generals are trapped. Every single drop of their magic has been sealed away, and they can't do a thing. Rudolph just stands there, smirking like he's already crowned the winner, soaking in the fact that he thinks the game is finally over. Then Judam's squad smashes through the door like they're the SWAT team, no hesitation. He's holding a hero's relic, the prism knife, the one and only thing that can shatter this seal. Judam drops a bombshell. He's clocked the king's shady moves for a while now. He finally turns on the crown, sacrificing everything to save the demon lord. Marion was so ready to burn the king on the spot, and she sparked the whole thing with fire magic. But hold up, the plot twist of the century just landed, and it's blowing everything wide open. Karia, the demon lord's most loyal maid, snaps, betrays everyone, and drives a blade straight into Aviam. The demon lord is reeling, because her childhood friend plunged the knife in from behind, and the pain won't let up. Karia swears she's an artificial demon, and she doesn't even have a clue who Avim is. Beastman King Leowold barrels in to finish the job, and it feels like the world's about to collapse for good. Everyone's battered and broken, magic is slammed shut tight, and the betrayal cuts so deep it feels like it'll never heal. But would you look at that, who finally showed up and stepped into the lobby? Hiro snaps into the middle of the chaos, takes one look at the wreck of a lineup, and blurts, "What is this lineup even for?" At last, the main character finally shows up to take command and haul the squad forward. At last, the MC hero finally barrels up to the scene, just as everything goes horribly wrong. He's got pure main character energy. He strolls into the room like it's nothing, even though the world's top-tier players are all there waiting. The Demon Lord is completely rattled when he suddenly materializes out of nowhere. Right there, even the Beast King is starting to lose it, because another player just slid into the lobby. The hero doesn't even care about the whole human versus demon mess. He's laser-focused on the Demon Lord, sprawled out, down bad, bleeding out. Shubler tries to claim the hero is the Demon Lord's boyfriend, and the waifu is basically glitching out, straight up malfunctioning from embarrassment. Hiro shrugs off the chaos, then slams his word magic down and hits a full recovery spell like a knockout cure. And just like that, the wounds vanish in an instant. Everyone freezes, completely stunned, and can't even speak. He swears he only did it for the contract, but come on, we all know he's just a total goat. The mustache baron keeps yapping trash, but Hiro cuts in snaps at that noisy NPC to shut up. Then the Beast King snaps into full berserker mode and charges forward with a literal nuke ready to explode. Look, Hiro doesn't even blink while the flames chew through the ground. He decides to sneak a peek at the room's hidden stats because he wants to know, for real, who's the actual threat. When he spots Akina's sitting at level 243 with the strongest demon title, yeah, that's basically a walking raid boss. It's simple on the surface, but his INT is so high it's actually terrifying. The hero scans the rest of the squad's levels, hunting for who's carrying the weight. Mustache Baron's sitting at level 167, Waifu Shubler's is only 128, and get this, the Demon Lord is the weakest of all at level 102. Then he scans Valkyria 3, and his stomach drops because her status is totally bugged, like she isn't real, she's a created one. The hero finally snaps, time to shove these pieces off the board so he can talk. He snaps his fingers, and bam, he starts teleporting that loudmouth away first. He boots the first 3 out before they even realize the server just kicked them out. Kyria slips in for a sneaky ambush, but Hiro is lightning fast. He snaps into position and blocks the strike with 0 effort. He tells the king, "I was just an innocent bystander from the original summoning. Everyone ignored me." And talk about that legendary reveal that leaves the king totally annihilated. The king can't wrap his mind around it, some random extra just got upgraded into a real, literal god. The hero just wants to clear his head after being pestered by a swarm of idiots. The Beast King isn't finished. He hurls a colossal fire tornado straight into the battlefield. The hero just raises a hand and smashes him with reflection magic. The fire rockets back to sender, and the Beast King has to scramble because he's dodging his own deadly move. The king can't hide it. This red-robed kid is built different, and it seriously shocks him. Hiro tells the Beast King, "Give it everything you've got," and then he slips out of the fight. As Hiro walks out, the conference plunges into darkness in the blink of an eye. The king finally snaps. He realizes his so-called allies have been treating him like nothing more than a pawn the entire time. After all that time, the created ones crack the secret. Some of them even have clones with the exact same face. They decide the king is done for, then they drive a blade straight through his gut. As the transformation kicks off, he starts coughing up blood, like his body is falling apart in real time. The king's body starts contorting, then blasts into a towering, disgusting demon monster right there on the spot. Then he smashes his own crown, and his humanity crumbles right out of him. This is pure nightmare fuel. It's shrieking like it's starving for souls. The villains brag that this worked, turning him into a full member of the demon race. Judam has no choice. He's stepping up to face the rampaging king head-on. He snaps orders to his guards to back up and seal the roads, because he's taking over this boss fight himself. The villain sneers at Judam, laughing because he thinks his name choices have zero taste. Judam demands they bring the king back to normal, but the others hit him with the brutal truth: it's impossible. It was all straight out of the master's plan, to tear down the power structure that everyone thought was untouchable. They even pulled out top-tier contract scrolls, trapping the king so tight there was no way out but to go along with it. And before the conference even started, they had a spy named Tekel Shiza lurking in the shadows, ready to strike. The villains finally snap and decide they've had enough, then they march out, brandishing that new, ugly doll they just got. Judam won't let them move an inch. He's forcing every step to come with a fight. He barrels in like a storm, determined to make them crack and spill every last thing they know. But this one hammers him back, using a hand-clap focal point that detonates the blast. Smoke billows through the air as the villains rip off into the night. Judah is frozen in place, staring at the catastrophe, because this is the absolute worst outcome the kingdom could have ever faced. We jump back to Hiro, and finally, he's reunited with his main squad right on time. Nikki and Meikazuki, the bird girl, are already wrestling for the same spot, who gets to cling to Hiro first. Hiro has to bark at them both to shut up. He's got zero patience for Heron tropes. But screw the jokes, because a real war is erupting across the city right now. The hero snaps that he's under zero obligation to help anyone. He does it because his heart chooses to. He belongs to no one but himself, and he's not about to save the day for free. For the past 6 months, he's been locked in on stubborn mode, and right now, he's not about to budge. Now he claims he's only doing it because his contract demands it. The Demon Lord and her army are clenching their teeth, fighting tooth and nail to keep the line from collapsing against a brutal monster wave. These golems and stone raptors are soaking up the lightning magic like it's nothing at all. The Demon Lord is panicking because the city is one blast away from getting wiped out in the crossfire. The hero finally snaps and decides it's his job to take the wheel, carry the whole team, and crush this raid for good. He unleashes word magic that sparks attraction, yanking every monster straight into one blazing spot high above the sky. Then he slams a huge explosion tag right onto the entire cluster. He wipes out the whole monster army with one colossal boom. Back in that room, the city sits perfectly untouched, and the extermination is already finished. The Demon Lord is completely stunned. He actually sealed a contract with that terrifying boy. Hiro stares at the wreckage when, right in front of him, a familiar face suddenly shows up. It's Crouch, the wild, feline freak who's been tearing through his earlier adventures. The hero hasn't forgotten. This guy snatched his prey back at the Green Cave, and that debt is still burned into his mind. He yanks his sword free, his face dead cold, as he readies to collect the debt. He leans down to the cat and tells it, plain and cruel, that his time is over. Time to get payback in a fated rematch with the same guy who tried to snatch his hard-earned loot. And boom, our boy hero is back on the battlefield for the fated rematch with Crouch, and this time, he's coming for blood. He flexes that new beast, the absolute sword slasher, which basically acts like a cheat code that erases enemies on sight. This blade doesn't just cut flesh, it slams straight into the opponent's mind, smashing their mental stats until they're ripped into a full-on, literal blackout from consciousness. Crouch is absolutely hyped, trembling like he's about to face the final boss. Crouch drops the truth. He's one of the three warriors, the absolute powerhouses of the patient faction. He's a speed-specialized beastman, and the moment he launches forward, he's so damn fast it looks like he's literally lagging behind on the hero's screen. Hiro's not some newbie. He uses enemy search to pin down the cat's IP. He fires off an extend spell that stretches clear across the map, snagging Crouch before he even knows what hit him. Crouch decides he's done messing around and unleashes full power with his trick arts. He fires off a shadow transformation that turns him untouchable to physical attacks, and the hero is left scrambling, second-guessing every choice he made in his build. The waifu army is posted on the sidelines, stunned speechless by just how violently these two are going toe-to-toe. The hero finally clocks what he has to do, finish this fast, and slams his own transformation into gear, thunderization. Now Hiro is a walking lightning god, zooming at Crouch's speed and shrugging off anything that gets thrown at him. He steers his word magic with remote control, like a heat-seeking missile locking onto its target. He slams in the stop command, and just like that, the feline freak is finished. Crouch lunges for one last desperate multi-clone rush, but Hiro isn't just tough, he's built different. He hits them with diffusion plus a sure-hit combo, and wipes every last clone off the server in one clean strike. The hero has him dead to rights, then the demon lord slides in and stops him cold before he can finish it. She refuses to let him go. She wants to keep him locked in as a high-level commander, so he becomes the perfect bargaining chip. Crouch just bursts into laughter, calling everyone naive, because every patient soldier knows their fate is already sealed the instant they get captured. He slams down his final card and calls forth his deadliest servant, a colossal zombie Cerberus. That massive watchdog from the underworld's lobby is towering over the city streets, and it's just itching to wreck every last soul in sight. The hero swore he'd stay out of it, until he heard the city's grand library was on the verge of getting destroyed. Our boy will happily watch a kingdom crumble, but the one thing he refuses to touch is those rare books. He links up with Aquinas, and with a snap of power he calls in his knight, Claymore, to hold that beast off. The hero braces for a colossal purification spell, then redraws the battlefield range to blanket the entire monster. He smashes the execute button, and that light annihilates the zombie beast without a trace. Then they yank Cerberus back to the lobby for good, no coming back. Now that the district's safe, the demon lord's catching feelings, while all he really wants is a nap. Meanwhile, the spy Tekel finally snaps awake inside a prison cell, after he was brutally cooked earlier. The villains snatched his pen and tried to lock him out of magic, then they realized too late he's a legend. He splashes his own blood across a messenger bird's wings and sends it flying straight to the queen. He shoots her a warning, something huge is already in motion, so don't let your guard down. Back at the base, Hiro's in full rage mode, snapping at the Hiro girls, Nikki and Shuri. He shoves the black pill into their hands and tells them, straight-faced, that they're nothing but sacrificial pawns for the king. He tells them straight up, no past hero has ever come home, and that returning spell is nothing but a full-blown scam. He slams them as domestic dogs, who wouldn't stand a second on a real battlefield crawling with rabid ones. He wraps up his roast by calling them the bad guys for barging into a country without even doing their homework first. Later, he ends up on the roof with Nikki, and she drops the bomb, revealing her real ambition. She's determined to build a hangout where every race can mash magic in thrilling tournaments, stuff themselves with speed eating, and just vibe, pure, no-stress chill. Hiro-s like, wait, that dream is the real deal, and he nods, agreeing to help her, then demands his pay in one thing, total freedom. They lock eyes, decide they'll push onward, and vow to reach the end of the world together. That human king actually believed his whole betrayal scheme made him untouchable. But Hiro basically shrugs, hoists the demon country on his back, and crushes the invasion like it's nothing. The summoned heroes got scattered in the chaos, and Teishi is out here eating one brutal L after another. The war's getting wild, and nobody has a clue who's really about to claim victory. Tashi jolts awake in the woods, completely wiped out like he's been through the grinder. He still remembers the moment that top-tier beastman warrior slammed his clap into him during the invasion. He spots Chica sprawled on the ground, knocked out cold, and panic explodes in him. He leans over and tries to wake her up, but she's completely dead to the world, for now. Now he checks her breathing, and boom, he realizes she's still in the game, the only win he's managed to scrape all day. Suddenly, a mysterious guy in a black cloak rolls in out of nowhere, like trouble with a destination. Tashi has zero clue who this random NPC is, or how the heck he even showed up. The magic pressure pouring off this guy is straight up unreal, so heavy it pins a hero down like they can't even breathe. The cloaked figure snaps at Tashi to shut his mouth, then orders him to follow, because his life depends on it. Tashi throws himself in front of Chica to keep her safe, but right here, he's completely outmatched. The guy rips him off the ground with shadow tentacles and leaves him dangling in midair. Tashi stares at what's happening and panics, because he realizes he can't move, and suddenly every life choice he ever made comes crashing down on him. The kidnapper grins and threatens to slice Chica's limbs off one by one unless Tashi finally does what he's told. He has to swallow the loss and fall in line, because keeping her safe means obeying the orders. They march out to face the Lord, the one tugging every string behind the scenes. Meanwhile, a demon lord's messenger, sent by Evium himself, tracks down Hiro's squad. They're being hauled in with a VIP escort, straight into the castle for the banquet. Shuri and Shinobu throw a fit and beg Hiro to let them tag along, even though they're enemies on paper. The hero grumbles that they're an absolute nuisance, but he lets them stick around, because making up an excuse sounds like way too much work. He tells the messenger, "Don't worry, those guys are just harmless coworkers." The squad finally barrels into the castle, and the whole place screams, "Final boss dungeon." The demon guards are seething. Finding humans in their base instantly kills the vibe. Shuri and Shinobu clock the danger instantly, lock eyes, and brace for the absolute worst. Then they step into the throne room, and everything screams strict, formal royal power. Im welcomes the hero back like a full-blown MVP, soaking up every moment. Mariani is already snapping, overwhelmed by Hiro's disrespectful energy. Evium blasts it into everyone's ears. This hero isn't just brave, he's the country's literal savior. All the demon girls are staring at Lillian with narrowed eyes, like they're sizing her up for trouble. Lillian is so offended by the massive chest size difference that she starts furiously tweaking it. The hero steps up, introduces the group like they're legendary, and then tells the demons to chill. Shuri and Shinobu drop into a bow like pros, making it crystal clear they're not here to start trouble. Luke Mariona is seething. Those girls are literally the enemies of his race. Muir's not backing down. She throws herself up and defends her master with pure main character swagger. Iphium tells everyone to calm down because the hero wouldn't drag them here for nothing. Shinobu decides to ditch the entire lore and spill their side of the story firsthand. Evim clocks the truth. Those girls aren't bluffing about how they ended up here. But she can't help wondering, who were those heroes on the bridge if these two weren't there? The girls tell her, Aurora, yeah, a demon let us pass the bridge. Marion snaps into action because Aurora's confirmed a traitor. Turns out those heroes at the bridge weren't real at all, just lifeless dolls. Karia unleashed her magic to summon fake NPCs, baiting the demons straight into a deadly trap. Ornoth blurts out that the other two heroes from their group are still out there, missing in action. He blurts out, why on earth would a hero drag humans into the demon capital? Shinobu jumps in to defend him, insisting they basically cornered him into it. But Hiro finally stops pretending. He drops the act and tells them he's known all along who they are. He unleashes his word magic and fully reveals his true form like it's a grand flex. He leans in and drops the bombshell. He's not from here at all. He's one of the summoned people from their world. Every single person in the room goes silent, completely stunned by the reveal. Moore and the kids are buzzing because the boss is finally about to drop the act and be 100% himself. Marion lunges to strike the human, but Akina steps in and shuts him down. Then Eam finally clocks that Hiro's just another pawn in the human king's dirty schemes. Akina warns Marion, if you try to fight Hiro, you won't walk away unscathed. And boom, heroes only overhear them, whispering about when the food is finally going to show up. Evium chooses to trust him. His eyes aren't giving away a single lie. Shuri suddenly crumpled and blacked out the moment her HP hit 0 from the damage she'd taken. Evium snaps her fingers and summons the medic squad at once, because she won't let even a fair ruler fall behind when someone needs help. Hiro's had enough of the drama, now he demands to be fed. Evium snaps at Marion to quit hating, because Hiro literally saved her life. The hero dubs him the Mustache Baron, and the guy is straight up fuming from that moment on. They start calling him Mustache Dandy, just to smooth things over and keep the peace. Mariona actually adores the new title. He's completely hooked on showing off his facial hair. Hiro S like, dude, you're a total weirdo for falling for that. At last, the banquet's set, and that table's stacked high with top-tier loot. The hero leans in and tells AVM, trust me, this food is actually awesome for once. He's demanding his reward right now, a pass to the restricted library. Evan dips her head to thank him, and Hiro's totally thrown off because the ruler is showing way too much respect. That night, Lillian and Ornoth locked eyes for a full-on sibling showdown out on the balcony. Ornoth can't believe it. His sister actually came back to this country all by herself. Lillian blurts that she had no choice because Hiro is basically a trouble magnet. Ornoth needles her, mocking her for being totally down bad for a human boy. Lillian loses it and bursts into loud screaming that everything here is strictly professional. So he presses her, "What's your real goal for staying here?" She snaps that if he dares to chain Hiro to this country, he'll accidentally unleash their absolute worst nightmare. Ornoth's eyes widen when he realizes Lillian has finally, for the first time in her life, made real friends. On the balcony again, Evium feels the crown's weight crush down on his shoulders. She can't stop wondering, why is everyone out here wrecking each other's hearts, one bad choice at a time? She breaks down in tears, screaming that Kyria is gone, and that she'd trade everything just to get the old days back. A bird rockets in, clutching an urgent message ripped straight from the front lines. The hero clocks Evian's swollen eyes, sees she's been crying, and realizes she's fighting through something heavy. He snags the Area 5 library pass, but just wait, there's a catch. He won't be able to step inside until the war is finally over for real. Hiro snaps that they should just end the war right now, like a speedrun. Now he proposes smashing the bridge, so every enemy reinforcement gets cut off at the source. Evium insists it's too hard to pull off, but Hiro grins and vows he'll do it all by himself. The hero rolls up to the bridge like a one-man storm, ready to take it down alone. Evium warned him to dodge every casualty, and honestly, that request is a total nightmare. He slaps on a beastman disguise, so no one clocks him, and he doesn't stick out like a sore thumb. The guards bark that he can't enter, but he's already chanting magic right there. He fires off his word magic, and the path erupts into pure, absolute chaos. He slips in and leaves the guards, staring like mindless NPCs. He unleashes a furious gale that rips through the bridge and clears every last inch of it. The guards are literally flinging themselves right off the walls and into the water. Now it's time to slam in the final touch and bring the whole mission home. He triggers giant collapse and wipes the whole structure clean. The bridge just disappears out of thin air, and the enemy gets trapped on the wrong side, dead to rights. Hiro honestly thought the whole thing was kinda mess and ended up feeling totally underwhelming. Like right in the middle of his escape, a Birdman general swoops in to slam a stop on his exit. He demands to find out who that Beastman imposter really is. The hero's got no time to chat with that side character. He's completely not in the mood. Birdman unleashes every last weapon in his arsenal, hitting like a storm. He slips through every attack with zero effort, like the fight is just on easy mode for him. The Birdman's totally baffled, because beastmen aren't supposed to cast magic. The hero bursts out smoke, blinds the guy in seconds, and slips away before he even knows what hit him. Then he rockets into the sky and vanishes across the whole battlefield like a phantom. Ivam and the generals leaned in, staring the entire scene through a magic orb. Lillian's out here flexing like, "My man is the strongest in the whole verse." She picks a fight with another girl and snaps, "Fatty," like it's war. Silva's over there losing her mind, ranting about boobs like a total menace. Lillian boots him away with a savage kick for being way too weird in front of the demon lord. Evium leans in and asks Hiro if he's into big chests too, and Hiro just freezes, total caught-off-guard panic. Mariani is stunned because the demon lord actually dared to ask a human. But Hiro insists books are way better than girls, no debate. If finally realizes she can't read this guy's energy one bit. All the way back in the Beastman kingdom, Prince Linian finally snaps awake on a bed. His brother grabs him and tells him straight up he's lucky to still be alive after that brutal defeat. Hate Linian seethes after the loss, furious at everything, and he can't stand how pathetic he looks. The Beastman King strides in and roars at him like he's a complete idiot. The second the rule's locked in, the king stares at Hiro and realizes he's a threat that could blow up their entire operation. He thinks a real hero is the kind of guy who masks his true power level like it's a secret he'll only unleash when it matters. They snap to the news. The Mutic Bridge has been erased by a rogue beastman. They finally clock it. The red-robe guy is playing both sides of the war like a master. The king spots something wild in him and decides, "I want in on this, let's see what you can do." A breathless messenger bursts in, clutching a letter from the demon country, and it demands negotiations begin. Evium storms into the throne room and summons the generals for an emergency meeting. Home, she blurts out that their top spy, Tekel, just got captured by someone. The rumors buzz like crazy. Whoever catches him will claim him like their own, no questions asked. Seriously, everyone's freaking out, because that guy should have been hauled to the lobby years ago. The letter was written in blood, so yeah, they know this isn't some sick prank. Ornoth drops the bombshell. Territorial was once the former Demon Lord's right-hand man. They're convinced that the old Demon Lord got resurrected, then rose again as a necromancer. Then it hits them, this entire war isn't happening. It's being yanked like a marionette by some shadowy mastermind. Ornoth spills some serious, deep lore about the Valkyrie series of artificial demons. Turns out these clones went on a brutal rampage back then, almost wiping out the whole country. Evium finally makes his move. He calls a halt to the war and offers the Beast King a deal. She's begging to swap the prisoners for a peace treaty, anything to finally stop the bleeding. She even throws out the idea of a strongest warrior tournament, so the fight gets settled the only way that feels fair. Finally, Marion snaps that this is a massive L for the demons, because for once, they were actually winning. But when the Beast King spots the letter, pure peak excitement explodes across him as he sits there. He's locked in, ready to smash his way into the arena and end this for good once and for all. Ina's back at Hiro's place, and while the war tears everything apart, Muir and the crew are just kicking back and chilling. This mirror is freaking out because the hero hasn't come home in 6 whole months. A birdman shows up out of nowhere and hammers on their door, demanding to know if that missing someone is inside. Moore swings the door open, and there, looming in front of him, stands a massive warrior, all set to speak. Barrett rolls up to the private residence, and the tension hits the air like a live wire. Our girl Rala bursts out looking wrecked like she just survived a brutal 24-hour lab shift, and she's definitely not coming alone. Barad, the legendary Thunderlord, is basically a superstar, so when he shows up in the neighborhood, everyone's jaw drops. And even someone as stacked as him looks completely wrecked right now. Rala asks, so the war's officially over, and Barrett answers, not yet, we haven't lost, but then his voice dips because the future looks painfully grim. The king is practically begging him to come back to the castle right now, because they're desperate for backup. Then it turned out some freak irregular crashed onto the battlefield and left the whole army looking like mindless NPCs. Barrett is basically begging her to help flip the whole fight around. And boom, Rala spills deep lore, revealing why she invented trick art in the first place. She tells them no matter how broken your stats are, there's always some main character-level badass out there, ready to step in and take you down. She's completely sick of war life, grabs Barrett by the heart, and tells him he has to go home, now. Before he slips out the door, she grabs him and demands more details about that strange, irregular guy. Barrett clocks him as this human with glasses, black hair, and a red robe. Then it's like he can basically soar, destroying bridges in an instant. Arnold and Mir hear the description, and in an instant they're like, that's our boy Hiro, because he's literally hauling the whole demon continent on his back. Back with Hiro in the picture, Rala finally steels herself and goes straight to the king. Then they finally reach the palace, only it isn't a normal building at all, because it's built right into a colossal tree. King Leopold can barely contain himself. Rala actually showed up. They start jawing about that red-robed brat. Somehow he actually kept pace with the king during the fight. Leopold flat-out admits the kid is a total battle junkie, and he might be the real rival he's been waiting for. Arnold lays out every gritty detail of Hiro's personality to the king, point by point. He's basically saying Hiro is the real deal, a no-nonsense straight shooter who couldn't care less about race or status. While everyone else is freaking out about the war, Hiro's out here chasing a different kind of battle, craving books and stacking 5-star meals like it's his destiny. The king's officially gone off the deep end, he's obsessed, and he's declaring, get him on my squad, no excuses. Suddenly, Princess Mimir hears that name, and her whole world jolts. Arnold finally clocks it. Hiro was the miracle man who restored Mimir's voice half a year ago. The hero made her promise, no matter what, never to tell a soul, and honestly, that's a total low-key flex. Arnold leans in and tells the king, since Hiro's on the demon's side now, trouble is about to explode, and it's only going to get worse from here. The Damankin didn't launch a full-scale invasion. He dropped a letter instead, proposing a tournament like it was a game of fate. King Leopold sees this as pure genius, and he's determined to use the move to recruit Hiro. Rala agrees to join the duel, only if Arnold and Myra step into the ring with her. Cut to Hiro, totally relaxed in a queen's room inside Mao's castle, like he owns the place. Akina's trying to hand him a drink, but Hiro cuts in fast, reminding him he's still underage and refusing to let the hype sweep him up. Akina beams and thanks him for essentially shouldering the whole war, then for giving the queen the spark she needed to dig deep and find her resolve. Hiro admits the whole tournament idea was nothing but a wild whim he blurted out on the spot. He's in it only because it's the fastest route straight to the legendary library. He barrels back into Beastman territory and stops right in front of the Tree of Origin. He swings by his old friend's place and checks in, just to see how they're holding up. Rala stumbles on him, shocked, because the guy actually came back. She leaned in and told him Arnold and Mir were out hunting monsters, on the king's orders, because the tournament is coming and they need to be ready. They're desperate to prove to the hero how much stronger they've gotten since the last time they saw each other. But Hiro holds off on meeting them, for he refuses to pull them away from their grind. Rala slinks in and tries to clock Hiro's speed with a surprise sneak attack. But Hiro's built different. He drops a clone and fires an invisibility spell, straight up outsmarting her at every turn. He tells her he needs an audience with the king, then throws on a hood so nobody can recognize him from that bridge incident. They stride into the throne room, and King Leopold snaps, demanding he finally show his face. The second Hiro drops his hood, the whole air turns heavy and tense. The hero just wants the tournament's location, then Mimir crashes into the room like a bomb. The princess flips into full waifu mode and lunges at him like, "Come here," straight up trying to tackle him for a hug. Big Hero isn't playing that game. He slaps up a barrier so she can't even lay a finger on him. The king's near dying from laughter because he's never seen Mimir this pumped before. Hiro clocks it instantly. She's smiling way more than before, and for once, it hits him like a rare, warm moment of pure wholesomeness. The hero tries to bolt out right away, but the king slams down the ultimate trap card, high-tier Aqua Hound meat. His stomach calls the shots, so he grits his teeth and agrees to stay for the refreshments. Barrett still doesn't trust him, so he watches his every move, 24/7, non-stop. The king finally cracks and admits he's playing for keeps. He's trying to win Hiro's heart by letting him experience all the perks this country has to offer. He knows the hero lives by his own rules, but he's praying Mimir's bond will flip him over to his side. After they finish eating, Hiro finally grabs the courage and gets ready to dip. Mimir is down bad, grabs his attention, and begs him to listen to her song next time. Hiro grins and tells everyone to wait for what's coming, then he storms out of the castle. The king and Barrett are all hyped up for the coming battle, and Hiro finally links back up with his party, because the tournament arc is about to kick off. The Damankin hype train just kicked off, and our boy Hiro has the whole squad itching for a fight. A week after his talk with the Beast King, we hit the gates of Mayo's castle, and the army is absolutely unhinged. The princess tells her soldiers to calm down. She's not rolling with a whole army, just a tiny elite crew for the duel. She decides to bench Akina and Rashuval, her star players, and hold the home base alone, and it leaves everyone totally baffled. She starts off with the rules, then bam, she drops her true secret weapon, Iro Hakamura, the guy who straight up soloed a bridge the size of a whole mountain. The army straight up loses it because somehow you've got a literal cheat code on your side, and that flex is unreal. Hiro orders the travel squad to regroup because they're about to tear off with a fast travel straight to the meeting spot. He shoots the big boss a confident look, tells them to wait for the win, then the whole crew disappears like smoke into thin air. The squad drops in at the crater on the dot, and the Beastkin are already posted there, waiting to see if the Damankin are really gonna bring the smoke. The Beast King, Leopold, towers over everything, yet he's got company. Suddenly, some guy swings for a sucker punch on Hiro, but with ultra instinct blazing, he slips the hit like it's nothing. It's Arnold, looking like he's been grinding in the shadows, just to snag L from the main character again. The hero smacks him with that iconic move, "You dead," straight up just to be a menace. Arnold's still salty like clockwork, but Mir can't stop grinning. She's thrilled to see her hero Shan, and she proudly shows off her fresh new look with a flex. Mir has totally shot up in power, and now she's itching to flex her new level for everyone to see. Then this elite butler suddenly materializes out of thin air and checks, straight-faced, whether Arnold is the original companion. Arnold finally gets a fresh batch of hero apprentices, and it hits him. This MC is basically a walking magnet for the absolute best talent. The hero grabbed Arnold's attention and warned, "Get back in line, or I'll use you as my lab rat for some magic experiments." Muir finds herself seething with jealousy over the new girls in the squad, but Hiro leans in and tells her he saved the real fun for when the battle finally kicks off. He flashes her a smirk and calls her a short stack, and yeah, she's so desperate for his approval it's not even funny. The duel is called a gassy, and the rules are locked down the old school way, no exceptions. 5 matches, first to grab 3 wins takes it, and every team has to name their king before the games even start. If your king gets tossed in the lobby, your whole team eats the loss on the spot. The princess is pushing for a peace alliance, but the Beast King acts like he's unbeatable. Yeah, he's got that boss vibe, but I'm still taking control. Right before they kick things off, Mir demands they free a prisoner, and Kurachi the cat girl springs out of her cage like she's totally unfazed. And then butler Silva steps in at the ref spot, built different, and stays strictly neutral. The rosters are locked in at last, and the energy inside the crater is about to blow the roof off. Round 1 kicks off. Arnold and Mir go head-to-head with Hiro and his wild, chaotic disciple Nikki. Arnold and Mir are trading blows in a full-on showdown, determined to prove they're done being mid-tier fodder. Hiro's just kicking back, because he straight up can't picture a world where he ever loses. The ref drops the signal, boom, game on, and it's officially go time. Arnold and Mir aren't mindlessly rushing in like NPCs, they're stopping to size up the situation first, reading every move. Nikki has zero chill and barrels in like a heat-seeking missile. She's throwing explosive fists like she's clearing a dungeon by herself, but Arnold steps in and holds his ground. Nikki lands more jolts of crimson, blazing back to stop the flanking attack cold. Nikki's trying way too hard to flex her speed, and she's sprinting right into a high IQ trap. Mir slings electric chakrams and catches her dead on, and Nikki looks absolutely wrecked. After finally getting things under control, Hiro spots the truth. His old crew is locked in now, and their synergy is downright insane. He whips through their stats, and there it is. Both of them have been grinding like maniacs for the last 6 months. Nikki reaches for a glittering soap bubble, only for it to snap into a real static mine, and it wipes her off the map instantly. Said she's officially been knocked out of the match. Now it's Hiro against 2 in a brutal 1v2. Hiro zaps his goofy disciple to the sidelines, then hits the brakes on the games, because he's done messing around. The Beast King is turning this duel into a real-life classroom, using it to teach the next generation exactly how war plays out. Arnold steps forward and cranks a conversion technique, so wild his body practically turns into pure wind. He's sprinting through his moves so fast that Hiro can barely read the frames. He slashes Hiro with a wind-blessed claw, and it blasts a literal tornado right inside the crater. Mir gets fired up and blasts in some lightning to seal that top-tier elemental combo. Everyone thinks the MC is finally finished, but our boy is built different, no question. He fires off his word magic and shuts the whole storm down like flipping a switch to turn off a fan. Man, Arnold shoves every last drop of mana into one final blast inversion, and it wipes out his entire stamina bar clean dry. He faceplants, and Mir is forced to haul the entire squad on her own. She unleashes her ultimate hidden power, wings bloom from her back, and she glows so bright it's like she's about to step straight into a whole new dimension. She finally realizes she's turned into the threat, but before she can smash the landing, he rockets in and grabs her midair. He shoots her a "you got strong" head pat right as she collapses into unconsciousness from pure exhaustion. The Beastkin took an L in round 1, and the Hiro still stays the undisputed GOAT. Our main man S out here projecting main character vibes like crazy, straight up cleaning house in the first match. The oppositions literally drop to their knees, because the Hiro's word magic is on a whole other level. The ref calls the Demonkin squad in, and the crowd erupts like they're watching a tactical masterclass unfold. Nikki, the Hiro's tiny apprentice, scrambles for that victory hug, but our boy is so cool he shuts the whole wholesome moment down. He rips into her with a stay-focused lecture, and then slams her with a legendary head bump for getting reckless during the scrap. Even the princess pulls up to give the cargo a proper show of respect. Meanwhile, Mir's crumpled in the locker room, looking absolutely cooked after that brutal loss, while the squad checks her over, making sure she's still breathing. The high tiers start dissecting the Hiro's kit, and then they realize his sword skill isn't some cheesy gimmick at all, it's top tier. Like the Beast King, Leawood just strolls in like a walking tank, barking at everyone to keep their heads up, because the vibes stay spotless. Mir is already plotting her training arc, so she can finally catch up and match Hiro's power level. The Beast King roars and rallies the boys for round 3, because getting defeated twice is absolutely not happening. Now the heavy hitters step in, because Leo himself is about to stride into the arena. His opponent is Murian, the second-ranked Krill, staring like he's about to crash straight into the kingdom and take it by force. Then bam, the story drops into a literal dungeon, where another hero groans awake inside a cage. Then boom, he runs into Tekel Scissors, a top-tier demon, and it turns out he's been pushed into the lobby by some shady third party. They kick things off by spilling the truth about that mysterious guy with the cross-shaped scar, kidnapping people left and right like they're nothing but NPCs. A hooded stranger shows up to take control, hustling them through a cave packed with straight-up alien-looking trees. They finally burst into the boss room, where a brand new lord sits back on an ice-cold throne, totally chilling. To make it even worse, they've got Chica held hostage, and the whole vibe instantly turns rancid. Right then, the ultimate betrayal hits. Kuria-chan, their so-called ally, flips the script, drops the mask, and turns out she's been a double agent for the enemy all along. The heroes go completely slack-jawed as the true mastermind finally steps out and shows his real face. Back in the capital, the guildmaster is scrambling to calm the panic because the king has vanished without a trace. But we're rolling back to the crater because this is it, the match of the century. Mariona is flexing hard, promising revenge and vowing to wipe out every monster in the Beastkin world. The match kicks off, and Marion rips giant magic hands up from the ground to slam the king flat. Leewood just shrugs and laughs it off. Then she slams Fire Fang to life, and the whole arena turns into a raging, literal oven. Marion not finished. She rips out the Eclipse Tridents, basically turning anything they touch into instant, deleted chaos. Leewood has to get ruthless and inventive. He's using a fire conversion trick to slip right past the darkness magic. Realizing he's outmatched in a straight fight, Marion unleashes Sol Domination, an otherworldly spirit sword that looks like it was built for a final boss showdown. Hiro and his crew are posted on the sidelines, running a full stat check on these two monsters, no exceptions. Leewood is posted on a monstrous level 222, while Marioni is scrambling just to stay afloat at 168. Even with the huge level gap, Mariona refuses to quit. She's hunting for her opening to turn the fight around. Two absolute powerhouses slam into each other, erupting in a mind-blowing burst of elements that feels like peak fiction. Marioni fires off rock bullets to corner the king, but it's like pelting a tank with pebbles, pointless and brutal. He swears he finally struck the killing blow, then reality hits. He's been battling a fire clone the entire time. The real Leewood is airborne, charging up a blazing, awakening flameball, basically a tactical nuke in the palm of his hand. That hit is straight-up unthinkable chaos, and Marion gets blasted right into the dirt. Marioni's about to hit the final exit, but Leo snaps, telling him to stop wallowing in emo mode and get his butt back to the squad. He realizes the demon wasn't just fighting, he was actually enjoying every second, even if he'd never admit it. The king let slip some major info about criminal Kokoro being a complete scrub, then snatched the W for the Beastkin like it was nothing. But while everyone's cheering at the tournament, the Beast King's real homeland is getting judged behind the scenes. Some hooded psychos have smashed through the walls and are wiping out the guards left and right. The entire city is burning to the ground, and the citizens are shrieking as they scramble for their lives. Queen Brances has every enemy eye locked on her, and right now her head maid is the only wall between her and the lobby. Rebu the maid yells at Brances to run while she fights off the smoke, but right then, a masked villain named Kokuru shows up, only to mess with them for laughs. This dude is strutting like he owns the spotlight, throwing flexes in everyone's face, and then he spills Brances' entire secret name like it's nothing. He finally cracks. Yeah, it was him who sent Brances' dad to that lobby years ago, and now he's back, ready to finish the job. Just as things start to boil over, the legendary Aragorn tree gets utterly annihilated by a mysterious force. Kokoro decides to make his exit, but first he fires off a chilling threat, saying he's coming for Leewood next. Meanwhile, tucked inside a secret cave, we finally catch the mastermind behind all this chaos. This kid looks like some NPCU, D-skip, but surprise, he's the real deal, the born demon lord from Otto's Grand Erde Evening. He drops his real plan, totally different, and decides to harvest negative emotions by throwing the humans and the Beastkin into one massive, brutal war. He's got the heroes locked in a chokehold, using them like bargaining chips, and he leans in to tell the human hero he's under a mandatory mission. He's kicking his plan up to the next level, and he can't wait to watch the whole world go up in flames. Back at the tournament, it's finally time for round 3, Demon Camp versus Beastkin, and the stakes hit hard. Shubblers is out here serving Big Sister energy to the demons, while the Rabbik in Rurashik rocks a lab coat and reps the beasts like they're his whole mission. Shubbler unleashes some straight-up cheat code magic and snaps her body back to how it was an hour ago. Rarashik clocks that she's up against a time manipulator, but since she's literally the inventor of conversion magic, she doesn't even flinch. She calls forth a tiny snow rabbit named Yukichan, adorable on the outside, but secretly a top-tier menace. Yuki-chan locks Shubler up in ice solid on the spot, and the Beastkin camp just snags a huge W. Next up, Wolfman Ornoth strides into the arena, right in front of the demons. He's about to square off with the Beast King's son, Lillian, face to face. Lillian can move fast, but Ornoth's recovery is so insane he might as well be impossible to kill. Then Noth starts glowing with this fierce red aura, pure main character energy, no questions asked. He tanks Lillian's strikes, then whips out a heat wave palm that blasts the prince straight into the lobby. The demons snag this victory, and the overall score locks in a dead-even tie. Tension snaps in the air as we step into the fifth and final tiebreaker match. It's a head-on clash, the demon lord of Eam against the beast king himself, Leglos. Leglos starts running his mouth about snatching Hiro as his daughter's groom, and right then Evium is so down bad he's blushing mid-fight. Alright, the match kicks off, and a VM jumps in, unleashing high-level compound magic nonstop like it's done this 100 times. Leglos is a total beast. He twists water into openings and slips through her attacks like they're nothing at all. Both of them slam their full mana bars into a final showdown, and the impact erupts like a nuclear-level explosion. When the smoke finally thins out, both leaders are sprawled on the ground, totally knocked out and unresponsive. The referee blows the whistle. Boom, it's a dead draw, and nobody gets the win. Leglos jolts awake, throws out a heartfelt apology to his people, and begs for one more round, because he's determined to prove he's still the real him. But the demons aren't just searching, they're hunting for a real powerhouse to finish the job. If VM realizes there's only one person left who can actually pull this off for them, the hero steps in only if everyone signs on to his personal terms first. The hero agrees to jump in only if everyone signs up for his personal terms first. First, our boy hero is finally stepping up to the plate, only this time, he's not doing it for free. He leans in and tells the princess that the only way he can stomach carrying this final match is if she hands him a lifetime supply of Musen's top-tier cooking. The Beast King is ridiculously hyped. Someone actually has the guts to challenge him to a wager. The second the match kicks off, Hiro clocks a ridiculous physical gap, like one clean hit, and he's getting blasted straight to the lobby. The king starts machine-gunning fireballs like some cheap NPC, hoping to blindside the hero before he can react. Then he upgrades his game and bam, he fully evolves into a literal magma beast, cranking the heat to the absolute max. The hero has to blurt out a teleport word just to stop his health bar from crashing to zero. So the MC realizes he was seconds away from getting cooked, like, literally, until he snaps his defensive words out just in time. Right now, the Beast King is living his best life, cooking up his true awakening and lining it all up for the ultimate move. Hiro stops messing around and finally realizes it's time to make the king understand who the real main character is. Hiro gets smashed so hard he crumples into the dirt, and now he's forced to use a treatment word just to stay in the game. The king has fully snapped into mad mode, and the heat rolling off him is downright feral. The hero spots the opening and blurts an acceleration word, then rockets across the gap in an instant. He finally slips in a clean slash, and the king's got to stare, because his defenses aren't nearly as busted as he believed. Then the Beast King snaps his fingers and calls forth a roaring, flaming spirit lion named Shishiraga onto the battlefield. That's the real problem. This huge cat is totally immune to magic, so it's basically the ultimate nightmare for any word master. The hero finally gets it. He's basically stuck in a boss fight on hard mode from here on out. Now he drops the summon and launches a dive bomb straight at the controller. After that brutal trade, Hiro's sprawled on the ground, barely hanging onto consciousness, because his preset heal word is the only thing keeping him barely alive. The final round is here, and Hiro is about to unleash his absolute full power. So he flips into Tenkamuzo mode, piling on unstoppable power and Herculean strength until he's basically a walking god. He moves so fast the spirit lion can't even keep up with his signature, and then he slams the king with a shockwave that rips the arena apart. With that last fist thrusting to the sky, Hiro locks in the W and shows everyone he's built different. Even after he wins, Hiro doesn't turn bitter. He fires off his word magic and heals the king, setting himself up to collect that debt later. Right here, the demon princess is so relieved she's practically melting, but the hero snaps his focus back to the mission. Right as they're about to celebrate a permanent alliance, a shadowy dark force rips their messenger out of existence without warning. Instantly, the good vibes get obliterated when Evoros, the old demon lord and the princess's own brother, materializes straight into the crater. He's got villain energy cranked to 11, and he's straight up taunting his sister for trying to play nice with the humans. The princess has seen enough, and she finally erupts, unleashing a monstrous wave of flames that turns her pure fury into a head-on clash of fate. Eam's out here ranting about every ounce of suffering they've been through, because trust me, things are about to go absolutely wild. Earlier, this shrimp-blonde kid named Ivalo rolls in, and the whole place screams, "Final boss," the moment he appears. He starts munching magic like it's a harmless snack, and everyone is left totally rattled. Ivalo's is laughing at how far they've come, and it feels exactly like that toxic mentor vibe, except this time it's directed at them. Hiro tries to sneak a peek at his status screens, then slams into a brutal firewall wall that won't let him through. Every last screen goes totally black, like these guys don't just play the game, they lock the universe out. Avalos snaps that trying magic on them is a total dead end. He clocks it, oh, this Hiro is that other worlder we've been rambling about. But our boy Hiro swings in with the ultimate don't care, didn't ask, like it's the only rule heroes live by. Avalos ushers Evim in and offers him the spot as his right-hand man, but Evim shuts it down fast, no exceptions. Our MC casually tosses out an "I refuse" like an absolute legend. He's not about to take orders from some NPC just because they smiled and asked nicely. Right out of nowhere, a masked goon teleports in and launches a sneak attack to wipe Hiro off the map. Hiro's still reeling from that brutal last fight, and his legs just won't move fast enough to keep up. Right then, bam, a sword of justice comes crashing from the sky, slamming right in front of the attack. It's Camus, the white muffler goat, charging in right at the last second with the clutch save that changes everything. Avalos is blown away, but he clenches his jaw and calls off the attack for now. Now Hiro starts calling Avalos a shrimp blondie, and the disrespect level is absolutely elite. Avalos isn't even angry. He straight up insists he's lived way longer than his face could ever give him credit for. Camus and Hiro finally catch up, and it hits. Camus didn't just pass by. He shoved straight through S-rank monster territory just to help. That's straight-up reckless main character energy, and it's gonna bite him hard. Avalos lanes in and declares it. He's taking over the entire world. If they don't join his team, he's declaring war, no turning back. He orders them to submit, or else he'll boot them straight to the lobby. Avalos spills some tea about Kokuru working for him, then poof, he vanishes through a portal. Back at the castle, the hero hammers the showers, blasting away every last bit of battle fatigue. He finally realizes his magic is practically hauling him along, but if he wants to live, he has to invent something new, right now. The butler Arnold strides in and sparks a real heart-to-heart, while they stand there, coldly chilling inside the steam. Arnold grabs him and tells him to crack that childish side for good, then actually start valuing his life. For once, the hero actually listens. He swallows the advice whole and finally recognizes the hard-won wisdom his elders have been carrying all along. Now it's time to toss on your best informal fit and get ready for the victory banquet. That spread looks downright legendary, and Hiro's pumped to start hauling in the buffet. Then they plop down a special meat dish in front of him, and the first bite feels like pure, 5-star magic. Lillian saunters in looking absolutely breathtaking, dressed in an ultra-luxury gown. The hero scores a rare W, telling her she looks mature and pulling it off like it's a perfect comeback. She immediately turns bright red, gets flustered to the max, and snaps at him to shut up right now. Meanwhile, the Beast King hurries back home, and the moment he arrives, his village looks like a lifeless graveyard. We get yanked back to the moment Galios stumbled onto Kokuru and Naraya's war orphans. Kokoro was a total sword prodigy until a brutal epidemic slammed the land and shattered everything. And that cure could save just one person, so they were forced to gamble everything on a choice. They managed to save Branza, then Nir got sent straight to the lobby. Kokuru absolutely snapped, grief crushed her, and betrayal drove her feral. Then, without a shred of mercy, he wiped out his adoptive father in cold blood and vanished before anyone could stop him. Now Ivalos is barreling out to find yet another old friend, just so the chaos keeps rolling. The Beast King is finally unleashing a huge truth bomb on the squad. He finally snaps and admits he's been lying about how his grandpa died, hiding a brutal incident tied to a traitor. He tossed aside his legendary name too, because he swore it was cursing the kingdom with bad luck. Panic gripped him because if word got out that a traitor lived among them, the tribe's bond would shatter, so he buried the truth deep and kept it there. But now it hits him. Keeping those secrets was a huge mistake, and he's finally owning it, apologizing for the whole deception. His kids are weirdly calm about the whole thing, and they straight up tell him, "Stop beating yourself up." They told him straight up that carrying that heavy bird on his own was a bad idea. They finally hit a new level and straight up tell their dad, "You don't get to treat us like NPCs forever." Seeing his family back him up like this hits the king straight in the chest, and he can't stop the tears from spilling out. But the mood turns ice cold the moment they start talking about the Evilos, the last demon lord, and how he's the real, unstoppable threat. But Lillian is still all worked up about working with humans, ranting that the whole race can't be trusted. But he makes an exception for the Hiro, because he's the literal main character from another world. They're convinced King Rudolph is a complete fool, like he totally caved to Evilos just to settle some personal grudge. Meanwhile, in the human capital, the nobles only care about their power plays and their precious family names. Jew's guildmaster in name only, snaps, walks away from the politics, and vows to defend the country his own way. Then the story cuts gears and drops us into a shadowy hut where a hooded figure is slipping into hiding. Marquis's blue note finally got its tail. Evilos tracked it down at last. Turns out the Marquise isn't just some title, she's Alicia, a legendary legend, and she's been hiding out in the capital this whole time. Avalos tries to yank up memories of a past tragedy to turn her into his ally. He's warning everyone that a massive war is about to explode, and he plans to grab the whole world in the aftermath. But Alicia isn't buying a word of his plan. She tears into his methods as straight-up trash. Back to our main boy Hiro, rage is ripping through him right now. A monkey thief straight up grabbed his snacks and bolted before he could even react. This little primate is out here pulling off parkour like a pro, and then snatches the hero's glasses just to flex and make him suffer. The hero hurls a magic trap at him, but that monkey is basically a cheat code. He dodges every last thing like it's nothing. Right as Hiro's about to snap into full berserk mode, a giant snake crawls out of a rift like it owns the place. Good news, these animals aren't here to scrap at all. They're out delivering a message. They apologize for the idiot monkey, then hustle the whole group across a rainbow bridge and straight into the spirit forest. They finally stumble into the Spirit King, Huzuki, who looks straight up like an endgame final boss. Haim finally decides it's showtime, and she unveils her real high-ranking spirit form. She morphs into a top-tier waifu, then just demands some serious compliments. But Hiro's got zero simping energy. He just lines in and demands, "So, when's the food coming?" The king finally sees Hiro's the real deal and demands he activate the magic door. The door swings open, and Niniak, the fairy queen, bursts right out like a spark in the dark. She drops a bombshell. Turns out the entire spirit forest wasn't destroyed at all. It was secretly hauled straight down to the bottom of the sea. That massive shift in their world is what stranded them, cutting them off from everyone else out there. Right when the group finally catches their breath, a new feline spirit named Shishi slides into the scene and crashes the party with them. Hiro is finally kicking back in the spirit forest when, boom, he's moments away from meeting the adorable mascot cat Shishi. It's the exact same ridiculously massive lion that nearly wiped him out earlier. The Spirit King grins as he welcomes the squad, then admits he sent Shishi to scare them off, because the world's turning way too spicy for comfort. Turns out Silva, yes, that absolute menace of a pervert butler, is feared and talked about around here too. Even the cat version of Silva is out here stirring chaos, while Hiro scrambles to keep his main character swagger intact. Our boy S on pure mission mode. He tracks down the Spirit King and grills him about the old demon lord, pushing for a way to sidestep that magic nullification. The king just spilled some major lore about spirit souls and revealed that beast folk were once spirits that slowly evolved into humanoid forms. He tells you right there, heroes are a total anomaly, because he's a pure human who can actually tap red energy, and that's a race-locked trait that's never supposed to be possible. Because Hiro's built different, the Spirit King throws him a lifeline, make a contract with a spirit and level up his stats. Suddenly, Ten, the little monkey spirit, pops up out of nowhere and declares he's ready to join the team. But here's the catch. Ten refuses anything simple like a ring or necklace. He wants the hero's legendary blade, Ziduzanjeki. The whole squad's freaking out because the contract medium can't be changed, and Ten's not about to hand over his power for nothing. Ten decides to find out if Hiro's the real GOAT or just another NPC, so he steps up and challenges him to a 1v1. Just to make it even worse, the Spirit King slams down a barrier that seals Hiro's word magic completely shut. Now our boy has to slug it out with a top-tier spirit using zero spells, just pure muscle and raw physical power. 10 may look small, but the way he moves is straight up insane, and he starts absolutely cooking Hiro right away. Meanwhile, the crowd on the sidelines is buzzing with high spirits, already sure Hiro's about to get tossed back to the lobby. But Hiro's not about to take an L in front of the waifus, especially when Ten's out here flipping around on his head like it's a playground. And when Ten realizes Hiro can actually hold his ground, he shuts down the teasing and morphs into his humanoid form. Bro somehow went from a literal monkey to a full-on shonen protagonist in 2 seconds flat. Ten then smirks and unleashes the ultimate insult, unlimited shadow clones, telling the hero he's got 10 minutes to spot the real one. The clones close in and trap Hiro on all sides, and time is running out on his pride. The girls are bawling for their master to hang on, but the odds are stacked so high it feels impossible. The hero clocks it instantly. If spells are off limits, then he'll unload every last drop of magic pressure in one jaw-dropping, massive burst. Next, he starts cooking up raw, pure energy, sending out a pressure wave that rattles the entire forest like it's alive. Ten and his clones are left completely speechless at the sheer amount of magic this basic human is casually flexing. The hero is grinding his body past breaking point, basically redlining his own soul just to lock onto Ten's core presence. His vision starts to blur and the world tilts. He's seconds from fainting, then he finally spots the real Ten lurking in the crowd. With one last explosive burst of speed, he slaps the real monkey's mark, no doubt left that he's the real deal. The hero crumples from pure exhaustion right after, but he still seals the W. Ten is honestly stunned that a human beat his trial, and the second Hiro wakes up, he nods and signs on the dotted line. The girls are buzzing that their master dodged getting folded, while the Spirit King only smirks, because this whole thing is playing out exactly how he planned. As soon as Hiro's back on his feet, he and the crew waste no time, jumping straight into the sword's integration process. If their magic synchronization blows up, it could wipe out both of their souls for good. But Hiro just tips his glasses, flashes a grin, and tells everyone failure isn't a word he even knows. Now that trust is locked in and the stage is set, it's time to forge the contract for real and break through to a brand new peak of power. Hiro is locked in, fusing those magic signatures like a pro gamer hitting clutch combos. The whole squad's holding their breath, because if this goes wrong, it's not a setback, it's game over for real. They kick off the ritual, and the energy waves hit with flawless, immaculate precision. Suddenly, the room erupts in blinding light as the contract slams down, official and final. Hiro jolts awake and rips through the room for his sword, only to find the blade has vanished into thin air, like it never existed. Ten blurts out that they've fused into one unstoppable ultimate weapon, swapping stats and stacking abilities like a busted, cracked duo. This monkey spirit, yeah, it's officially been logged into the inventory, like it belongs there for good. The Fairy Queen watched Loki's display with sharp eyes, because she could tell Hiro is the kind of guy who never fits inside normal stats. But Haim is totally freaking out over the whole departure. Turns out there's way more to these two. Back in the day, they were rival queen candidates, and the whole thing is tangled in deep lore. The gate to the spirit forest swings wide for the grand escape. The squad trades farewell words, and Hiro's already scanning ahead for the next mission. Haim's head hangs low as they stride off, looking completely wrecked. But Nikki refuses to let this end quietly. She kicks off a full-blown scene, so nobody walks away on a sad note. Finally, Nye and Haim buried the hatchet. After years of being split apart, she made up and let the beef die. It hits you hard as Haim finally breaks and apologizes for everything he put them through. She even hands Nikki a ribbon as a gift, so he'll never forget their squad. Seriously, and just like that, some brand new weirdo is officially shoved into the party. Back at the base, Lillian's freaking out. Hiro actually nailed a spirit contract. Ten rolls in and introduces himself to the team like the main character of the anime, pure, unshakable, watch me energy. But our boy Hiro isn't here to chat. He refuses to let anyone shove him aside just to make life easier for themselves. He's locked in on his own dream and grinding harder than ever to level up. But after the chase of a lifetime, they finally cornered the legendary blacksmith, Kusel. The hero slams the ultimate bombshell. Turns out this guy is actually Winka's father. Kusel is completely blown away. Someone actually knows his family's secret. The hero steps up and confirms it. He really was traveling with Winka, sealing their connection for good. A flashback hits and there's Winka out on the grind as an adventurer because she's chasing one goal, finding her dad. And Kusel is completely wrecked because he truly believed that running away was the only way to keep her safe. Hiro and the gang roll up to the beast realm like they're the kings of the whole damn place. They crash right into the fox girl, and she's buzzing with excitement because she gets to see them again. The hero spots an old man out in the garden, just tending plants like some total NPC nobody even notices. He discovers the old demon lord had assassins sent after them, and the sister took a brutal hit just trying to shield the royal family. The hero braces himself and unleashes his signature magic to heal her up. Once the spell lands, she's back to full power and wiped clean of every ounce of pain. She's buzzing with energy, itching to unleash her strength again and show everyone what she's got. The hero strides into the throne room, ready to face the Beast King head-on. He wastes zero time. He storms in and orders one specific slice of land in the beast realm. The king and the guards go stone, still at this enormous request. Mimir is crafting a song for Hiro, and she's doing it because she wants to show her how much she truly appreciates her. The hero drops the truth. He wants the Valor Wilderness, a place so dead quiet that nothing is living there right now. He finally admits the real goal: build a paradise where every tribe can live in peace. No one has to be abandoned or left as a stray. That former demon lord keeps causing trouble for everyone, so the hero jumps in and takes action first. The squad goes all out and throws a massive party to celebrate their brand new alliance. Mimir strides up to the mic, bracing herself to unleash every ounce of her heart. Then she bursts out in song, and her aura starts glowing bright with raw spirit energy. Meanwhile, the Impact King is getting crushed by the non-stop pressure from his own advisors. Suddenly, a magical signature flashes into existence, and every single person snaps into full-on high alert. A shadowy cloaked figure storms in and dumps a literal mountain of severed heads right on the table. It's Avalos, the demon lord, out here throwing threats like they're promises. He declares he's taking over the country, and the whole vibe snaps from 0 to 100 in a heartbeat. So yeah, we're diving straight into nightmare fuel, because the writers woke up and said, let's go full violence. The princess's room got breached so fast it might as well have been a Discord server with a leaked link. Boom, done, over. This guard gets wiped from the server in an instant, and the princess just stands there, staring through the chaos, trying to make sense of the lag. Then the main villain, Swagger, shows up and starts tearing into his goons, like a disappointed dad, because they're still spawn camping the NPCs. He's swinging the queen around like she's a piñata, pretty much the worst etiquette imaginable. The princess lets out a blood-curdling scream, but mom's just chilling upside down, fully useless in the moment. These edgelords start talking about the princess like she's a prize they just bragged unlocked. One of them yanks a knife out, snarling at her to stop falling behind and get moving. Then the minion who was supposed to grab her starts bellyaching about his job description. He yanks back the hood and boom, plot twist, it's Taishi. The princess clocked him instantly, and he looks like he just failed the vibe check so hard it hurts. He looks back and tells her, come with me, unless you want to get wrecked. She's freaking out over her parents, but Taishi crushes her panic by insisting the queen is still alive and breathing. Yeah, it's a low bar, but it's something. She pleads for help, but he slams her with a sleep spell and knocks her out like he's forcibly logging her off. And with a final hit, she crashes down hard. Taishi stares at his own hands like they're the moment his whole life plan cracks wide open. Meanwhile, the big bad is grinning like a villain, and his evil plan is suddenly blowing up. Cut to our main squad, boom, bad news hits them hard. The human country is officially gone. The queen and princess are gone, and now Judam, the stand-in king, has Ewell all to himself. Turns out the real king didn't just lose, he got transformed into a full-on monster, and yeah, that's a brutal L for the monarchy. Hiro clocks it instantly, that same signature move the crossguard guy always pulls off. He clicks everything into place, and suddenly realizes the old demon lord is yanking the strings from the shadows. They start firing off theories about why a demon lord would even waste time trying to conquer a human country. Birdman tells them, stop guessing, start grinding for Infabaf before the whole world gets nerfed. Back at the demon lord's castle, Eve finally snaps awake from her power nap. She's glowing like a comeback is coming, refreshed, fired up, and ready to snatch her throne back. She starts whispering to herself about the hero's magic, full-on fangirl mode. Then it hits her, this realization is brutally tragic. Days have gone by, and the hero still hasn't texted her back. She's honestly fuming, because he keeps leaving her on read. Her subordinate tries to soothe her, but she's completely falling apart. So they toss the topic to war strategy and straight up predict the bad guys will hit the Beast Kingdom next. Eve almost hits send for backup, but then panic kicks in. If she leaves, her own base is left hanging wide open. A But then they remember the ultimate cheat code is already sprinting toward them. Yep, Hiro's already on site, and anyone foolish enough to take him on is basically begging to get crushed. Speaking of fights right now, the Beast Kingdom is getting besieged by mysterious blob things with no answers in sight. The Beast Knights charge out to defend every inch of their turf. Total mayhem hits the streets as those water slimes go wild, tearing into the civilians with no mercy. The knights clash head-on, and these creatures keep slipping out of their grasp. The hero studies the scene, and it hits him. These dolls aren't anything special at all, they're just water puppets being puppeteered from somewhere else. He's done messing around, now it's time to grind for XP like a man on a mission. He pulls out the monkey, and they all start setting up for some serious pest control. Hiro grabs Nikki's shoulders and tells her to stick to the plan, no deviations. He bursts into an attack, and the monkey instantly confirms it. The enemies are hostile, like the non-stop destruction didn't already scream it. Blue fires off a specialized slash, cutting straight through them with a flash of blue fury. Then he fires off a radiant spark and boom, flashbangs the entire street. The slimes get erased on the spot, instant evaporation. One of the knights stumbles right into a slime trap and gets stuck fast. He rips himself free, but dignity gets punched in the gut. Mir watches the hero work and can't stop staring, absolutely blown away by what he could carry. The monkey strikes a showy pose because he knows he's the main character's sidekick and the spotlight is his. The hero lines in and begs Mir for a quick favor. They follow the magic source straight into the forest until it leads them to a bridge. A shadowy guy in a black robe slumps inside a glowing magic circle, and the way he's acting screams trouble. Fresh teleports keep slamming in, setting up a stealth kill right on the mark. But he swats it away like it's nothing at all. He fires up Earthguard to eat that attack head-on. Then he calls forth a massive hand and slams it down to swat her out of the way. Mirror's totally lost. This dude keeps spamming element after element, water 1 second, earth the next, like nothing makes sense. Earth cracks and then he hurls lightning right after it. Then the sand and the ice kick in. This dude's decked out like he paid for the premium battle pass. He hurls out some wind magic just to flex and show off. Then slams the last hit into the combo with a burst of fire. Right here he finally shows his face, and it's some sunglasses-wearing clown who seriously thinks he's the coolest guy alive. He starts flirting with Mir mid-fight, and it's pure audacity. He admits they sent him to capture them, not to kill them. Right then Hiro steps in, flings down a pinch of red sand, and tells the guy to calm down. Mir's playful smile drops, she turns serious, and unleashes her infectious blood ability. The sunglasses guy suddenly realizes he could be the one getting cooked for real. He rockets into motion, weaving past attacks like he's done it 1,000 times. More lunges to pin him down, but the guy just slips out of reach every time. He slams in a log substitution jutsu like it's nothing, and boom, he's gone. And just like that, he slips out, gone in an instant. Mir is fuming, she watched him slip right through her fingers. Hiro crouches by her side, checking if she's okay, surprisingly decent for once. He tells her, "You did amazing, now lift your chin and don't you dare doubt yourself." Meanwhile, the sunglasses guy locks up with his teammate and catches up for the next move. He just straight up admits Hiro is cracked, and then he snatches out his water dolls and wipes them all away in an instant. They hit the road to report back because they stumbled on some seriously interesting people. Cut back to the girls at the base, and they're spiraling over Teishi's betrayal. They're scrambling to make it make sense, whispering that he's either been brainwashed or trapped under blackmail. But doing nothing sitting still is driving them up the wall. Shuri decides she's done playing around. She's joining the army to march straight in and knock some sense into him. It's that legendary shonen hero move, pure hype, straight out of the playbook. They lock in on getting stronger because they refuse to stay useless dead weight. Later that night, Hiro slumps in a tree, brooding like a total anti-hero with nowhere to be. Beast King Leowold scrambles up and goes full heart-to-heart with someone. He finally grabs Hiro and demands to know why getting stronger has become his whole obsession. The hero just drops the truth bomb. He's not scared of the fight, he's scared of dying. Why? Because he refuses immortality, calling it cheating, and he'd rather grind for power the hard way, the kind you earn. He spills the truth about his past. Then it slams into a flashback. 5-year-old Hiro strapped in the back of a car with his parents. They escape, either a truck hits them or a brutal car crash hurls them off a cliff. Life, his parents shield him with their very bodies. The hero jolts awake amid the wreckage. His mom is fading fast, like the light S going out in real time. Next, his dad is right there too, giving it a thorough look. Right before he's gone, they lay it on him with that classic goodbye speech: live your life to the fullest, don't waste a single day. It's heartbreak in its purest form. Right here in the present, Hiro tells everyone he's going to stand up to his parents, with pride the moment his time finally arrives. Sometimes Leowold just breaks, tears spill down his face because this tough guy's secretly a total softie. Even the girls and the monkey hiding in the bushes burst into loud, non-stop sobbing. Hiro seethed because his trauma spill somehow detonated into a full-on group sobfest. And he straight up declares it. He's not stopping now, he's pushing forward no matter what. We snap to a jail cell where Tech-Ale, a demon, is so bored he feels like he's rotting in real time. A whisper from the dark grips his ear and spills the exact way out. He slaps the floor, and a secret passage swings open like it's been waiting for him. Right there he collides with Princess Farah, trapped in the same cage as him. A mysterious woman in a stunning dress rolls up as their Uber driver and drives them straight toward freedom. She introduces herself as Marky's Blue Note, and yeah, it sounds totally fake, but I guess we'll roll with it. Farah jolts awake in a bed, and an old doctor leans in, asking if she's all right. Today he almost blurts Chinchin, then slams the brakes and switches to gentleman, like my guy, what a save. He lines in and tells her, "You've been in a coma for more than a year." So while she was buried in a long nap, her kingdom got swept up and conquered. Judim bursts in and drops the brutal truth: everything's worse than we feared. The king turned into a monster, and they barely clawed their way out alive. And Farah's heart shatters in the worst way, yet she can't help but thank the stars she's still alive. Lilith, the woman who saved them all, strides in with a smug little grin. Meanwhile, Hiro huddles in his room, staring down a scroll as he tries to crack every last symbol. Akina's, the wolf general, storms in on him while he's still cleaning up. The hero blasts magic to neatly sort every book, and Aquinas can't help but stare. He's genuinely impressed. Then Akina leaned in and asked about Hiro's red energy, Aka Crimson Dominion. Turns out it's some special power, half-breeds get it. The hero shoves the scroll in front of him and declares he's desperate to master it. Hiro finally cracks. He admits he's been humbled lately, and he realizes raw magic and weapons just don't cut it anymore. He needs a power that still fires up when every other option gets locked away. Akina snaps at him that sure, he's got the talent, but mastering it is brutally, ridiculously hard. Hiro grins and says, "Challenge accepted." At the secret hideout, Lilith leans in and drops the bombshell. She's the real author of that famous book from 50 years ago. Judim is absolutely shook, because that just woke up her ancient side. She finally admits she isn't just any human, she's something else. Then she boldly claims she used nothing but foresight to track them down. Then she shapeshifted into an old granny, trolled them for a beat, and snapped back to normal. Then she just drops the main topic and hits everyone with a warning. She tells them to ditch the kingdom, because the new boss of Voros is out here playing 4D chess, while they're still stuck playing checkers. Judim flat-out refuses to run. Farah flat-out refuses to leave her people behind. Little Lilith calls them fools, but then she grins, because she's got respect for the hustle. She pushes them to go after a specific young man, because that's their only shot at winning. Right on cue, Akina's pops his head in like, "Yo, my guy." Guy's Hiro's back, and he's fighting hard to finally get the hang of that new technique. The scroll demands he blend his life force and magic together, twirl it all into one wild, smoothie-like surge. He's drenched in sweat, fighting tooth and nail to get it working. Training arc is officially kicking off. We slam straight into the title page, and the vibe turns dark. Mysterious shadows creeping in like trouble is already on the way. And on the flip side, Evoros looks like he's seconds away from unleashing the hardest mixtape the Demon Realm has ever heard. The story kicks off deep in the forest, where the hero pulls up to a treehouse that looks way too cozy to be harmless. He's storming in to meet the bunny girl researcher, and he already knows the exact shortcut to skip the NPC dialogue he paid for in advance. He slips him a bottle of the good stuff, and boom, she's beaming, suddenly in a killer mood, telling him he can ask for anything he wants. Hiro's old master knows the real game. If you want answers, you've got to bribe the quest givers with booze and snacks. While Hiro's out there grinding for lore, someone rips into him with a lecture. Physical stats don't always equal raw body strength. Then we snap straight to the Demon Realm, Mount Shangaman. This place looks like a death trap you'd never survive without max-level gear. A hooded figure strolls right through the chained-up entrance, like he owns the admin key. He charges toward a colossal, sealed monument that practically growls, "Final boss." He strides into the darkness, and you can feel the vibe turning sinister the second he crosses the threshold. Then boom, the walls blast apart, and the so-called welcoming committee comes charging in. A whole swarm of gargoyles and bats dives in, shrieking for him to bow his head, yet he's totally unfazed. A whole wave of monsters, hydras and harpies included, surges in and bowls him over all at once. Avaros, cloaked in shadow, flashes a smug smirk and tells them it'd be way easier if they just turned tail and ran. He blasts his aura to the sky, and out of nowhere, a massive rock golem starts forming to back him up. He strides past the carnage like it's no big deal, muttering that it's just a tiny hassle, nothing his build can't smash through. His shiny white shoes strut over the rubble untouched, not a single scratch on them. He bursts into the treasure room, and boom, dark energy orbs drift through the air like they're alive. He spots the loot he came for and breaks into laughter, because the security system might as well be a joke to him. He lunges forward to snatch the treasure, but a glowing barrier zaps his hand. This chest isn't getting looted that easily. He finally clocks it. The only guy who could pull off an illusion this high tier is the first demon lord, and that seals it. He's exactly where he needs to be. The massive sealed swords tremble as the chain restraints snap apart. He surges his magic into them without mercy. He screams, "It's your turn," and the whole room suddenly gets swallowed in dark energy as the seal snaps open. A giant nightmare eye glares open over the sword, and the blade is alive, howling its pain like it's been trapped forever, and just like that, I'm finally free. That nightmare-looking sword hunts for trouble, licking its blade and locking eyes with its brand-new owner. Avaros, battered but unshaken, leans in and dares the sword to prove its power. The sword, sacrifice, finally agrees to help, but it hammers out one price, a tribute for tearing the seal. Avaros knows exactly what's coming. He's willing to pay the HP price to get his hands on this legendary item. The sword freaks out and turns into a giant mouth, snapping him up and gulping him down to drain every last drop of his energy. Outside the cave, the land lay dead, barren, silent, and waiting like it knew something was coming. A black-robed figure stands by the entrance, staring like he just crawled out of a brutal 1d5 and doesn't know what hit him. Avoro strides out with that massive sword in hand, then shoots Ishka, his subordinate, a sharp, ready-to-listen greeting. Ishka lets out a laugh, dead set on one truth. His boss is recklessly out of his mind, and it'll get him hurt. Avoro collapsed into his seat, wiped out, and finally confessed he'd actually unleashed the sacrifice weapon. But because of that gut-wrenching, risky move, he locked in the bag and grabbed the key piece of the first Demon King. He locks eyes on the orb, squinting like, is this tiny marble seriously worth all the hype? Ishka, bleeding out, gasped that Avoros could have just used his blood instead of taking the hit head-on. But Avoros slams the door on that idea instantly. No chance, not one. He figured Ishka would show up even without a summons, then realized Ishka is at the breaking point. But Ishka suddenly collapses, grinning as his world slips away. That sword-'s just sitting there, totally relaxed, like it's starving and waiting to strike. Avoros thrusts his hand toward his fallen comrade, refusing to let him go. Then right out of nowhere, the sword screams a warning, stopping him from grabbing it, and he finally understands. He's got the will to sacrifice. Avoros snaps at the sword to shut up, then checks, right there, that his teammate is still alive. That sword basically stares like, Avaros isn't dead yet, and Avaros agrees to stick with you, just make sure you take the helm on the food next time. Avoros snaps the Aquarius Gate spell, then blasts out in fast travel before anything can catch him. The sword snickers and tells him water teleportation is ancient, old-school magic, something it hasn't seen in centuries. Ishka realizes they just turned a disaster into a full-on nightmare the moment they teleport away. We jump straight into chapter 118, and a brand new color page blasts onto the screen with fresh character designs you've never seen before. Check out the full body shot of the new girl. She looks like she's straight from a noble bloodline, dripping pure pedigree. Back at the castle, Evium can't believe it. Lillian's demanding a serious talk, and the confusion hits him hard. Akina's nods like it's crucial, and they swing the doors open, letting her into the meeting room right alongside Marioni. Inside, Lillian lounges with a foxboy and a twin-tailed girl. She looks like she's dying of boredom. Evan strides in, eyes sharp, and can't stop wondering who this new kid is. The foxboy steps up and introduces himself, but Evium's eyes widen. She knows that girl from the rumors. The girl steps up and introduces herself as Cusel Geo, then drops the bomb. She's got intel she needs to deliver personally. Lillian's annoyed out of her mind, but Marion slams the brakes on the formal talk and tells her to drop the pleasantries and get to the point. The foxboy tries to speak up, but Kyuzel throws in a massive, loud yawn, straight up shattering the whole mood. Finally, she admits she's been hoarding weapons, and one secret stash is buried up at Mount Shanjaman. Evium realizes this is the deadliest PvP zone in the entire demon realm. Kyuzel drops a bombshell. She spots a Varos bursting out of that mountain. Evim's shaken to the core. She fires back, asking if Kyuzel is asterisk 100% asterisk sure it was really him. Akina steps in and calls it out. He confirms it too, and yeah, that black-robed figure is using water magic on top of everything. So yeah, he lifts one finger up in the air to drive the point home. And Akina swore Avoros was lugging a gem that pulsed with wild magic, like it was about to explode. Then he realizes Averos actually pulled off the impossible and stole the legendary item. Evim is spiraling out of control, demanding to know what in the world was sealed inside that mountain. Kyuzel finally lets it slip. The core of the first demon lord was right there, hidden in plain sight. Marion truly believed the illusion magic shielding it was unbreakable, like a divimposed barrier forged in pure certainty. He swears the first demon lord's power was basically god tier, so no intruder should have ever slipped inside. Kyuzel insists the illusion can't possibly fail. She reveals the very first demon lord ruled with Fantasia magic, the exact same rare power Lillian carries. Whoa, hold up, Lillian is actually a blood relative of the first demon lord, and yeah, that twist hits like a truck. Yeah, Marione's unraveling, but Lillian shuts it down. Right now, the bloodline doesn't matter. Kyuzel snaps that the illusion collapsed because Averos had a demon sword in his grip. His sacrifice was the real trigger. Mariona shoots back, asking if a weapon like that even exists. Then Kyuzel tells her the truth. It chews up your life force. Then she throws another bombshell. She's the very one who forged the vessel for that sword. Marione leans in and demands to know if she's ever heard of the Cupia Dios clan. Kyuzel tells her this was the work of a forgotten minority. These ruins were built by their own people, and that weapon was just sitting there, dormant, waiting. She sheathed the blade in its scabbard, but the deadly ritual, turning it into a vessel for sacrifice, was already completed. She tossed it to the deepest sea to bury the secret, but somehow Avoros dragged it back up like it was waiting for him. Akina yanks out an ancient manuscript and starts flipping through the lore to cross-check every secret. Or he yells that it's old and ready to break, but Kyuzel snatches it anyway, like it's nothing more than a comic book. Lillian leans in and asks if she can read the ancient text. Then Kyuzel and the foxboy just smirk like they know exactly what's coming. Akina straight up admits it's all about the Cupiodios clan and the god they used to worship. Kyuzel scoffs, practically growls that Avoros has been alive for so long it feels pointless. Meanwhile, Marion snaps when she feels like someone's acting superior, then an old butler just chuckles and brushes it off. Evium leans in and asks, so, is there a link between the clan's god and the very first demon lord? Kyuzel kicks off the tale, boom, we're diving straight into a flashback. The first demon lord clocked the Cupidio clan acting shady, even though they were wearing a calm, peaceful mask. She discovered the truth. Those so-called sacrifices weren't strangers at all. They were slaughtering their own kin to feed something in the dark. Adam realized their dark ideology wasn't just dangerous. It was a ticking bomb threatening the whole server. Meanwhile, they were frantically trying to bring the demon god Netzafa back from the dead. Marione finally snaps to the truth. She and the others weren't worshipping a savior at all. They were bowing to the very boss who tried to end the world. Alt Adams had no choice. He had to wipe out the whole clan, because stopping that summon meant total destruction. You might think they could have just talked it through, but Adams tried that, and they shut him down hard. The sword's sacrifice became the key to his resurrection, because it pulls power from a piece of Netzafa. Marione finally gets it. Give up your life force, and you can command the power of a demon god. Akina breaks it down. Avoros has snagged a chunk of a demon god, and he's even holding the core of the first demon lord. Lillian perks up and asks why the core is buried in that mountain, and she can't stop thinking about the stories about Adams her mom used to tell her. Kyuzel says Adams felt death closing in on her, and then tore off on a journey, hunting for the perfect place to finally go. Lillian shoots who kept the core there, and Kyuzel answers, of course. It was me, Avado finally reveals. He's the mastermind behind the whole setup. Evim's mind snaps to attention when the truth drops out of nowhere. Marion snaps at Akina, furious she never spilled this critical info. Avoro explains he just had to keep the location under wraps, honoring her wish and protecting her privacy. She leans into Avoro and declares, as the sun sinks, that she wants her grave right here. Heartbroken, young Avoros clutches her grief because this is truly her final wish. She evaporates into a shower of glowing particles, and right at the end, her core is all that's left behind. In the present, Evium snaps. He can't believe there was actually a real link between Avoros and atoms. Flashback again, Avoro wakes up underwater. Nah, he's not breathing water, he's drowning in memories. Back in the cave, they rush over to check on His Majesty. He's strapped in a recovery pod right now. Ishka leans in and asks, seriously, is that sword really that strong? Avoros tells you, straight up, you can't touch the core without paying the life force price. Ishka wished someone else would have taken the hit, but fate picked Avoros as the chosen one. Lillian cuts in and warns him, the real trouble isn't the power, it's sensing with the core. Avoros dropped a message, when my awakening hits, the war is going to ignite. Lillian slams her report shut and shouts, everyone get ready, we're going into that raid. And she tells him, everything for that is already locked in and ready to go. Finally, she tries to slip out, muttering that silver lining, because Avoros is stuck on cooldown for now. And then bam, she suddenly stops dead in her tracks. She whips around to Yavim and begs him for a favor, admitting, straight up, that she's just an outsider. She pleads with him, begging for the power she needs to carry them through. If Ian says it's for the country, she'll drop her head in a bow again and again, no matter how many times it takes. Mariani finally cracks and admits it. He's too weak to carry himself, and he knows everyone else has to pick up the slack. Lillian shrugs at the consequences and says she doesn't care how it looks. She'll give up her life to save the world. Evim slams into her words, yelling that if she wants to do anything, she better stay alive, because nothing else matters if she's gone. Mariani suddenly blows up, yelling at Evium for being soft while they're supposed to be listening in silence. He jabs a finger at her and shouts that she's just a little girl, pure disrespect. Even the foxboy is like, yo, take a breath, she's the demon lord, not some psycho you gotta panic over. Mariona doubles down and snaps that Evium has no manners at all, even if she's dressed and looks like a kid. Whoa, he's pointing at Cusel. Then he snaps that she's just a child. No, this can't be good. No, Mariani shouts that Cusel is the most childish kid of them all. Panic erupts across the whole room, and the butler scrambles to warn him. Cusel snaps her temper in half, pure fury, flooding every word. And she starts sobbing and shrieking, what part of me is childlike? If Ian thinks it's adorable, then the moment he clocks something, off, his whole vibe flips fast. Cusel screams, I hate you all, then bolts out the door. Marion rushes after her, asking, are you okay? The butler goes pale and blurts out an apology. He admits he did something absolutely awful to Linwheat, so what the heck happened? Then out of nowhere, Marion erupts into screaming, like someone about to slice off his glorious mustache. Ian snaps to the truth that Lillian's genjutsu just caught him. Lillian pinned him inside his worst nightmare. He won't die, but he'll be begging for it. Later that night, the castle falls silent. Evium can't shake the guilt of treating Cusel like a kid.